music is so quiet right now. I don't know. I hope it was loud enough. So the game instantly starts in a scene, so I didn't progress, but two actions have happened. We're gonna get into that in just a second. Welcome, everybody. We're back in the land of Radiant Hell. You think we finished? We actually hadn't. We're actually back. It's...
Ping pong pom.
Why, thank you, Ray. We are officially back with Radiant Hell Fanfare. So this is the sequel, or as we like to call them, Fan Disc. I flipped this one yesterday. Oh my goodness. Look at you. 4 months. Look at you. So this is the cover of Fanfare. We got all the boys on it. Why? Hype started. Okay, I'm like, why is there still sounds? I don't have notifications on this one because of the screen. I'm gonna read the cover like I always do, but this is what the box looks like. The inside has got Vilio and our girl on it. We keep interrupting. It's okay. Have hype. Let's be hyped. It's a hype day. It's a brand new game. So we are starting with Jinnia. We did a poll on the Discord and Jinnia won. He was a landslide. Everyone picked Jinnia. So I curled my hair today. We're ready. We're Gucci. So the show must go on. 3 all-new play modes with original stories and alternate routes after story. Continue your journey with the quirky performers you've met in If story. Just as you are getting used to the new life, new challenges arrive. And Interlude. Play new mini episodes taking place behind the scenes of the original game. So that's what we have in store for Fanfare. I'm really excited because I think the art for this one is so pretty already. Like, we just kept gushing about how beautiful it was yesterday. I just remembered I can do this. It'd be funny if I press the button actually and continue the game. I haven't read too much on this fan disc. Do we get Colivus? We do not get Colivus. No, we just get Jinnia and we just get Leanne. I would love Colivus. If you weren't listening yesterday, which I think you weren't around during the stream, but I was like, man, we should have a Radiant Hell that is the previous story. Like the world before. Like Arthier. I want Arthier's story as a game. Maybe Arthier finds love, you know, like... And maybe our beautiful dragon man gets a face this time. Hello, hello. Alright, so we are ready to start. So this is brand new. I don't know what this is going to start. This could be 2 seconds of dialogue and then right to making your choices. I have no clue yet. I'm going to put question mark start. At first I felt confused when I looked at this costume. Before I knew it, however, putting my arms through its sleeves became habit. Hello, Helen. Welcome. My heart still races every time. No matter how many times I experience, the thrill remains. That reminds me. It's almost time, honey. Oh, wait. Are we already dating Jinnia on this one? I didn't even plan this. I gotta make the sound bites for the last game so that I can have new sounds. Okay, one sec. Everyone is waiting. My name is question mark, question mark, question mark. I need to finish getting ready ASAP. Oh, it's red instead of blue. I made the picture more faded this time. I think I made it too. Oh, thank you. I love this unicorn. What is this? Not a unicorn, it's a llama. But it says uni when you hover over it. Oh goodness, that's so cute. What the heck? Okay, guide transparency. Filter transparency? What have I done? There's one I totally did. I was like, oh yeah, let's make that a little quieter. Is it right? Did I make it worse? Did I just make this worse? Hydrate! Okay. And stretch! Oh my goodness. Y'all are having fun right now. What the heck? There's also someone in chat that I totally just missed. I saw some little parts of the fan disc. I don't know what happens. I saw someone play this months ago, but it was only in Japanese. Yeah, but we have to wait for the English releases because your girl don't speak that much Japanese. I know about 100 keywords. that will not get me even through a general conversation. And most of them are fantastical words from fantasy. Alright, let me see if I can fix this one more time. Otherwise, we're just gonna live with it. I messed that up. That was my bad. Okay, filter transparency. This is light and dark, but there was one that was just like straight up transparency. That doesn't help. Light and dark don't make any sense here. I don't know, I fixed it, we're good. I remember when I saw someone play this in Japanese, I was like, we better get this game. And now, today is the fan disc. It is today. We have gotten the game. And this game honestly ruined my life because I had to play the first one to play this one. So I need to finish getting ready ASAP. Pick a name. Is that what I'm going to do now? Who am I? No. That's a basic name. Tifalia? No. Although I do like that it has Tifa in it, but like, nah. Boom, we did it. We're a real person now. Okay. I was like, which button am I pressing? Do you really want to finalize with Leah? Absolutely. I don't want to confuse these boys. You gotta remember it was me. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. Finally! Hi, Vilio.
Oh, やっと来たな.
Shut up, Rolita. Took you long enough.
もう準備はバッチリみたいだね。
I guess you're good to go whenever now.
やはりあなたがいないと始まらない。
The audio's louder than me. What's funny is we're having the opposite problem the other day. So this is my old headset, and I feel like the mic's quieter than my other headset. However, the mic officially was dying on my other headset, and it was going like light, dark, light, dark, light, dark. I need to just buy that headset again because I love that headset. That or see if I can get a new mic, because the headset itself was fine. It was just the mic was going in and out, so maybe I can get a replacement mic. I don't know. Is that better? Can you hear me? Give you guys one more chance without me, or otherwise we're gonna go with it. We can't start the show without you. You can try.
いい顔してるじゃない?
Good. You look gorgeous. Thank you, Jinnia.
客が待ってる。さっさとやるぞ。
The audience is waiting. Let's go, guys. Yeah! I messed with like some of the settings right before because it's the first question. Like, would you like to mess with settings? And I'm like, always. Could have broken it. What does it mean to travel the world with friends? A treasure of tears, laughter, and all the rest. And the thing waiting ahead is surely a bright future filled with miracles.
未来へ進むための
This is our final stage. Wait, what?
ラストステージ幕開けだ
A stage leading to the future. Vilio, hang on. Now let's show begin.
It's showtime!
It's showtime! Fanfare this time. Oh my god, look how cute they are. Sparkles, sparkles. The Archdragon, Vilio. Labyrinth Sentinel, Zafora. The higher spirit, somebody, Castelia. The Prince's Bodyguard. The Great Spirits Fox, Faye, Roddy. Let me call him Rolita by now. Maria, Sonia, Levy, Colivus, Alice, the Christ Noble, Jinnia, the Elusive It's not, it should just say... just say how is he elusive? He's so elusive. Follows us. Yeah, because he likes us. We're special. We're unique. Wow, what an adventure. Look at that, guys. Well, it was great. I had a wonderful time playing Fanfare. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Haha! Look at this! Oh, it's so cute! Okay, okay. This story takes place after a happy ending in the original end. This story takes place after the common route's normal ending in the original game. That's what we're going to do. And this is a short scenario taking place within the main story. Alright, we're doing this one though. That's cute. That's so cute. Common Route 1. Interesting. Oh, I gotta change the time on that one. Right in the center of Esotia sat Arthier, the largest city on the continent. Brag. Small tavern called Le Bière was tucked away in one corner of the city. That was where I, Leah, worked. Also, I'm still sad that we don't have the picture of the MC popping up. Like, we need this. I need her. The background music reminds me of Kingdom Hearts. It is very chill. It doesn't sound different from the original, but the original sound part did. So, remember when Bilio fell out of the sky? I do. Remember when this man landed on us one day? That is until I encountered Bilio, a young man claiming to be a legendary dragon. This event marked the start of my adventure. As a member of Circus, I tasked with saving our prince by thawing his frozen heart and began my journey around the world. The first stop was Kalita, the scholar school. With all the intellectuals flocking there, it was considered Esotia's brain. The second was Kultura, the labyrinth city. Its vast underground maze and skilled craftsmen were vital to its identity. The third was Oren's, the city of love, a hub of art blessed with the adoration of the water spirits. I can speak, guys. It's just early, and I didn't have coffee this morning. Instead, I have a soda pop. The fourth was Ferris, the dual city. Here, those who took pride in their strength vied for victory in heated arena matches. Our goal was to make Flora bloom. These mystic flowers blossomed when nurtured with smiles and joy. To make that happen, we performed in each city, leaving a trail of success behind us. Finally, at our last performance in Arthier, we prevailed. The prince's heart was frozen no more. I had leaped out of my ordinary day into the big wide world. My companions consisted of a dragon, an information broker, a contractor, a gladiator, a furball, and an aristocrat. With this ragtag cast of misfits, I couldn't catch a break on our uneventful journey filled with twists and turns. But those lively, exhilarating days I so treasured had come to an end. Now that we had finished our tour, I returned to my dull, ordinary life. At least I was supposed to.
よし私の秘書になりなさい
I have a brilliant idea. Be my secretary, Leah. And I said yes. Sort of. Kind of. Basically, no one could help me stop this from happening. Just as I thought things would finally calm down, a certain someone threw all my plans out the window. Hi, Jinnia. Jinnia, I missed your beautiful face. I know. Honestly, I'm still surprised he didn't get something in the first game. I do appreciate that he at least was flirty towards her, and he made a couple of, like, remarks that definitely imply that he was interested in her. Like when they went to the City of Love, and he's all like, come on, let's go. And she was just like, that's for lovers. Like, what are you talking about? Thus began my new life with both boisterous and busy enough to blast away my melancholy from partying with my team. If I could show the CG.
いいよーく聞いてちょうだい。
Listen, Leah, you pay careful attention to my every word.
世界各地を巡るあの旅路の中で、私たちはとても多くのことを学んできたと思うの。
I believe we've learned many, many things of our journey around the world, yes? Mm-hmm.
サーカスが公演のために訪れた5大都市。
Think about the major five that circus visited.
町ごとに違いはあったけど、どの町も問題を抱えていて、笑顔を失いつつあったでしょ。
Though the details were different in each city, they all had festering problems that led to a decline of smiles and joy, right? Uh-huh.
だからね、ほら、あれよ、
So look, yeah, you know.
人はどれだけ怒りを抱いても、優しさと笑顔を忘れちゃいけない。私はそう思うわけ。
What did he break? No matter how angry someone might be, one mustn't ever forget their compassion and joy. That's my humble opinion. Yep.
うん
And
ちょっとサボったくらいでそんなに怒らなくてもいいじゃない。
you don't have to get so mad just because I lazed around a little bit. Inside the tavern, the air was laced with the aroma of pancakes and the stink of unseemly excuses. Listen to this, like, kind of jazzy music. Brim, look, you made it on time today. It's only been 18 minutes. I wasn't smiling, not even a little. My brow creased as I glared daggers at Jinnia. I look away for 1 second, and you vanish. And where did you run off to? Labir, of all places.
だから逃げたんじゃないってば。ちょっと一息ってやつよ。
Come on, I told you that I wasn't running. I'm only here to take a breather, that's it. You weren't doing much breathing while you were housed that entire pancake meal. And you too, Spiria, Roddy, you traitors. I told you to contact me if Jinnia ever came here during one of his escapes. Jinnia Part 2. Go on. A noble who has made a name for himself in Arthi Air with his flashy contact, the former circus leader, has hired our heroine as his secretary and returns to his working life at the castle. I know, crazy, right? I know, like, how did you get here?
代金をもらった以上は大事なお客様だしね。
You're putting me in a rough spot here. He paid for his food, so he's one of our dear guests.
血は喧嘩ならよそでやれ。お前がいなくなった分こっちは毎
I
日
don't
大
have a call
忙しな
today,
んだ
so
からよ。
boo-hoo. Is your call work related? Like that was a long call. If you want to have your lover's spat, go do it somewhere else. We've got our hands full every day because we're one woman short, you know.
あれやだ。夫婦喧嘩とか照れちゃうわ。
Are you calling it a quarrel between husband and wife? You're making me blush. It's not a lover's spat and we're not even married. No, back up. We're not even fighting to begin with. I'm lecturing him.
手が足りてないなら、リアンさんが一肌脱ごうか？
If you need a hand, how about your friendly neighborhood hottie, Leanne? Hi, Leanne. I've missed you so much. Look at you. This music is the music too loud to anybody?
まずはバイトとして入って、
I'll start off working
ゆ
part-time.
くゆくは彼女の夫として、この店を継ぐところまで想定してくれていいよ。
But you'll safely assume that I'll eventually take over this tavern as Leah's hubby. Yes, indeed.
飯食い終わったならとっとと帰れお客
Twilight
様。
Sparkle,
お
my
前には
love.
自分の店があるだろうが。
Oh, I'm so excited. If you're done eating, then beat it, dear guest. Don't you have your own pub to attend to? Feeling exasperated by the tavern squabble, I heaved a sigh. After signing the wicked contract of the devil himself, I began working as Jinnia's secretary. My life was turned completely on its head. Labir was still my home, of course, that hadn't changed, but now I could only work as a waitress on my days off. On most weekdays, I was busy working at the castle and helping Jinnia with his duties. This was my new routine. Actually, helping isn't the right word. He's dumping his work on me. My job mostly consists of dragging Jinnia back from his escapades. I've got 2 hands for you, Jinnia and Leanne. Also, Eon's still my other husband. I've got 3 husbands in this game. 3 hands, like another hand just spawns out from her back. Or she gets one of those little baby hands and just on her fingy. It's okay, you can put more than 1 ring on 1 hand. You don't have to have an extra hand. Come back with me, Jinnia. If you don't submit those documents by the end of the day, Alice will give you another earful. When I pull on his arm, Jinnia stood up reluctantly. Me, part 7. An ordinary girl who lives in the capital, following her journey with Circus, she is now working at the castle as Jinnia's secretary. Oh, what the world, woe is I.
はいはい、わかりました。行けばいいんでしょ、行けば。
Fine, fine, I get it, ma'am. I'll go. Happy now?
あーちゃんなんてほっとけばいいのに。全く気の利かない秘書ね。
You can just treat Ali like a passing breeze. Oh, if only my secretary were a bit more tactful. You could argue that Jinnia's unyielding personality is something to be admired. Most of the circus members, including me, had changed during our journey. But for better or worse, Jinnia was the only one who seemed exactly the same as he had been during our first encounter. Then again, I can't even imagine him changing in the slightest.
さて、じゃあ行きましょうか。残りは
Apparently
クル
this
ト
guy
ラ
has
住
some
民の
fine as
嘆
heck
願書と
CGs.
決算報告書ぐらいでしょ。
I mean, look at him. Why wouldn't he have fine? He's gorgeous. All right, he's elegant. Would definitely have an elegant C tier 3. All right, shall we head off then? We only have the petition by the Kultura citizens and the financial statement left, right? Yeah, but there's one more important report I have to make. Alice told me just before I came here. I unfolded the note I had on my head, on hand, and read the written text out loud. He says that the day of the Prince Colivus's recovery ceremony is confirmed for 2 months from now. Is he matured now? 10 years ago, Prince Colivus had been attacked by a fiend and had frozen his heart to protect himself. Recently, he made a miraculous recovery with the help of the flora, and by now, everyone knew it. Sadly, though, his heart had thawed, his body remained in his childlike form. According to the doctors, he hadn't come to terms with everything and was subconsciously suppressing his growth. It's understandable. I mean, how are you supposed to react when someone suddenly says you're actually 10 years older, so you need to grow up? It's not something you can just nod and do with the snap of a finger. And also, theoretically speaking, if he was stuck as the age 10 years ago, I don't think it's something you should be able to do at all. As such, more cautious individuals have voiced their opinion that we should hold the ceremony after he matures. However,
やはり一目でいいからコリブスの無事な姿を見たいという民の声が多くてな。
we cannot ignore the numerous citizens who expressed their wish to lay eyes on Colivus and see him in good health.
この度、国を挙げての式典を執り行うことになったわけだ。
I can't hear you over the king. Listen, I'm doing my best here. I'm sorry that the king is louder than I. That's a spoiler right there, isn't it? Isn't it just? Isn't that just? Anyways. Begonia. That's the reason I have decided to proceed with the ceremony that will involve the entire nation.
ご英断です、ビゴニア王。
A most astute decision indeed, Your Majesty.
王子が民の前で元気な姿をお見せすれば、全国民全アレスト万来の拍手がその身に降り注ぐことでしょう。
Calm down. If our prince stands before his people in good health, he will be showered with applause from every man, woman, and Alist. From every Alist?
最近悩んでるんだけど、アレストって昔からこうだったっけ？
It's been weighing on my mind lately. Has Alist always been like this?
ええ、コリブス様、昔からこんな感じでしたわ。
Oh, Your Highness, he really has.
コリブス様が眠りについて以降、悪化したのは間違いありませんけど。
I cannot deny that he has become more extreme since your slumber, however. Jinnia and I had been summoned to the throne room in the castle. We listened attentively to the king's announcement.
アレストの話はともかく、
Alice's private opinion
直
aside.
接民の声を聞くことはコリブスの成長にもつながるだろう。
Hearing the voices of his people in person will contribute to Colivus's growth.
二人にも存分に働いてもらうぞ。
I expect much of you too.
お祭りならお任せあれ。ね。
I never disappoint when festivals are involved, right, Leah? Yes, we'll make full use of the experience and knowledge we gained from our shows to help in every way possible.
ああ、万全の準備を整え、式典開催に臨んでくれ。
I shall hold you to that. I ask that you prepare thoroughly and take on the upcoming ceremony with all your heart.
僕もまだ落ち着かないけど、できる限り頑張る。
I'm still trying to get used to everything, but I'll do my best.
僕が心を凍らせていた間、たくさんの人たちが心配して力を貸してくれたから。
Oh my gosh. Think of me. While my heart was frozen, I made a lot of people worry and as many people in effort. And just as many people in effort to help me.
その人たちのためにも。
I want to do something for them. Alright, boy, we got you. King Begonia and Prince Colivus settled into their thrones, and I bowed deeply. This feels kind of surreal, does it though? Feel that. Just a year ago, the noble visage of our kingdom was something I had only admired from afar, but now he remembered my name. And I even had the honor of a direct audience with him.
では、式典に関する資料の準備ができたら連絡をするので、
Oh
取り
yeah,
に
I
来て
put
くれ。
this shell on for our boy Jinnia. This is for Jinnia. Leah, once the documentation for the ceremony is ready, I shall contact you. Please come and retrieve it. Understood.
ちょっとあーちゃん、なんで私に直接じゃないのよ。
Also, this shirt is for Jinnia. Look at this shirt. Look at this shirt. I have sleeves. Anyways, hang on a minute, Ali. I'm right here. Shouldn't you ask me to do that?
それと、うちの秘書ちゃんが可愛いからって口説かないでもらえる？
And even if my little secretary is cute, don't flirt with her, okay?
お前に直接渡したら、そのまま埃をかぶるかメモ用紙になるだけだろう。
If I handed the documents to you directly, you'd either leave them to collect dust or reduce them to notepaper.
口説く方は否定しないのかしら。
So you're not gonna deny that you're being a flirt?
本気で口説いてもいいのか？
May I get serious with her then?
ダメよ、私の秘書だもん。
No can do. She's my secretary. I watched their usual banter out of the corner of my eye, then dipped into a curtsy before taking my leave. A ceremony to commemorate the princess' recovery, preparing for that will be a real task. This man is too adorable. I know. He's like, she's my secretary. You cannot flirt with her. I'd say it would be a perfect fit with a purple scarf, but you might sweat to death. That's also true. I also don't own a scarf. The only thing I have done in order to get more variety in my outfits was buy a bunch of tank tops in different colors, as you guys have seen me wear time and again. Although I'm trying to see if I can do something for a certain character. We'll see. We gotta see. I have to work hard like everyone else, so we'll fulfill the wishes of those who've eagerly waited for him to get better. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. Oh my god, Colivus. Oh, hang on. This is cute. Okay. Oh my god. Wait a second. Wait a second. Look how cute he is. Alice also gets one. That's cute too. We can stock little baby Colivus in this world. Okay. Okay. I will say I like that they kept the original stuff. I think this stuff was really pretty and well put together. I don't think they needed to change it. I was saying this only because Keep a Parasite changed everything, and some of the stuff they changed I don't think they needed to do. Can I kiss Leanne and Jinnia? Not at the same time, but you can. Totally can. Alright, we're gonna click on Colivus. I just want to see. I'm gonna be thirsty all day. That's fair. Which reminds me, I'm going to be streaming till about 4:30 my time, so that's about 5.5 more hours, so we have a little time. After the king announced the ceremony, I figured I should start by looking through the records for the past. Having found a little downtime during work, I walked down the corridor towards the archive. A ceremony involving the entire nation, huh? Jinnia already showed that he's possessive, honestly, which is great. Weren't you already thirsty when you saw them? Like, I love Jinnia. Doing him first seems a little weird, but at the same time, I wanted to do one of the new guys first, so he's the better choice out of the two. Oh my goodness. In scale, it's probably going to rival the previous coronation. At least that's what the king said. Looking like I've gotten... Ahem. Looks like I've got to brace myself for a mountain of work in the coming days. Of course, I was going to work Jinnia to the bone. Oh, our beloved citizens of Esotelia. A familiar voice swept from the door left ajar nearby. I stopped in my tracks, blinking in surprise. Wait, was that?
こうして皆の顔を見られたことで世の胸は感動に
Plus,
打
we
ち
did
震
get
えておる
a common route CG, so it's fitting. Yeah, and the common route CG did feel flirty too. I think they knew. I think whoever wrote the original Radiant Tale knew they were going to have a sequel, and they wanted to put those characters in so they could be in it, because, like, that's the only way that makes sense to me. When we stand before our people and lay our eyes upon your faces, our hearts tremble with emotion.
この思い歌に乗せて届けよう
May our feelings
ああ麗しきアーティー
reach each and every one of you through this song. Begin Arthier the Beautiful. He is beautiful. Arthier is so beautiful. In fact, let's go remember how beautiful Arthier is really quick, just real quick. Like, this man, I want this. Yeah, I don't care if it's a single route. I don't give two cares about it, bro. I want this man. Look at this man. Arthier is the beautiful. Look how beautiful this is. Why did you give me this, but not give it to me at all? Ugh. Your Highness. Ah, we killed the kid. Okay. The moment I called out to him, he sprang up and dove behind the sofa, knocking down a chair in the process. Even from there, the prince poked out his head nervously and spoke up in a quivering voice.
もしかして聞いてた
By the way, I need y'all to give me strength to finish Silva's route. I don't want to finish it. Remember, you can play it again. That's the benefit. You just gotta know what happens. Plus, it might get a really, 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 really super, 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 super cute CG. And you get to hear his voice. Leah, did you hear that? Yes, sorry. I saw that the door was open, and when I came to close it, I just happened to overhear.
どこから
When did you start listening? From when you said, oh, our beloved citizens of Esotia. killing little Colivus here. I love all of his CGs so far. Honestly, he's gorgeous. He's got an eye patch. That's a winner in my book. The prince practically stumbled back behind the sofa, wanting to coax the startled little critter out of his hiding spot. I spoke in a gentle tone. Pardon me, but may I ask what you were doing just now?
スピーチの
I was
練習
practicing my
してたんだ。
speech in a place like this.
みんな忙しそうだし、邪魔しないようにと思って。
Everyone seems so busy. I didn't want to get in the way. Hey, 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 how are you? I'm good, Matt. How are you? I want to hug him. I want him to grow up. Literally, grow up. Prince Colivus had a habit of putting himself down. Perhaps he felt guilty for causing trouble during his long period of dormancy. Why did you choose the song?
この原稿を使ってくださいって議店長に言われたんだ。
The chief of protocol said I can follow this script.
伝統ある素晴らしいスピーチだからぜひって。
Oh, good. Just working. Got a new shift at work, so I am 6 to 3 and off early. Nice. 6 a.m. though? Ew. It's a splendid speech with a lengthy, prestigious history, so he recommended it. I see. But, yeah?
これ歌劇王って呼ばれた昔の王様の有名な演説らしいんだけ
apparently
ど。
A famous speech by a king renowned as the opera king, whereas
そのまま
I
使って本当にいいのかなって思っちゃ
I
って。
am not entirely sure whether it's right for me to use it. With a furrowed brow, the prince fixed his gaze on the script.
君は
Leah, what do you think?
どう思う？
I'm up between 3 and 5 a.m. every day. I finally got my sleep apnea machine and feeling great energy-wise. That's good. I don't want to get up at 3. But I'm proud of you, and I'm glad you got the sleep apnea machine. I know those are very, very useful if you are having issues with breathing. You're asking my opinion? Traditions is important. What do you think? Oh god, I don't know. This will be the Colivus page. Oh, it actually has a Colivus flower. Wait a second. It's so cute. Why do I have a Colivus flower? They put her in them. She's not in the other ones. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is so pretty. I'm gonna turn this into like a thumbnail for the Twitch at least. Oh my gosh. I need this game now. I love it. This is the deciding factor. Look how cute this screen is. How did I get Colivus to like me more? I don't have an option for him. Oh my god. Oh, he's holding her hand. I know it's like the exact same pose. Is it the same? No, they changed it. Okay, okay. I could just stare at this. Like, oh my god, they're so pretty. Twilight, Sparkle, and Rarity, you got it. You got it so good, guys. I don't know how Colivus like that. I don't have him in my status. It's just those two. Sorry, I don't understand how Colivus liked my answer. I do think traditions matter. But some things are more important. Mine made up, I decided to be candid with my response. My prince, I believe you should be asking yourself what you think of this speech.
僕
Me? Yeah, at the end of the day, what truly matters isn't tradition or having the most compelling speech structure. In my opinion, it should be how you feel, as the one standing on the stage. Frowning, the prince fell into a thoughtful silence. By the time he lifted his head, a fierce resolve burned into his eyes.
やっぱりこの原稿を そのまま読むのはダメだと思う。
I will say this. I know we just started this game, but I already believe this is so much better than the Cupid Pandas. It's the art. I think the art's prettier than Cupid Parasite. I think Cupid Parasite is like poppy fun, but also, yeah, I feel like this is already written better, if I'm being honest. That's mean. Is that mean? We've been doing this for 30 minutes, maybe. Aliens, talking lobsters, bestiality, marrying a yandere without realizing he's a yandere. I just don't... We still have 2 routes left, and I'm still concerned about them. Like, which I'll be playing those tomorrow. I'll be playing Shelby tomorrow. I think I mustn't recite the script as
どれ
it
だけの名
is.
演説でもこれは僕の言葉じゃないから。
No matter how famous or moving it was, these aren't my words, they're someone else's. He made his declaration with conviction, and I smiled at him. I feel the same way. As one of your many citizens, I wish to hear your voice and your feelings as they are.
今の僕の言葉
My feelings as they are, that's tough.
難しいな。
I'll say Shelby ain't that bad. We don't know that. We'll find out tomorrow, though. I'm going to be doing Shelby tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll get a pretty good chunk of it. I don't know if I'll finish it tomorrow, but if I don't finish it tomorrow, I'll finish it Saturday. And then we'll do Alan's route next week. So we'll see. We'll see. My feelings as they are, that's tough. The prince crossed his arms and was immersed in his thoughts. Maybe you don't have to overthink it. What was on your mind during the decades your heart was frozen? There's a bad spicy ending, and that is crazy. I was about to say don't say anything. I thought it was about to say his route sucks too. Oh no. I don't know, man. Bad spice is worse than... Gosh. I'd rather have no spice than bad spice. How about that? That's better. What do you wish to convey to the people who have watched over you now that you have made a recovery? Weaving your honest feelings into your words will probably bring about the most joy, in my opinion.
そっか。素直な気持ち。
I think anything is better than Jupiter. My honest feelings.
そうだよね。
You're right. I'll
じっ
think
くり
hard
考
about
え
it.
てみる。
The prince stood up and bowed to me.
ありがとう。
Thank you, Leah.
僕がやらなきゃいけないこと。少しだけど。
I think I'm
わか
starting
った
to
よう
figure
な気
out
がする
what
よ。
I should do, even if it's not the first step. I am honored to hear that. I look forward to your speech, my prince. Right. Colivus liked that answer. Okay, great. I can still pick Jinnia. Should I pick Alice, though? Should I pick Jinnia? Will this option not appear again if I pick Alice? We're already at the castle. The Cupid Parasite fan disc is just so whack. It just feels like a fever dream. You're good, you think? Okay, well, we saved just in case, so if it puts me back at the map, yay. If it doesn't, I can go back to that save. After receiving the message that the documents were ready, I paid a visit to Alice's office. Are you there, Alice? It's Leah. Yes, come in. Please excuse me? The moment I stepped into the room, words escaped me. On the table before my eyes were stacks, no towers of papers. Mumbles trickled out from behind the paper
治安
towers.
一体の巡回計画書は承認。魔法部規制案は条件付きで承認。
You think it's an intro for all characters? Well, we'll find out. control plans for the security forces, approved regulations, proposals for mystic tools, approved with conditions.
迷宮森制度の改正案か。9
A
名
reform proposal for the
最新技が必要だ。
Sentinel system. Though it's urgent, we need to hold a reevaluation meeting first. Alice!
ああ、式典の資料だったな。右の棚から持って行ってくれ。
Right, you're here for the ceremony documents, yes? Take them from the cabinet over there. Okay.
パシオとの交易か。
Trades
こ
with
れは私の
Passio.
一存では。
I see. I can't make a decision on this one on my own. Sorry, what are you alright?
何がだ。
How do you mean? His matter-of-fact reply came without so much as a glance in my direction as he continued working through the documents. His glasses did nothing to hide the redness of his eyes, and from time to time his head swayed unsteadily. You're the very picture of sleep-deprived. Have you been getting enough rest?
問題ない。式典の予定が入ったため、スケジュールが詰まっているだけだ。
My schedule is merely packed now that I've got additional duties for the ceremony.
それに、いざとなればカリダで箱買いした。これがある。
If I need something to fall back on, I bought boxes of these in Kalita. Is it that beverage that we tried? What is that beverage?
仕事のこと以外頭から飛ぶ。と、評判のドリンク剤だ。
Drink cider. It's a pep-up drink renowned for blasting all the thoughts other than work from your mind. So many red flags, and yet all I see is red. Offer to help with work. Offer to make tea. Let's make him tea. Let's not work for this man. His lips curled into a daredevil smile, prompting me to say something. How about I make you some tea? See, that said Alice liked that answer, but Alice isn't on here either. What is this gauge?
お茶？しかし、飲み物ならここにドリンクが。
But I already have this beverage over here. That thing is a volatile drug in disguise. My rebuttal had a bit of an edge. I think I then stepped forward to put my point across. There's an herbal tea blend I like to drink whenever I do paperwork. It clears my mind, and I was thinking that it might be helpful for you as well, Alice. An amateur poking her nose into official business might cause trouble, sure, but at the very least, I was unparalleled expert in hospitality.
そういうことならいただこう。
In that case, I'll have some.
何より、君の心配そうな顔を見ていると、
More than
心が
anything,
痛むからな。
my heart aches when I see your worried face, so I shall accept your goodwill. Oh! Does his heart ache? All I know is if you spend time with Colivus and Alice, it's probably for the interlude part. That's my theory. That'd be interesting. But I thought the interlude was supposed to take place during the previous story, just like an extra side story in that event. Got it! I won't take long. 10 minutes later, apologies for the wait. Here is my special herbal tea. I returned from the kitchen with a teapot full of fresh brew, then poured the stemming liquid into our teacups.
心地いい香りだ。遠慮なくいただこう。
Or what if, hear me out, what if at the end, if we do like a common route, right? This is the common route. But what if this has a common route ending? And that common route ending implies that in the next Radiant Tell, which will probably, it's Showtime, Radiant Tell Showtime, that's the third one, hear me out. You can date Alice, and then you can date Colivus. Right? And that's why we have the common ending, part 2, so that you can branch out and date these other two guys. The next common ending. That's crazy. I thought he only breathed, thought, and spoke of Corby. He does not, actually. In the previous game, it was mentioned that he only gets heated if you bring up the prince. He's not like that all the time. He does have an on-off switch. That would be 9 characters in total. I want 10 because I think we need to have a Final Fantasy VIII Dreamverse where you can date Arthier. I want Arthier. Don't show me that man and tell me I can't have him. He's gorgeous. It has a pleasant fragrance. I'll help myself then. The base of the recipe was rosemary tea, and it was mixed with various herbs like bailey, basil. Okay, that was the exact same blend we used for the specialty tea at Le Beer's menu. The rising steam carried a refreshing note to our noses, one resembling mint. All the tension eased from Alice's face. Just date all the spirits while you're at it. I would love to date all the spirits. In fact, when I was talking about this yesterday, thank you, Alice, I said I want a previously in Radiant Tell, and in that story you can date Arthier, you can date any of the 4 spirits, and you can date the original Master Dragon. That's 6 routes, baby. So many Final Fantasy games have got hot characters that I want to date. Honestly, I was really excited that Final Fantasy VII allowed dating, kind of, sort of, a little bit. And I'm glad that Tifa could finally end up with Cloud. However, I felt like the scene was pretty underwhelming for them getting together. Zack, Cloud, Pontus, Notice. You messed Squall's name up on there, and Sophie. Sophie is the best. Like, Sophie's one of the best girls. Renoa was great. Whom else? Lightning hot as hell. Lightning's sister, I can't think of her name right now. Oh, so cute. Hang on, I got this. Cloud is always there. Cloud will always be there. Sephiroth is baby. I love Sephiroth. Vincent's great. I want to date Vincent. Let me date him in Final Fantasy VII Part 3. Honestly, I was really excited to see that boy like in HD. Vincent is so hot. Tifa is my go-to. Tifa's my go-to. If you said like if you can pick one character from Final Fantasy and they could become real, it would be Tifa. I like Sephiroth, hear me out, but Tifa is the one. Tifa's the one. Tifa's bae. Tifa's life. Always Tifa. Yeah, Tifa is the one. I like her so much. This is good. It has hints of sweetness I taste from honey. Like, Tifa needs her own story. Give her more. Nothing can beat Arthier's local honey. Did anyone see that clip where, like, the girls are dressed up in bikinis and they get in front of Cloud and they're like, Cloud, is something wrong? He's like, it's just hot out here. Even just a few drops will make the tea much milder on your taste buds. Relieved by the favorable reception, I pushed a plate towards him. I love their swimsuits. Oh man. They're really cute. I like what they did to them. They were really cute. Have some dried fruit in place of the sweets. They pair well as a snack, but I also recommend floating them in your tea and savoring the complex flavor.
ありがとう。随分と気が利くな、君は。
Thank you. I must say you are rather sensitive to the needs of others. Hehe. As someone who works in the service industry, this is my strength.
リーベルだったな。私も幾度か行っているが、いい店だ。
I'm visited a few times and it made a wonderful impression. Any praise for Le Beer made my day. This made me remind myself. I want to, at some point, play all the Final Fantasy games starting from the beginning. I've played most of them, but I have a bad habit of not finishing them. Final Fantasy VIII was one of my favorite games. I never beat that game. I got to the final, like go through this door and you'd finish the game. I didn't do it. I didn't go through the door. So I want to make myself play them, but I also want to do that with Zelda, because I love Zelda, and Resident Evil. I want to replay all of the Resident Evils. I want to replay all of the Zeldas. Shark Week! Shark Week is fun! Yay! A smile bloomed on my face. Alice stared at me intently, and an almost pained murmur slipped from his lips.
卑怯だな。
I only know 7 and 14. You don't know 8 or 9? You don't know Monkey Boy? I don't know their names because my friend changed all their names. Oh my gosh. 10? 10-2? Really? 13? This is a crime. A crime? What is?
ジーニアは旅の途中、毎日こうして美味しいお茶を入れてもらっていたんだろう。
If you like pretty people, you should look at Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy has been giving us life for decades. Jinnia had the fortune of enjoying such delectable tea every day during your travels.
私はその頃、毎日奴の尻拭いでうまくもないコーヒー片手に仕事をしていたというのに。
I, on the other hand, had to put up with bitter, unappetizing coffee every day as I struggled with the trial of messes he left.
私がサーカスの団長を引き受けていれば。
If only I had taken the leap and accepted the position of circus leader. 13 had lightning. Noctis is 14. And then 15 is... I don't actually know the main character's name, but he's got black hair. I think it starts with a C. Ahahaha. Hahaha. He sounded like he truly regretted it, and I couldn't help but chuckle. I have to say, if you had been our leader, I would have much less anxiety along the way.
まあ、ジーニアだからこそあの旅が成功したのは分かっているが。
I know that our tour wouldn't have found success without someone like Jinnia.
もし自分が団長だったらと考えたことは幾度かある。
Sometimes I imagine what it would have been like if I had been the leader. I started wondering too, how would Alice have changed things? Dreamy. During our travels between cities, for example.
先に言っておく。実は私は致命的に生活力がない。
I shall put this out there first. In truth, I have absolute zero ability to take care of myself.
料理は食べるものであって、作るものではないからだ。
Food is something to be eaten, not made. Maybe something like that would have happened where I got to see a new side of him.
なんだ。私がラクリマのレプリカ。
This is so much better than
おかしい
Kiki.
か。
Is that strange for me to purchase a Lacrima replica?
私だって占いに頼ることもある。それに、これは私のものではない。
Even I fall back on superstitions at times. Furthermore, this is not for me.
君には世話になっているからな。本能霊だ。受け取ってほしい。
She's playing this out like a romance. Like, I've been in your care for a long time. Take this as a small token of my gratitude, please. Or we might have admired Odin's cityscape while leisurely conducting our investigation. Though such what-ifs would never come to pass, they were still fun to think about, wink wink. Alice and I chatted away as we indulged in this thrilling thought experiment. Next thing we knew, the teapot was empty.
さて、そろそろ仕事に戻らねば。
Now then, I believe I need to get back to work. I'm down for a Jinnia and Alice love triangle. Like, that'd be funny. I felt a little rueful that our conversation had came to an end. Meanwhile, Alice stretched and stood up.
いい気分転換になった。ありがとう。
That was a nice change of pace, thank you, Leah. Too bad Jay's not in chat. Jay loves Alice.
もしよければまた、こうしてお茶を入れてくれると嬉しい。
If it's all right with you, I would be elated if you made tea for me again. Of course, feel free to summon me every day. Every day, my guy.
毎日はやめておこう。ジーニアに睨まれた
I
くは
still
ない
want
しな。
with Roddy and Leanne. Honestly, oof. That CG of Leanne in the last game where he was all like, hi, and got really close to her and she's like, can you stop? He's like, okay, but what if I was Roddy? And then she's like, perhaps not every day. I don't want Jinnia's glare stalking me everywhere I go. Why would he do that? I blinked at him in bewilderment, but he only smiled at
わ
me.
からないなら、それでいい。
It's fine if you don't understand. Leave it be.
あいつはめったに物事に執着しないが、 それだけに一度気に入ったものはまず手放さないという話さ。
It's not that often that guy gets attached to anything, but once he's this invested, he would never let go. That's all. I know someone who loves Alice, so she will lose her mind. I tilted my head in confusion at the grinning face. Didn't Blue like Alice? I thought it was Jay that liked Alice. I swore it was Jay. Hot diggity dog. I don't remember actually. Maybe it is Blue. Hang on. I might be backwards. Well, it's too bad Blue's not in the chat. Then opting not to dwell on it, I left his office with empty teaware. Ooh, which reminds me, I have an update on my new start screen and stuff. It's almost done. And I'm probably going to save it until the start of the next game so that it's all consistent. So I'm really excited. I'm so excited. I'm not going to save now. I'm going with Jinnia just in case. We'll see what happens. It's nighttime. The preparations for the ceremony were now underway and the city was growing more and more hectic. One day, Jinnia sent me out on an errand for essential work supplies. With shopping bags weighing down both hands, I hobbled toward Jinnia's residence. Let's see, new pen nibs, ink, spare mystic stones for his lamps. Then the newly released shade of L'Oreal's mascara plus their facial toner. Check. L'Oreal's, Jinnia's favorite cosmetic brand. Though expensive, its quality is top-notch, hence why it's so popular among ladies. Recently, they launched a men's collection. A couple items that hardly sounded essential were mixed in. But if I didn't buy these, I had the feeling that he'd use it as an excuse to slack off, so I figured I'd turn the blind eye for now. Once tomorrow arrives, ditching his work won't even be an option no matter what he thinks. How are men eyelashes different from women's? I don't think they're different. I think what she just means is that there's stuff they made specifically for men, not that the mascara is for men. Unless, I mean, it depends on what kind of look you're trying to get for. If you're just wanting to look like you have more eyelashes as opposed to longer lashes, that could be something that a man might see fitted. But Jinnia definitely just buys women's makeup. It's not in a pink package. Yeah, instead of a pink package, it's blue, which is so manly. Or they just do like moisturizers, because men don't wear makeup. Like, hear me out. Oh man. Sometimes I describe things at my job, they're like, will it work? And I'm like, yeah, it works. It's just like deodorant. It just says it's for men, but it's gonna work even if you're a girl. Like, it's fine. Now the ceremony has been confirmed. The king has summoned Jinnia this morning and assigned him to re-evaluate the relevant task. I was set to view a huge event with all kinds of jobs involved, such as setting up the venue, security, and advertising. As for Jinnia, he was a scheduling manager of sorts. Try not to hiccup. Or sneeze. I meant to say sneeze. He's been overseeing the arrivals of guests from outside Arthier. Kotora's Sentinel or Ferris's arena owners might be among them. Ooh. All right. His job included welcoming, entertaining, and arranging lodging for influential figures in the political world.
また面倒な仕事が回ってきたわね。他に敵にいるんじゃないの?
Another one of these troublesome jobs? Aren't there more suitable candidates?
人手不足だ。諦めて働け。
We're short on hands. Quit whining and get to work.
お前はサーカスで旅をしていたし、各都市に知り合いも多いとの判断だ。
We chose you
能力
because
的に
you
も適
traveled
材
with
適所だ
circus
と思うが、
and fostered many connections in each city. Your skills fit the bill, do they not?
はあ
I wonder how many
信
cans you
頼
go
が
through
痛
a
いわ
month.
そんなこと言われちゃったら少ししかサボれないじゃない。
hang on. I average about 3 cans a day. Okay, right. 3 cans of soda. That's an average. Some days it's more, sometimes it's less. Times 7 is 12. So 12 times 4. Oops, hang on. No. About 48 cans a month. Rounded up to 50. About 50 cans a month. And I recycle, just to be clear, which is also a great reason to use cans because you can recycle this. It's 100% recyclable. The weight of your faith is crushing me. I can only slack off a teensy bit if you say stuff like that. How many ounces? Is that what you're wanting to ask? Okay, 12. $600 ounces? That doesn't sound right. I feel like it should be higher. Oh, for the year count? I see. 600 cans of soda a year on average. That means I should just get 600 cans right now, and then I don't have to go shopping for a whole year. What a good bring up. I will say though, on my days off, I tend to drink more. That's just because I'm home though, and not at work, So he's still going to slack off just less than usual. Let's just say it's 60 cans a month. That way it's even, because they sell them in groups of 12, right? 60 would make it even. Right. Hang on, we got this. $720 cans equals divided by 12. I would just need 60. I would just need to buy 60 cans of soda, 60 boxes of soda for a year. That'd be great. That doesn't sound right. I think I drink more than I said. That doesn't sound right. I feel like I buy like 6 at a time. Does that last me a whole month though? Maybe it does. He's still slacking off just less than usual. With the onset of these new duties, Jinnia's schedule was jam-packed with one task after another starting tomorrow. That being said, Jinnia's pretty shrewd when it comes to these sorts of things. He'll be in his element. I think the feeling he'll find ways to cut corners while making his role look like a breeze. I'd have to weather the storm called Jinnia myself throughout the latter half of our journey. However, he'd never asked me to do the unreasonable or give me work I couldn't handle. I respected his skillful balancing act, or more accurately, his expertise at finding the minimum effort necessary to finish a task. Like Alice said, though, Jinnia doesn't usually utilize all his efforts. He's undeniably skilled and capable, alas. I put a lid on my idle musing and shifted the bags in my hands. I know one thing for sure. We're going to be pretty busy from now on. And as his secretary, I should work hard and support him in any way I can. Jinnia's manor was located on the outskirts of Arthier in a high-end residential area where many other aristocrats lived. According to him, his family home was a little too far away, so he had bought a convenient house to live alone in. In his eyes, buying a glamorous manor seemed no different from renting a room in an inn that's terrifying in its own way. You know, manor buying aside, the place wound up being too big for him, so he only uses one room. Sheesh. I griped about what a waste it was as I pushed open the manor's front door. You there, Jinnia? I brought everything you asked me to bring. Oh my, welcome my dear. Is there a shower? Is he taking a shower right now? I'm a bit preoccupied at the moment. Go ahead and make yourself at home. Okay, I'll do my usual. His muffled voice granted me permission from the depths of the manor. I then scanned the chaotic room, muttering, now then. I rolled up my sleeves and used a hair tie to put my hair up. I suppose cleaning comes first and foremost, just like every other month. She cleans his house every other month. She's a secretary, not a maid. Seriously, he opened up a new one again? I've lost count on how many times I've told him to use what he's got first. Grumbling to myself, I picked up an eyeshadow palette off the ground. Only the warm colors had been depleted. I'd already had an inkling during our travels, but I recently confirmed that Jinnia was frankly horrible at tidying up. It wasn't that he likes a messy environment, far from it. In fact, he actually likes things clean and orderly. The problem was that he had too many things. His belongings increased faster than he could diminish them. Before I became a secretary and started popping by to clean up now and then, a housekeeper had been a must. He's a real handful. Luckily, there were many vacant rooms, so I didn't have to worry about running out of storage space. I chunked non-essential items to other rooms while I cleaned his. Then came the sound of a door opening behind me, coupled with a contented voice.
さっぱりしたわ。お疲れ様。
Whew, nice and refreshing. Thank you for all your hard work, Leah. You too. I was too busy organizing his ridiculously large pile of foundation to face him. Give me a moment. I'm finishing tidying up on no time.
はーい。ああ、そうそう。化粧水は買ってきてくれた？
Can we get a CG? I feel like he's shirtless. He's gotta be, right? She's acting like I was too busy to even notice him. Like he's gotta be like shirtless right now. Oh no, an ad. Okay, before I forget, did you buy that toner for me? You mean the new one by Lorian, right? Yes, I did. As for my wallet, you entrusted it to me. It's gonna be a CG. Oh no, Helen. Wanting to point him towards the table, I turned around. I'm reading slow for y'all, don't worry. The sight of him brought my thoughts to a screeching halt. Wow, it's beautiful. Glossy golden locks gleaming with moisture clung to his smooth cheeks. Oh my stars. So gorgeous. This is the CG I saw. It's the first CG. Oh my stars. Look at this man. Droplets of water slid down his arm, tracing his slightly protruding veins. Okay. Wait. Protruding veins? Wait. Muma! What did I walk into? The first CG of the new game. Oh, he is so shirtless. I knew he was gonna be shirtless the moment she said, like, I couldn't look at him. His toned, slender chest rose and fell with every leisurely breath invoking essential vigor. Who the hell wrote this? This is intense. I love it. My throat tightened and I let out a wheezy squeak like a broken flute. The rest of my sentence whooshed right out of my head, leaving 0 brain cells behind. I love it. I don't need this, but I'm taking it. Oh god. You know what to do with the thumbnail, yeah. Well, we'll see. Who knows? We might get something even better than this, and this is great. This is better than Cupid's Fandus. A hoarse whisper that threatened to melt into the night trembled from my lips.
そうこれよこれ。この毛穴が引き締まる感じ。
Dear God, Jinnia. Like, this man. Oh my stars. This is the good stuff. I can feel my pores tightening. Oh, I'm so proud. This was a stranger.
肌が喜んでるわ。スキンケアならラオリ一択ね。
Asia. Oh my stars. I knew you were gonna be thirsty the whole time. But that's too soon. That's too soon. My skin's positively singing. No one can beat Lorienne's in the skincare department. A complete and utter stranger. She just, this is when they say, I realized he was a man. This is that moment for her. He's still wet, Leah. I cannot. He just got out of the shower. Is he wearing pants, though? Because that'd be way worse, right? On reflex, I staggered a step back. Yet the man before me wrung his hair and walked closer as though I hadn't done anything out of the ordinary.
あなたも綺麗な肌してるんだし、今のうちからケアしときなさい。
You have pretty skin too. You should start taking good care of it early on.
私のは庶民にはお高いけどね。でもプチプラにもいいのはあるから、今度買いに行きましょう。
And he understands economics. Look at him. What I use is a little pricey for commoners. Like, he knows my place. They offer a solid range at lower prices, so let's go shopping sometime. Let me be feral for him and Leanne. You can be as feral as you like, girl. He wouldn't realize what he's doing to us. He's all like, commoners should bask. He's already thinking we should be in love with him. It's fine.
あら、というか茶葉も買ってきてくれたの？
Oh wait, you also brought tea. He's just shirtless and I'm dying and he's completely unaware. Yeah. You seem to be running out when I came last time.
さすが気が利くわね。
You're the best, Leah. I can always count on you. It's nothing.
って、
Oh, I just realized you don't have
何その
lipstick on
変な
right
顔。
now.
さっきから態度もおかしくない？
Adult Tamaki vibes for real? Hang on, I gotta look up Tamaki because I know the name, but my brain's not doing it. It tried. Oh, is this from My Hero? Oh, wait, no, wait. Is this from Audience High School? Okay. You know it. I can see that. He's also dense. You know what? That'd make sense. Oh my god. He was the last one to realize she was a girl. What's with this strange expression? You've been acting mighty peculiar. No, I am normal. Leah loves normal.
その発言がすでに変だけど。
That's the weirdest thing you've said all night, you know? The man furrowed his brow in confusion, perhaps disconnected by my reaction. I avoided his eyes with all the effort I could muster, and I voiced the question on my mind. Where is Jinnia? Are you for real? Are you telling me you don't know this is Jinnia? More importantly, where is Jinnia? Oh, stars. I know she has some dense moments, but that's a little too dense for me, guys. I don't know. Are you Jinnia? You like the answer, but how much? Oh no. Imagine she thought Jinnia was a woman this whole time. That would be hilarious. I'd be down for that. Which is like, you don't have boobs. Where, I mean, you have a six-pack where's what's... Fighting down my urge to look away, I made myself look up at his face once again. Narrowed, fox-like eyes that danced with teasing mirth. Who translated this? They deserve it. I don't think they got paid enough. They got like a fanfic writer or like an actual like story writer to translate this. Because this is definitely not what it said in Japanese. I want like gender fluid Jinnia. I would be down for gender fluid Jinnia. Honestly, gender fluid Jinnia is probably what we have here. He's not wearing any eye makeup right now. He doesn't have any lipstick. He's showing his entire chest. A nose that traced a dignified, elegant arch, intricate, well-defined features. Naturally, he gave off a completely different impression without makeup. But I could no longer keep up my denial about this man's true identity. You're Jinnia, right?
当たり前でしょ。この私がジーニア以外の誰に見えるの？
Isn't that obvious? How could you mistake me for anyone else? He leaned his face forward, beckoning me to get a closer look. I frantically stepped back. I mean, you seem completely different from usual,
そ
so...
りゃすっぴんだもの。思ってたよりブサイクだった？
Even the writer is simping. This is my face all natural. Is it more hideous than you thought or something? That's not what I mean. In fact, you're much manlier than I expected. And I quickly stopped myself before I made an admission I couldn't take back. How could I think that about Jinnia? This is Jinnia we're talking about. As I stood there speechless, Jinnia shrugged. Then he smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners.
すっぴんを見せるの初めてだものね。面食らう気持ちもわかるけど、現実を直視しなさい。
I would argue, almost like a screenshot again. This is the first time I'm showing you my nude face after all. I get why you'd be stunned, but take a good look at reality. Your face, yes, your nude face. That's what I'm looking at. Just the face. Oh, hang on. Let me... Just for you guys in chat. I'm so sorry. I was inconsiderate and I apologize. Look at this man. Yeah, his nude face. That's all I'm looking at. Nothing else. There's nothing else to look at besides that. Please appreciate that. Okay.
私は私。あなたが尊敬してやまない麗しき元団長ジーニア様よ。
I am me, the fabulous former leader, Jinnia, who you respect with all of your heart. Respect isn't quite the right word. But this theatrical, pompous way of speaking was definitely Jinnia, no doubt about it. Today's gonna be a good day, I can tell. Sir, do not lower your voice like that. They're having fun with these. I understand it's because they didn't make a sprite of him shirtless, and so they're just gonna keep showing this while he's like this, but like... I took a deeper breath before gazing at him once more to be sure. Right. I'd only been taken aback because it had been too sudden. If I really look at... It was obvious. The only difference was that he had undressed a bit, but the person in front of me was the familiar...
Ecchi.
You perv. You perv. What does that mean? Jinnia, that's so rude. Huh?
直視しろとは言ったけど、そんなにじっくり舐め回すように見られると恥ずかしいんだけど。
I will neither confirm nor deny. I told you to take a good look, but you're devouring every inch of me. Even I can get embarrassed, you know? I'm not looking at you like that. Jinnia shot me a meaningful sidelong glance, and I found myself shouting at him to redirect my jumbled emotions. It's your fault to begin with for wearing so little, Jinnia. Yes. Yes, blame him. If you call me that, I will draw a shirt on you.
はいはい、それは悪かったってば。お風呂上がりなんだから仕方ないでしょ。
Yes, yes, I'm sorry. I swear, I just got out of the bath, so it's not like I had much of a choice.
でもま、確かにお子ちゃまにはちょっとばかり刺激が強すぎたわね。
I suppose it was a bit too spicy for a young child. I'm already 17, you know. Ooh, that's not a good sentence. I don't like that sentence. That sentence didn't match. That did not match my vibe.
そんなこと言ってるうちはまだまだ子供よ。
You're still far from an adult if you say things like that.
でもま、気をつけなさいね。
That aside, you should be careful, my dear. He prodded my forehead with his finger and flashed a bewitching smile at me.
私相手だからよかったけど、男の家でそんな可愛い顔してたら。
You're lucky that you're with me tonight if you make such a cute face in another man's house. Go on. Go on.
食べられちゃうわよ。
He'll eat you right up. Oh my god. I I need him. I'm gonna have like, it's gonna be nothing but this screenshot. Oh my god. It was the finishing blow. Am I dead now? The moment I saw his red tongue dart out of his lips, my flimsy, shredded composure finally collapsed. My entire body flared with heat. This is what would really happen if you're in this situation right here. You would just die. I clapped my hands over my red cheeks as Jinnia tugged on clothes in my periphery. Oh my god. I'm going home. I'll go home. Okay. Staggering on clumsy feet, I made to leave.
あら、もう行くの？泊まってけばいいのに。
Ooh, you're leaving already? You can just stay the night. Oh my god, this man. I'm so pissed. I was going to gone for a little bit just cause stupid ass internet. I came back to see this man saying he will eat you up. Did he faint? No, we didn't faint. We were like this. We were like little Bambi learning to walk for the first time. Oh my stars. No, he said other guys might do that if you were acting this cute in their house. He would never. He's a gentleman. You're leaving already? You can just stay the night. No way. This place, this atmosphere, it was just too much. I was fit to burst. I'm off. Thank you for having me.
はいはい、また明日ね。
All right, see you tomorrow. I bounced out of Jinnia's house, bumping into all kinds of things along the way. Did we ever see her room before? These chandeliers that are hanging from her ceiling are far too low and are head bumping distances everywhere. When I got home, I rushed out a hello to Roddy and Spiria, then I flung my bedroom door open and dove into bed. My chaotic emotions spilled out of my mouth. I'd known that Jinnia was a man from the beginning, of course, and it wasn't like he'd hidden it or anything, and yet, during our tour around the world, that fact had seemingly slipped my mind. We had gushed about fashion, he had given me makeup advice. In a group where I was the lone girl, he was the only one who engaged in more typical feminine topics, so he was special to me. I felt that we had a laid-back, comforting relationship in which the concept of gender hadn't been part of the equation. Yet the person I saw today, well... Are there 4 lanterns? That's a lot. Yeah, it's true. He was a man, through and through. Again, this is the first time we're like, oh my god, it's a man, actually played out well. My heart still thundering in my chest. I felt like I'd learned some forbidden secret. Not a boy, an attractive, full-grown man. Hot damn. Sensing the budding feeling that threatened to blossom in my heart, I hurriedly stamped it down. Jinnia is Jinnia, no more, no less. Now, calm down, Leah. You still have work tomorrow. He's a man. Okay, I hate that sentence typically, but this time it worked out well. Typically, they throw that in there. They're like, I'm a man. But, like, he is very feminine. In fact, I think Jay said she doesn't like very feminine characters for that reason. So he's extremely feminine. He does talk about fashion and makeup. He's very flamboyant. And so this perfectly makes sense because in her head, he's like a girlfriend. He's like a guy, but like he's a guy you can talk about anything with. And now she's like, holy shit. And then he flirted with her. It was perfect, honestly. Oh man, I'm so much happier than I've been in weeks. Calm down, Leah. You still have work tomorrow. At least that was what I told myself. It was definitely the flirtation. Yeah, that really like, oh. Until that moment, I closed my eyes and fell into dreamland at last. No one, even in my dreams, I found no escape. Go on, show me your dreams. His image, which has been seared into my mind, suddenly refused to leave. Show me your dreams. I want to see your dreams. Okay, so we do have to choose all of them. Alright, as long as that's the case, that's fine. Cupid could never. It's also this art. Like, the art of this game is just so, like, it's almost nostalgic. Like, it definitely feels like a fairy tale. Just making sure. Alright, we got Leanne. We got a Leanne moment. Woohoo. Armed with the mission of delivering a package to a certain shop on the main street, I left the castle to have lunch while I was at it and returned to Labir. Thanks for the food, Spiria, Roddy. Lunch today was fabulous as always.
喜んでくれるのはいいけどよ。昼に帰るなら先に教えてくれって。
Asia is so ready, right? Asia, is your internet back? Are you good? Girl, you here? I'm glad you like it, but you should have told us you're gonna come back at noon.
そうだね。来るって知ってりゃランチ営業の残り物以外も用意したんだけど。
I'm preparing my heart. But he said if we knew, we could have prepared something instead of giving you what was left over from our lunch. Sorry about that. I had some sudden business in town this afternoon due to
な
work.
んだ、また逃げたジーニアを捕まえに来たとかか？
My heart will burst. Was that? Is Jinnia on the run again and you're out here to chase him down? Nah, not quite. It's actually for the upcoming...
こんにちは。
Hello! The sound of the chime rang out as a shadow burst in. I knitted my brows.
なんだ、リアンじゃねえか。
Yo, Leanne! I believe lunch hour is already over.
もう釣れないこと言わないでよ。珍しく昼から君がいるって聞いて会いに来たんだってば。
Get a fan while you're at it. Ah, don't be so cold. I heard you were here for once, so I came to visit you.
城に勤め出してからなかなか会えないし、成分の補充させてよ。
I barely ever get to see you now that you work at the castle. Please, let me replenish my Leah levels. Please. I've never heard of such a thing. You might have better luck elsewhere. Cheeky like always, Leanne tried to sit at the table. I waved him off, but Spiria interrupted us, a wary smile on her face.
そんな邪険にするもんじゃないよ。最近のリアンはちゃんとお代だってその場で払ってくれて
I
る
want
し
to kiss him.
ね。
Come on, don't treat him like a pest. Leanne's even been paying his bills properly. Really? He hasn't put them on his tab?
だってここんとこツケ貯めても回収しに来るのラディだけだし、もうツケにする意味ないなって。
Even if I accumulate a tab, Roddy comes to collect my debts nowadays. There's no point, so...
おい、ちょっと待てその発言。いろいろ聞き捨てならんねえぞ。
What did you say? Bold of you to think that you can get away with spouting such nonsense. I fucking love him. I can't tie. Help. It's okay, Asia. It's okay. We don't have a CG yet. Don't... Calm down. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get one. And then we're gonna play his route way later. In the corner of my eye, I spotted Roddy glaring daggers at Leanne. I shrugged. If Spiria's fine with him, I guess he can have some tea before he goes. I can't calm
ディ
down.
ナーの仕込みで忙しいから大したもてなしはできないけどね。ゆっくりしていきな。
We've got our hands full prepping for dinner, so we can't entertain you with anything grand. Feel free to stay, though.
さすがスピリア、話わかる。じゃあ本日のおすすめドリンクをお願いしようかな。
You're the best, Spiria. I knew I could count on you. In that case, could I have your drink of the day?
わかった。とびっきり苦い茶を入れてきてやるから覚悟しとけ。
Gotcha. I'll make super extra bitter tea, so prepare yourself. Without a shred of reservation, Leanne plopped down across from me. Oh, that reminds me. I smacked my fist against my palms as if I had an epiphany. My documents and the other materials spread out in front of me. Leanne, do you have a moment?
なになに？デートのお誘い？だったらもちろん大歓迎だよ。
I'm sorry for the person I'm about to come. Horny ass bitch. Oh god. Oh, what's this? Are you asking me out on a date? My answer is an enthusiastic yes, of course. No. What's about the ceremony commemorating the prince's recovery that'll be held? Notices about it should start appearing in the plaza anytime now. I gave him a brief summary of the program. Roddy and Leanne traded glances. Apparently, it's going to be a national event, so the castle's really busy right now. Though it's not finalized yet, I might be in charge of coordinating the merchant stalls on the day of the ceremony.
そっか。君はもともと飲食店で働いてたわけだし、
I see. Well, you worked at a restaurant after all,
サー
Leanne.
カスでは仕切り役みたいな立場だったし、出店の取りまとめなら適任だね。
You were also something like a manager for circus, so you'd be the perfect candidate for the job. I have some connections through Labir, but you have a lot more, don't you? I thought it'd be nice if you could help act as a go-between for the shops and
もちろん、何でも言って。
Of course, ask me anything.
たとえ火の中、水の中、ベッドの中、君のためならどこへでも。
Whether you ask me to jump into fire, water, or right into your bed, I'm willing to go anywhere for your sake. Not into bed, thanks. I glanced at Leanne, frowning, before spreading out the documents that outlined the ceremony and pointed. If I end up being the person responsible, there will apparently be two main tasks I'll have to deal with. The first is to ask for cooperation from the stores in Arthier, like ours, for example, and get them to participate. The second is to coordinate the stalls and temporary shops of the merchants coming from outside the city. Even if it didn't fall on my shoulders, someone has to do the job. If that happens, I hope I can introduce Leanne to the confirmed coordinator.
この資料によると、前回は地元の店と行商人の間でトラブルが頻発してたらしいね。
According to the information here, there seemed to be frequent conflicts between local shops and traveling merchants last time.
ビゴニア様の戴冠式の時かい？だったら私も覚えてるよ。
You mean back during King Begonia's coronation? I remember that.
祭り中、よその町から来た出店が店の前に勝手に陣取ったりしててね。ずいぶん揉めたもんさ。
During the festival, stalls from other cities set up camp in front of local shops without asking, and there was territory disputes. I see. Hearing Spiria input, I stared at the documents and gave it a bit of thought. In that case, how about we reserve the free space in the plaza, especially for people from outside the city? It'll prevent conflicts, and since they're all be in one place, it might make things easier.
なるほどね。フリースペースなら管理しやすそうでいいかも。
You see, if we use that space, it'll be less of a hassle to manage. I like that idea.
だったらもう一歩踏み込んで、そのスペース内で区分けするのはどう？
How about we take it a step further and group them up? Group
う
them?
ん。出店者ごとに色分けするんだよ。ここはオリエンスから来た商人の専用スペースって感じで。
We can divide the stalls depending on their specialties. For example, one place can be reserved for audience merchants and so on.
そしたら区画ごとにカラーが出て、統一感も生まれるだろうし。
That'll make each section unique and the whole place will feel more
買
cohesive.
う側も目的のお店を探しやすくなりそうじゃない？
Buyers would also have an easier time finding the stalls they're looking for, wouldn't they? That's brilliant! My eyes lit up at Leanne's idea and I jotted it down on a notepad. We could even arrange the design and vibe of each area to match their designated cities, like having a little Ordens in one place. People who've never gone there before could get a taste of what the city's like.
あ、それ楽しそう。
That sounds fun
そこか
too.
ら本物のオリエンスに行きたいって思ってくれれば、今後にもつながりそうでいいね。
If visitors are hooked and want to go to the real Ordens, then it'd be a good promotion for the future. Alright, we should draw out a map with sections so that we have an idea of the whole picture and...
なんだ、血と目を離した隙に二人ともずいぶん盛り上がってんな。
Wow, I leave those two for a second and I come back to find out they've hit it off.
あの二人は似た者同士だからね。
Well, they do have a lot in common.
はあ？何言ってんだスピレア。あのヘラヘラメンズとうちの娘のどこが似てるってんだ。
That's ridiculous. How can there be any similarities between that furious airhead and our girl?
はは。
Feverous?
確かに表面のところじ
Feverless?
ゃあまり似てはいないけどさ。
I suppose they don't seem like they've got anything in common on the surface.
人が喜ぶと嬉しいっていう根っこの部分はそっくりだと思うよ。
At their core, they're identical. They're both happiest when other people's are smiling. Roddy.
うちで育ったってことと関係なく、もともとの性格なんだろうね、あれは。
That personality of hers is probably natural. It's got nothing to do with her upbringing here.
まあな。確かにリアンもそういうとこはある。
She has Studio Ghibli vibes. Honestly, the art style all kind of has that. It's very Ghibli-esque. Like the backgrounds, the way the chairs are drawn, the fact that they have like things that light up. I suppose Leanne is kind of like that too.
そうでもなきゃ、厳重の保護活動なんて続けられないだろうし。けどよ。
Other ways, he never could have kept up with his Fae protection activities for so long. There's a big but though.
けど
Go on.
二人の相性がいいって認めるのはなんかムカつくんだよ。
I'm kind of peeved. I don't want to admit that they're a good match.
今は楽しそうだし水ささねえが、少しでも変なことしたら蹴飛ばしてやる。
They look like they're having fun, so I'm not gonna be a party pooper, but if he dares to make a weird move, I'll kick him out.
はあ、あんたは相変わらず過保護だね。
You're overprotective as always. Shut up, you stupid ass bitch, Roddy, I hate you! While Spiria and Roddy were preparing for dinner rush in the back, Leanne and I continued coming up with one proposal after another. By the time I realized it, several pages of my notebook was crammed full of ideas.
ずいぶん話し込んじゃったね。
Ooh, oopsies, I chatted you up a pretty long time, huh?
名残惜しいけど、そろそろ戻らなきゃ。
I don't want to end things here, but I'm afraid I gotta head back now. You're right, it's so late already. I need to get back to work too. After glancing at the clock, I snapped my notebook closed. Also, this is new, right? The blue, is that supposed to match this? Like how that's blue? The other game it was red, this is blue. Because I don't think it changes when other people talk. Ah, don't take me away from my man. I'll slow down if looks like there's a CG coming. Hey, now that I think about it, this may be the first time I've talked with Leanne for so long. I'd always cut our conversation short because he'd either acted too chummy or he'd said something weird. But today, Leanne had given me lots of great advice from the standpoint of a businessman. Perhaps I needed to change my opinion of him a tad. But just as that thought crossed my mind...
ねえね
Hey, hey, Leah.
え、次空いてる日っていつ？俺も予定合わせるから教えてよ。
When are you available next? I can free up my schedule, so let me know. Leanne had a huge, cheerful grin on his face. He's asking me on a date. Does he want to work more? Does he want to work more? Oh, goodness, that man. Oh, goodness, this man. Just asking for confirmation, but you're arranging a meeting to continue our talk right now, Rhea?
もちろん。俺が仕事にかこつけて女の子口説くような男に見える？
Of course, you look like a guy who'd use work as an excuse to flirt with a girl. You do. You really do.
いやいや、心の声ダダ漏れすぎ。
Hey, your inner thoughts are spilling right out. Anyway, I'm okay with that not being the right answer because I don't want to accidentally build up his gauge, so. Not yet, at least. So pretty. No, okay. Man, I freaking love you. Nothing has been confirmed yet, so we decided to delve a little deeper into the topic. After coordination had been decided on, we ended things here for now. Leanne put down his teacup and stood up.
じゃあ、お城の仕事も頑張ってね。そのうちデートもしようね。
Okay, good luck with your work at the castle. Let's go on a date sometime. I ducked, skillfully dodging the kiss he blew my way just before he left. Just the idea, just like, ah. After seeing Leanne off, I chugged the rest of my tea in one go. Whew!
お疲れさん。ずいぶん話に熱が入ってたね。
Thanks for all your hard work, Leah. Seems like you guys had a blast. Yeah, I learned some really valuable stuff. We chatted about a lot of things that'll be helpful references. Gotta admit, I'm a bit surprised. I never thought Leanne would give it so much thought and attention. Then again, he was technically the owner of a national chain now that I thought about it. Perhaps coming up with tons of ideas on the spot was normal for him. Now, if only he lost his habit of flirting with every woman in the general vicinity, I could respect him a little more.
あ
Huh?
え
What? What's wrong? Did I say something weird? The pair widened their eyes slightly and tilted their head. I gazed back at them
あ
baffled.
いや、あんた、リアンのこと、ナンパしかなんかだと思ってたのかい
Are you under the impression that Leanne is some kind of pickup artist? Isn't he? Every time I see him, he says, "You're as pretty as always. Won't you go on a date with me?" Like, it's kind of what people do in Odin's, or rather, isn't that how you describe a womanizer?
ああ、いや、それは。
No, that.
ま、そうだな。
Yeah, I totally agree. Roddy killed Spuria's arm and hopped onto her head before settling down. He covered Spuria's mouth with his tail and nodded in agreement.
お前がそう思ってんならその通りだ。ぜひそのままでいてくれ。
If that's what you think, then that's completely correct. Please don't change it. Thanks. Huh? What are you talking about? The way he said that kind of bothered me. But for now, work was more important. Yikes, I lost track of time. Oh, after gathering my belongings, I hurriedly headed back out onto the main street. Wink, wink, game. Wink, wink. I see you. I see you. Oh, gosh. Oh, no. 147, 25. An official announcement was made regarding the grand ceremony to commemorate the Prince Colivus' recovery. The ceremony instantly became the hottest topic in all of Arthier. Merchants planned to set up stalls to rack in the profits while the security forces plotted out defense measures. Hopefully Roddy is better in this game. Also Parsley. First off, you can't, he's already force married her, so I don't think Parsley can get worse. Countless people busied themselves in preparation for the large-scale vicinity festivities to come, but they probably also did get bruises, so maybe I'm not entirely wrong there. Naturally, those of us working in the castle were no exception. Like everyone else, I rushed from place to place around the clock. I'm nervous. I don't know. Will I always have to pick all three? Will I have to pick them all the time? Everyone, every time? I'm gonna play this fast and loose this time, guys. I'm not gonna resave. But I'm gonna pick them all in the same order I did previously. While I was busy dashing from place to place as Jinnia's secretary, I was summoned by King Vagonia. Thus, I'd come to the throne room to meet with him. We're going wild, yeah. Raise your head. You have my gratitude for coming here, Leah. Thank you, sire. It is my absolute honor to lay my eyes upon your noble vice,
おいおい。堅苦しい挨拶はなしだ。
Maybe he has a secret end. It would be great. Like I said, what if the common route in the second game has the same kind of ending as the common route in the first game, where it's inferred that something might happen later. So we get the common route ending. Please, 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 please. Something, something, something. There's too many letters. Something bad. Spare me the formalities. Let's not use such rigid greetings.
呼び立てたのは他でもない。
I
2
called
ヶ
you
月後
here
に控え
today
る式典の件で
for one
君に
reason.
折
I
り入っ
have a
て頼み
request
がある。
to make of you regarding the ceremony in 2 months' time? Me, your majesty, not Jinnia?
すでにジーニアへ事情は伝えた。
I've already informed
そ
Jinnia.
の上での相談なの
I
だが、
want to discuss it with you.
式典の当日、サーカスに公演をしてもらいたい。
It is my wish for Circus to perform on the day of the ceremony. Oh. He wants Circus to do a
サー
show.
カスがコリブスを救ったと市中で話題になっていたのは知っているよ。
Surely you must be aware that talk of Circus permeated the city after you saved Colivus. Yes, it seems to have calmed down a little now, though. Right after the show, people would come right up to me whenever I walked the streets.
有名税というやつだな。
Such is the price you pay for fame.
それでだ。今回の式典を開くにあたって民からの要望が多く寄せられた。
To return to the subject, many citizens sent in their appeals when we announced the upcoming
コリ
ceremony.
ブスを救ったサーカスのショーをもう一度見たいとな。
They said that they wished to see the circus show that saved Colivus once more. Oh. I thought back to the last show in Arthie Air, which served as the culmination of Circus's journey. How fucking dare you? The smiles on our audience still lingered in the back of my mind, yet I couldn't give him an immediate answer, so I dropped my gaze to the floor. I'm honored you think so highly of us. But our members are scattered across Esotia. Even if we contact them now, they may not be able to make it. It would be easy enough to rope in Roddy, who was at Labir, or Jinnia, who worked at the castle. Probably could even get Leanne. I heard Eon, who had joined the security forces, was on a mission requiring frequent travel between Arthia and Ferris. Passalia returned to his hometown, and Vilia was wandering around the world. Zafora was apparently leading a campaign in Kultura to oppose the tyrannical rule of the current Sentinel. Surprised that hasn't been dealt with yet, but alright. No matter how desperately I want to put on that circus show again, organizing it right now would be nearly impossible. I couldn't bring myself to say as much to our king, so my words trailed off as I fumbled for a response. However, his next words surprised me.
その点については問題ない。ビリオと連絡が取れたからな。
That won't be an issue. I managed to contact Vilio, you see.
ドラゴンの翼ならば、都市間の移動も瞬く間だ。
The wings of a dragon can take him from place to place in the blink of an eye.
各地でメンバーを拾ってくるよう依頼し、了承を得ている。
I asked him to fetch the members from each city and he agreed.
あとは、君だけだ。
All that is left is your answer. Oh! Hell yeah! I can stand on the stage with everyone again. The fiery passion from that day reignited in my chest, my cheeks grew hot, and my heart drummed with a joyous beat. King Begonia observed my reaction with a satisfied smile.
その様子だと異論はないようだな。
It appears to me you have no objections.
サーカスの再公演、引き受けてくれるな。
You will accept my request for a repeat performance, won't you? I just dropped my nail file on the ground. He'd already set the stage. How could I possibly refuse? Yeah, you can count on
個
me, my
人的
guy.
にも楽しみにしている。任せたぞ。
I myself am greatly looking forward to it. I shall leave it in your capable hands, Leah. Oh, don't trust in me. That's too much effort. After expressing his high hopes for me, King Begonia exited the throne room.
待って
But Leah, a small voice detained me just as I was about to leave the room.
今の話聞いてたんだけど、僕にも何か手伝えることないかな。
I was listening just now. Is there anything I can help with? That you can help with, Your Highness. Surprise! I stared blankly at the prince who looked down at the floor.
式典のためにみんな忙しく駆け回ってるけど、
Everyone's rushing around and getting ready for the ceremony.
仮にも僕のための式典なのに、僕何も手伝えてなくて。
had a text message, sorry. It's supposed to be a celebration for me, but that means I have nothing to do. Colivus is bored,
他のみ
bro.
んなにも声かけてみたんだけど
Push my seat back so I can pick this up. Yay! And cross my legs like a real lady. I tried asking the others
王
too.
子に手伝わせるわけにはとか病み上がりだからって
Is he still
断られ
recovering?
ちゃって
I mean, I know he's not there yet, but like, do you call this still recovering? They all turned me down, saying that they wouldn't dare make the prince help them, or that I'm still recovering. I think I understand how he feels. Having nothing to do when everyone else had a full plate could really make you feel restless. You knew there was a limit to your skill set, or that your role in standing differed, yet you'd still look for a way to help. The prince is the central figure of the ceremony, so he can just sit and watch without feeling obligated. Perform with us. Practice your speech. Hot damn. Like this is, that is, look at this man. Oh my god. I can't. Well, I want to ask him to take the lead and perform with Circus, but standing on the stage would be a good experience for Prince Colivus, who had only just woken up from his unresponsive state. The suggestion was pretty outlandish, though. I paused, struggling to come up with an appropriate response. Before I could, the prince piped back up.
というか
Actually,
その
his gazed meaningfully at me, then hung his head for a while. When he raised it again, his eyes were filled with determination.
僕もショーに参加したいんだ
I want to perform on the show too. What? Hearing him express what I had just thought took me by surprise. I hesitated, wondering if he had said it in jest, but he pressed on.
君たちサーカスが僕のために開いてくれたあの公演
I remember the performance Circus put on for
あの
me.
日ステージの上に立てたみんなの姿今でも僕の心に焼き付いてる
Even now, the image of all of you standing on that stage is etched in my heart. Colivus placed a hand over his chest and clenched his fingers as though grasping something precious.
君たちの姿だけじゃない
It's not just all of you.
父様もアレストも他の人たちもみんな笑顔になってて
Father, Alice, and all the people there were
テン
smiling.
トいっぱいに笑顔が溢れてたあの光景僕は忘れられない
Happiness and smiles filled the tent. I'll never get that sight out of my
僕
mind.
もあんな風に誰かを笑顔にしてみたいんだ
I want to make a smile bloom on someone's face just like all of you did. Goodness, your highness.
ダメかな
Colivus, don't start crying. The heck? Leah, am I asking too much? How could I ever say no when the prince was making such an earnest request? Plus, Prince Colivus is taking a step forward by voicing his wishes. A fresh surge of emotion, of motivation rose up within me. I wanted to grant his request no matter what. Alright, let's do it.
いいの
Are you sure? Yeah, very. I'd like to say, or so I'd like to say, but I cannot make this decision on my own. I'll talk it over with Alice later.
ありがとう
Thank you. No sooner did he say that than he cast his eyes down again, looking a little doubtful.
でも参加したとしても本当に僕にもできるのかな
Even if I have permission, can I really manage to perform on stage?
今までずっとお城にこもってたから大勢の人の前だと緊張しちゃって
I was isolated in the castle until recently, and I get all nervous in front of crowds. It's okay. His head still drooped, but I gently patted his shoulders. I was terrified of standing on the stage during my first performance.
君も
You too? But if you're gonna stand in front of our audience as a member of Circus, it's my job to support you with everything I've got. few days passed in a flash.
それじゃあ行くよ。
Here I go, Leah.
精霊よ、手を取り合って踊れ。
Spirits, join hand and dance for me. Ah, cuties. I received permission from Alice for the prince to perform with us, and so we squeezed in what little time we could for him to practice.
失敗。精霊のバランスが。
I messed up. I didn't balance the spirits right. It's alright, Your Highness. You only have an audience of 1 today. No need to be nervous. Take a deep breath and practice at your own pace. I figured that if he was afraid of a crowd, he could start by getting used to a single spectator. I smiled at Colivus. He looked slightly troubled.
二人きりの方が緊張するんだけど。
I'm more nervous when it's just you and me, though. Huh?
なんでもない。もう一回やってみるよ。
Guys! Did that sound right? Did that sound like, you know? Like, does it sound like, Are we getting towards a Colivus route? Are we leaning towards a Colivus route? What's that? What's that? I'll try again. I'm rooting for you. Actually, let me pass on something Passelia told me once. When you use magic, picture the person you want to make happy in your mind.
でしょでしょ。
He said that the spirits would naturally lend their powers if you do that.
笑顔にして。
Yeah. I didn't say shit. Oh, you totally did, though. You said it with your eyes, which is an emoji, by the way. That person I want to make happy. Like, this is sounding like he's nervous because he's with her. He was embarrassed because he was practicing and she was, like, not there. Prince Bolgus stared fixedly at me before clenching his hand and raising his staff once more. I don't know shit. Asia, you say that, but you are the Atome goddess. Like, you know everything. And then...
土の精霊よ、力強き種を。水の精霊よ、
Oh,
優
earth
しき
spirit.
雫を。
Give life to robust seeds, O water spirits, bring forth dewy
風の
beams.
精霊よ、葉を広げ。火の精霊よ、太陽のぬくもりを与えて。
Wind spirit, tug at the lush leaves, O fire spirits, fetch the sun's warm beams.
どうか、お
I
願い。
beseech you, answer me a
笑顔
call.
の花を咲かせて。
Bloom flowers of joy and smiles for all. Wow! Light flowed out of the tip of his wooden staff and transformed into a stunning bouquet in the prince's hand. That's amazing, Your Highness. I love a gamble. Look how cute.
うまくいった。
I did it.
君のおかげだよ。
It's all thanks to you, Leah. No, I only quoted Passelia, so I really didn't do
う
any.
ん、そうじゃなくて。
That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. What does that mean? What do you mean when you die? It's not what you mean. We can all agree this is better than Cupid's Pandas.
君に花を贈りたいと思ったら、うまくいったんだ。
I managed it because I thought I'd like to give you flowers. What? His lips tugged up into a tender smile, making him look mature beyond his current form.
この調子で続きも成功させるよ。見ててね。
I'll keep going and make it work next time too. Please watch me. Yeah, the Cupid fan disc is messy in my opinion. Yeah, it's the first fan disc I ever played and everyone was telling me they're so sorry. Sure. After that, I continued to watch over his practice sessions while pressing a hand against my chest to calm my oddly fluttering heart. Girl, what? Just a reminder, he looks like that. Calm down. I know he looks like later because of Vilio's route, but like, calm down. Time passed by in a flurry after the ceremony was announced. As the big day approached, the streets were strung with cheerful decorations. Did I mess up? The shop along the main street trimmed their eaves with beautiful garlands and put up posters advertising celebratory discounts. Merchants from other cities swooped in one after another, and with them came numerous pop-ups in the town square. Then the day finally arrived.
我らがコリブス王子に
I would rather this be your first fan disc, but as a second fan disc you start, it's better. It's true. And then I can do Calyrex Malice. A toast to our noble prince. Did I already mess up? Did I not get an option to go back to Jinnia? Should I just do the Colivus route for now? I don't understand. And to the peaceful reign of our king.
Kanpai!
Kanpai! Cheers! A salute of guns marked the start of the festivities that morning, followed by King Begonia's opening address. Our theater was now overflowing with smiles and delight on a scale never seen before.
らっしゃいらっしゃいペルス名物の移動式屋台だよ
Welcome,
食べ歩
welcome.
きにはもってこいだ
Stop by our food cart, straight from Varus. If you like eating on the go, you mustn't miss out.
ペルスビールにはやっぱチキンだな
Can't have a mug of Ferris beer without fried chicken. Under broad daylight, citizens clinked their mugs against one another and purchased every single treat that they could find.
仕事こんなめでたい日にそんなもんやってられるか
You probably still got a chance to hang out with the others. It didn't go back to the map, and it said the day of the event has just happened. So I think after the first chapter, the Common Route 1 chapter, you're locked in. You're like locked in. Work, are you for real? Who'd do something like that on a day of celebration? Some threw all work out the window and joined in the merriment, declaring that it was a party without regards to duty or status.
オリエンスで当たると評判の人相占いはいかがかしら
And
どうぞどうぞ
Owen,
寄っていらして
everyone knows my face readings are frighteningly accurate. So why not stop by and give it a go? You won't regret it. Those who had come all the way from other cities were enthusiastically hawking their wares.
こっちはクルトラの職人が丹精込めて作ったアクセサリーだ大切な人にお一ついかが
My accessories are all masterpieces made by Cultura craftsmen. If you'd looking for a present for a special someone, come over.
素敵なネックレス
Wow, what a pretty necklace.
お揃いで買おうか
Let's buy matching ones. How could we forget the married couples and lovers leaning into each other and sharing blissful smiles? On the street, bustling with activity, one boy had his head on a swivel.
わわわすごい人です
Wow, there's so many people everywhere. It was Firo, the Rada toe skier. His mouth was hanging open and his eyes as wide as saucers.
こんなにたくさんの人間見たことないです気を抜くと溺れそうです
I've never seen so many humans in one place before. If I let my guard down, I might drown.
おなんだなんだ坊主祭りに参加するのは初めてか
What's this, lad? Your first time at a festival?
はい狩りだから来たばかりです
Yes, I just came from Kalita.
ってことは学生さんかすごいだろう今回の祭りは
You're a student then. This one sure packs a punch, doesn't it?
俺が若い頃にあったビゴニア王の戴冠式も盛り上がったもんだが
I remember
今日
how
はそれ以
everybody
上だ
went wild at King Vidonia's coronation back in the day, but today's even crazier.
すごいです見てるだけで楽しくなるです
It's amazing. Just watching it is fun.
おおせっかく来たんだ楽しみな 店もいろいろあるし、この後はコリブス王子のスピーチもあるらしいからな。
Good to hear. Since you're here, might as well live it up. There's plenty of shops, and I hear the prince is gonna do a speech.
でも一番の楽しみはもう決まってるです。
I looked at Atomic Kitten's guide. There's an ending with Alice and Colivus. I can go back, and I can get on Jinnia's track. Or we can keep going down the Colivus train. Since we technically are already on that way. I need this game. You see, there's something else I'm most looking forward to. I want Jinnia now. To be fair, we did vote Jinnia. But I imagine since they're on the same routes, how long is their routes? Is it short? Is it like common end? Like I just made that joke, common end, common ending? Fido turned his gaze to the plaza before the castle. A majestic tent towered over the area, and the people were crowded it like bees to honey.
とっても楽しみです。
I'm really, really excited for that.
今日限りで復活するサーカスの特別公演。
I can't wait to watch the special circus show that'll return for only one day. Like, how many chapters are in the common route? I stole a peek at the crowd and saw that it wasn't an empty seat in the house. Then I sucked in a deep breath. Even from backstage, I could feel the heated, overflowing anticipation of our audience. A familiar tension had all my hairs on end, a sensation I'd experienced countless times on our journey.
さーて、準備はいいかしら？
Ah, okay. I can type, but I can also type every single word I put. Alright, is everyone ready?
おう、任せとけって。
Totally,
みん
leave
な
it to me.
腕は錆びついてねえよな。
Hope you guys haven't gotten rusty.
抜かせ。お前の方こそドラゴンからトカゲに退化してないだろうな。
Spare me the nonsense. I should be asking you that. Surely you haven't devolved from a dragon to a useless lizard, have you?
ビリオとザフォラのやりとりを聞くと戻ってきたって感じがするね。
Hearing the banter between Vilio and Zafora makes me feel that yes, I've come back to circus.
こちらも問題ない。ショーこそしていなかったが、剣舞のキレは以前より上がっている。
I am ready as well, though I have not performed since our last show. The finesse of my sword dance has only increased.
緊張する。
I'm so nervous. At the sight of the team talking to each other backstage, a warm feeling flared to life in my heart. I'd traveled around the world with these teammates of mine, and now Prince Colivus was one of us too. Never had I ever imagined that we would stand on stage together again.
お、なんだ、ひょっとして泣いてんのか？
Is Paucelia still dying? Hell yeah. The part always confuses me since I did his route early on in the last game and they don't mention it in the other routes. So, Paucelia, at this point, he may have made a wish. But, from my understanding, unless he got a friend, there's only two routes where he's not dying. His own route and and Ilio's route. Every other route, he goes back home and is sick. And I think being home, he has a longer life because the waters can help Vita last longer. Interesting. Well, this gets us the end of his route. Did I do hydrate at the last half hour mark? I know I hydrated a while ago. About to ball your eyes out. No, I'm not. I just got a little bit overwhelmed by the nostalgia.
涙が出るのも無理はない。気持ちはよくわかる。
I cannot fault you for shedding tears. I cannot fully empathize with your feelings.
そうだね。こうしてもう一度みんなと公演ができるなんて夢にも思ってなかった。
I never thought I'd do another performance with you all, not even in my wildest dreams.
バカトカゲが屋敷の窓をぶち破って迎えに来たとか叫んだ時はむしろ悪夢だと思ったかな。
Alice and Colivus don't have routes, only endings like the one Owen and Cupid Ferret. Oh god, Owen. Oh, I remember Owen. Do you remember Owen? I remember Owen. Owen's the best thing that game has, actually. Owen was my favorite ending. Oh, Owen. I thought I was having a nightmare when Lizard Brain smashed through my window screaming, "Your ride is here!"
時間なかったし、その方が早いと思ったんだよ。
Come on, I was running out of time. I thought that'd be faster. Someone chuckled and soon all of us were laughing out loud. To bring us back to task, our leader clapped his hands.
楽しそうだけど、そろそろ皆様お待ちかねよ。
Sorry to ruin the fun, but I think our audience will fall off the edge of their seats if they wait any longer.
今日はコリブス様もいらっしゃるし、失敗は許されないんだから。
Prince Colivus is with us today, and failure is not an option.
僕が一番失敗しそうだけどね。でも精一杯頑張るよ。
What if, like, mid-performance, he looks at our character and he's all like, "I love you," and then he turns into his 18-year-old self. It's like, oh, he's older now. I'll probably the only one with the highest chance of messing up, actually, but I'll work really hard.
心配しないで。失敗しても誰かがフォローしてくれるよ。
Don't worry, even if you slip up, someone will cover for you.
そこはお前がフォローするんじゃないのかよ。
You implying that that someone doesn't include you.
むしろフォローされる側だろ。俺以外の全員。
None of you can watch out for yourselves. I've had to step up and play babysitter.
失敗もまた我々の味だろう。それも含めて楽しめばいい。
Mistakes are part of the appeal. Are they not? We can just enjoy whatever our show throws at us.
そうだな。楽しんだもん勝ちってやつだ。
What he said, the ones who find fun whenever they go are always the ones that come out on top. It's showtime! I like Rolita just like hanging out at the very bottom of this. What is happening? Though we'd gone our separate ways once. What is happening? Our hearts hadn't changed one bit since then, I'm sure of it. Why are we floating in the air, guys? My wonderful team and I were about to make smiles bloom on everyone's faces yet again. Ready, guys?
It's
showtime! We did it! We did it! It's showtime! I don't understand why we saw their legs just now. Now they're flying. They all learned how to fly. It's showtime! Jinnia's opening address kicked off the start of Circus's special show, and the audience's excitement had reached the climax. A Fey boy clapped his hands as he laughed wholeheartedly at Sapporo's comical moves. A married couple were moved to tears as they admired Paucelia Jesus. Quieter. save that. A married couple were moved to tears as they admired Pauselia's masterful water art. A senior citizen who looked like an aristocrat was shocked speechless at Eon's intense martial art performance. Here, your race or birth didn't matter. Everyone in the audience watched with bright eyes and bated breath. I kept quiet as I watched from above. Vilio, Prince Colivus, and I stood together anxiously awaiting our big moment.
ではラディ with 幻獣ダンサーズによる素敵なダンスに盛大な拍手を
My audience! A round of applause for the marvelous choreography by Roddy and the Fae dancers, please! The three of us were hidden on top of the catwalk at the very top of the tent. I glanced at each of them in turn. Ready?
お1、2の3だよな
Sure. He said Ichni-san. He said 1, 2, 3, right? So he didn't say on 3. Sure, one on 3, right?
いつでも大丈夫
Yes, I can go anytime. Alright then. I inhaled sharply, then stepped out onto the edge of the catwalk with my two partners. The time had come.
それでは皆様天井をご覧ください
Yeah, have your attention, please. Take a look at the ceiling above you. 1, 2, 3. With Jinnia's voice as our cue, we thrust ourselves into the air. A moment of weightlessness followed. I joined hands with Prince Colivus in midair, and not a second later, Vilio roars rang.
見ろ、ドラゴンだ
Wow, look, it's a dragon! Whoa! Together with the prince, I landed on Vilio's back after he transformed.
誰か背に乗ってないあれって
Is someone riding on the dragon? That
会場にお集まりの皆さん本日はサーカスの特別公演にお越しいただきありがとうございます
Greetings to each and every one of you. Thank you so much for coming to Circus's special performance.
王子
Is that the prince?
王子だコリブス王子
It's His Highness! It's Prince Colivus! The prince waves at the people as he slid from Vilio's back onto the stage. Then he raised his voice for all to hear.
僕は皆さんも知っての通り今までずっと心を凍らせていました
This is how he sat the entire time he was frozen. As you all know, my heart was frozen for a long, long time.
そんな僕の心が溶けたのはこのサーカスが各地で咲かせてくれた魔法花フローラの力ですが
Are you getting the game? Are you playing this one? What thawed my frozen heart were the mystic flowers called Flora, which Circus made bloom in each major city.
その
Queen of
フローラを
Lurking.
咲かせたのは他でもない皆さんの笑顔
What nurtured those flowers into blooming was none other than all of your smiles.
だからこの国に生きるすべての人が僕にとっての大切な恩人です
You guys, he reminds me of my youngest little cutie, and I call him my little prince. Aww! He reminds me of a baby Zephora from, not Zephora, wow. Zareth from Fairy Tale. This means that everyone living in this nation is my precious benefactor.
王子として誓います
As the prince, I shall make an oath.
たくさんの人に心配をかけてしまった分これからは僕が皆さんを笑顔にしていくと
I worried so many people. I swear that from this moment on, I will deliver joy to you, all of you, to make up for it.
今日はその第一歩ぜひ僕たちのショーを
Today
心よりお楽しみください
is the very first step. I hope you will all enjoy our show from the bottom of your heart. I was literally reading Fairy Tale's 100-Year Quest new chapter. I should probably read it again. After the main story had ended, I just stopped. I mean, it took a while, let's be real. That's not like I was like 2 weeks and I was like, I'm done. It was like 2 years of me just watching Fairy Tale. Eden Zero's manga is over. Oh gosh. I have so many mangas back here I need to finish reading. Jujutsu Kaisen I'm not caught up on. I bought all of Death Note so I could finally actually read it instead of just making references to it forever. Basking in the roaring applause, Prince Colivus made his declaration with a regal poise.
Showtime!
It's showtime! Guys, it's showtime. That was so nerve-wracking. The special show guest starring Prince Colivus had gone off without a hitch. After the audience emptied out from the tent, we gathered backstage.
頑張ったな、王子。
You nailed it, Princey.
王子様が出た時の歓声、本当にすごかったね。テントが壊れるかと思っちゃった。
The cheering from when he made his appearance was simply incredible. For a moment, I thought the tent would collapse. Amongst these
盛
supplies,
大に失敗しなくてよかったな。
that flowers don't just pop up all the time. Like they were talking about how excited everybody was. I feel like a flora should have just bloomed everywhere. Impressively, no one messed up and turned it into a
忙し
catastrophe.
い中であれだけのパフォーマンスを披露できたのはすごいことだ。観客も皆喜んでくれていたしな。
Being able to pull off such a performance despite your busy schedule was remarkable. The audience was overjoyed.
すげえ楽しかったな、コリブス。
That was so fun, right, Colivus? Yeah.
ちょっとまだ片付けが残ってるのよ。
Hey now, might I remind you, we still have cleaning up to do.
おしゃべりなんかしてないで行動してちょうだい。
Stop the chit chat and get off your lazy bums.
一番サボるやつには言われたくない。
I do not want to hear that from the infamous resident slacker. I watched as everyone moved out of the tent to tidy up and get changed. I then turned to Prince Colivus, who was staring at the stage with myriad emotions shining on his eyes. Thank you for all of your hard work, Your Highness. You've already heard it from everyone else, but it was a fantastic show.
ありがとう。君たちのおかげだよ。
Thank you, Leah. It wouldn't have been possible without all of you. I was truly in awe of the prince's incredible perseverance as of late. Amid all of those royal duties, he hadn't been able to procure much time to practice. He had chipped away at his sleep to accomplish today's performance.
よし、僕もみんなのお手伝いしなくっちゃ。
Okay then, I need to help the others. Oh, you must be exhausted. Please, go get some rest. I know you stayed up late to polish your skills. You even used several extensive spells in succession, so even just standing must be a real struggle, right?
大丈夫、大丈夫。今は元気があり余ってて。
Not at all, I'm fine. I'm full of energy today. Your Highness! You seemed I was prophetic? Prophecy-based? What is this? Prince Colivus collapsed on the spot as if he had gone weak in the knees. I frantically caught him in my arms before dragging out a long sigh. I understand your eagerness to help, but overexertion is out of the question.
ごめん。でも大丈夫。足を滑らせただけ
I'm
で。
alright, I only tripped. Sure, I wasn't walking or moving. Tome games teach us new words. They totally do.
僕だって今はまだサーカスの一員なんだから、片付けくらい手伝わなきゃ。
I'm still a member of circus right now, so I need to help with tidying up at least. Knowing Prince Colivus, he's probably gonna do it no matter how hard I try to dissuade him. The prince was a kind and considerate person who would try so hard that he'd put himself second or even last. And yet video games don't teach us anything at all. That's so not true. Sometimes they teach you history, or made up history, or the most amazing sound that you can hear to open a chest. I've spent a lot of time with him during the past few days, so I knew that for a fact, but we couldn't forget that he was the prince first and a circus member second. He'd already pushed himself too far. If he kept this up, he might truly faint, and that was no laughing matter. If I wanted such a person to get proper rest, I suppose there was one thing I could do. Pardon me. She's just like cradling him like a baby. On unsteady feet, the prince stubbornly tried to head to the direction everyone else, but I dragged him back forcefully and... Leah! I was just saying it in a sarcastic tone. So was I, sort of, kind of, a little bit. Oh! This angle is weird. Yep, that's me. Now stay still, please. I placed his head on my lap, then stroked his silky locks. Startled, Prince Colivus blinked his large eyes in a stupor.
いや、待って待って、これはちょっと。
Wait, please. This is a bit much. Passelia said that the best treatment for someone who's out of mana is rest. I have the feeling that if I don't resort to this, you'll work until you drop, Your Highness. I was hoping she would carry him, but this is fine. I was hoping so too. I was like, but I guess that's not romantic enough if she picks him up and holds him like a baby.
それは
Still.
いろいろとまずいと思うんだ。
I think there's a lot of problems with I mean I'm aware that I'm being rather rude to the person of your status, but I believe it's better than the hard floor at least.
そういう問題じゃ。
That's not what I'm saying. Oh, and another thing. I was watching from beside you as you persevered against the odds, my prince. Despite the illumination of your small form, limitations. This is every word that's more than 10 letters long. Kill me. Despite the limitations of your small form, you invested every effort into answering everyone's expectations. You made the most of every waking hour, earnestly looking for ways to make as many people happy as you could. That's why I want you to rest now, even if it's a brief respite. This might have been a step too far, though. I flashed him a sunny smile.
小さくないし。
Yeah, that's exactly. I believe him. I'm not small. That's not. Prince Colivus muttered that with an extremely disgruntled look on his face.
一応言っとくけど、僕、本当は君より年上だよ。
Baby! Just reminding you, I'm actually older than you are, you know? Yep.
背だってもっと高いんだよ。
I'm also supposed to be taller, okay? My son says the same thing. I'm dead, right? You're like, oh, is this romantic? It's just a baby. He's just a baby.
頭を撫でるのは僕がしてあげる方なんだよ。
I should be the one caressing your hair, not the other way around. That's a good point.
絶対わかってない。
You don't get it at all. No, she's too dense for that. Girl doesn't understand much. He sulked, puffed out his cheeks, seeming about as young as he looked. I stifled a giggle. True, you were born earlier than I was, but I hear that your heart was frozen for an entire decade. In that case, it's fine to act the way you look, don't you think? In my opinion, you don't have to feel pressured to catch up on those 10 years right away.
それじゃあ困るよ。
That's not what I want, though.
だってこのままじゃ。
At this rate, the prince hesitated. Eventually, he looked away from me and muttered something too quiet for me to make out.
君と釣り合いが取れないし。
Ooh, I won't be worthy of being by your side. Oh my god. Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said.
なんでもないよ。
Nothing. Nothing. Colivus pursed his lips, sounding a tad vexed.
今は君の言う通り、小さい子供にしか見えないかもしれない。
Like you said, I might look like a small child right now, but give this one a moment to process. I understand why people want a Colivus route, but I only see him as a son or little bro. I might be the only one who don't care for a Colivus route, but this is cute. This is cute. However, he does need to be the right age for it to be romantic, and he's not right now. He's not. But I did say it would be cute if Colivus wanted to grow up to be in a relationship with her specifically. Like, that's the whole reason he wants to get older. He's like, I want to be with this woman, but I look like this, and she would never have me like this. He reached out a hand, and the instant it made contact with my cheek. I was not ready either. He grew up so fast. The little cute prince with a bashful smile was nowhere to be seen. Baby Colivus has left the chat. Part of me wants them to have cute moments, but as adults, I was prepared for this. Holy snap. Oh my goodness. It's that simple. Just want it and you can have it. Imagine how hard this was in the last game. Jesus. The cute little prince with a bashful smile was nowhere to be seen. In his place was a young man with kind eyes and chiseled features.
いつかきっと君の隣に立てる男になるから。
Is she still seeing him as a kid? Wait, is he still actually a kid? Wait. Does he turn back to a child or did he actually grow up? Why was the voice overlapping? This don't sit right with me. See, oh, Muma, they're trying to make them date. He's 18 years old. She's 17. But he was trapped in his younger body. So he was actually always older than her. One day I'll definitely be a man who can stand by your side with my head held high. He was so gorgeous, anyone could have been captivated by him. Prince Colivus?
どうしたの?
Is something wrong? How dare you do this to me, game? I hardly rubbed my eyes. I did a double take, then a triple take, but the person beneath me was still the same prince I knew. Was I hallucinating? Maybe I should get some rest
大丈
myself.
夫? 君も疲れてるんじゃない?
You must be tired too, Leah. No, I'm fine, really.
それならいいんだけど。
If you say so. I'm rest now. How dare you? Slightly mystified, he observed my flustered face before he wove his next
で
words.
もありがとう。君のおかげで少し楽になったよ。
They could have at least used this in the first game. Technically, in the first game, he was blushing a few times when he talked to her. Like, there was some implications that he had a crush on her. I don't think this is, like, out of left field at all. They did imply that he, like, liked her. But again, our lovely MC is an airhead, so she always sees him as a child, she even sees regular guys as regular people instead of love matches. So that's not a surprise at all. I feel a bit better because of you. You're welcome. Glad I could help.
これからも僕頑張るよ。
Oh, the real version of him? The real version of him is in the first game. You have to get the true ending to see it. And then you get the super hot, amazing Arthier, which honestly undercuts Colivus. He's hotter than Colivus. We only got the... Yeah, because that was the only route where he got his power back. I'll keep working hard.
この国の人たちや君に頼ってもらえるようなしっかりした大人になる。
I'll become a respectable adult that the people of my nation can rely on, that you can rely on.
だから
So please. I think they should make him our little mascot for this route. Technically in the main game, he's like the mascot in everybody's route, except for Vilio's, oddly enough, because Vilio and they don't go on the same trip. I blinked at him and he smiled wide.
それまで君の隣開けといてね。
Until that day comes, please wait for me, Leah. Dude, she's hallucinating. But he likes us. He likes us. Oh, what a beautiful... They made it such a pretty transition here. What the heck? Now I feel like we're betraying him. So what I'll do is when we do Leanne's, that was Colivus End. Colivus End. If they don't make a fan disc for the fan disc, I am going to throw hands. Honestly, we need a fan disc for the fan disc for the fan disc for the fan disc. Every single game, we need another character introduced so we can have another ending. Common Route 2. I'm going to put Colivus in my notes. I clicked on it too fast. Alright, so next time when we do Leanne's, I'll do Alice then. After Jinnia. I'm gonna do Alice after when we do Leanne's, because then we have to load this up anyways for Leanne's. So that's when I'll do Alice. Because they're shorter anyways, so we just have a little something nice. Alright, so let me put the right time. Have the right time? Did I mess that up? Let's see. Top of the list for our guest from Varus is the mayor. Then the 8 minor arena owners, and Avi's name is here too. Only the rustling of a pen on paper could be heard inside the still vacant tavern. Nearly an hour had gone by since we had changed Libir's sign to closed, and early evening had taken the place of day. Spiria and Roddy had gone out for other business, and I had been saddled with the role of house sitting. Since I had time to spare, I decided to get some work done. I was currently in a staring contest with the ceremony guest list. That should be good. The list is done. Even if they arrive a week before the event, the castle guest rooms aren't enough. We'll need to ask inns for their cooperation. As I replenished my sugar reserves with sweet milk tea, my brain was hard at work. I forgot he died in Vilio's route. He dies in Vilio's route, he dies in Eon's route, he dies in another route, I think. The ceremony preparation had gotten to the busiest state of the castle. The entire city was bustling with activity. Jinnia, who couldn't laze around at the time like this, had been wholeheartedly focusing on work the past few days, a rather novel sight. On the other hand, now that I had fewer duties to attend to, I had a bit more free time on my hands. He'd even proposed that I take a break from my secretary work until the ceremony was over and enjoy some time off. After seeing how much he had on his plate, I couldn't possibly be the only one to take a vacation. Thus, I ended up helping Jinnia as his secretary even when it came to task for the upcoming ceremony. There was just one problem. It's so awkward. Jinnia had probably only intended to tease me a little that day, but ever since then, I felt restless whenever I laid eyes on him. Recently, I'd made it a point to avoid being alone with him, no matter how absurd or frequent my excuses were. I had a feeling that if there was a repeat of that incident, my heart might give out for good. I want to marry him. I want to fuck him. I want to kiss him. Oh goodness, Asia. Aimlessly organizing the documents, I let out a gloomy sigh. I know I can't avoid him out of embarrassment forever, but just a few more days. Please. Just give me time until my heart calms down, until I can talk to him like usual. The doorbell rang, chastising my escapism, and I whipped my head up with a start. What with the wary smile on my face, I turned around, ready to welcome Spiria or Roddy back home. Welcome back, you two. Would you like something hot to...
あら、今日はあなただけ?
Oh, you're the only one here today. Jinnia? He was the person I wanted to both see and the most and the least right now. The paradoxical feeling tugged at me as I ventured a question in a shaky whisper. I'm gonna have to Google who translated this, because this person is winning me over. What? Why are you here?
そんなの決まってるでしょ? あなたに会いに来たのよ.
Isn't it obvious I came to see you? Me.
ええ。 最近なかなか会えてないし。今日も夕方から城にいなかったから、ここだと思って来てみたわけ。
Yeah, I've barely had any time with you lately. You were absent from the castle again this evening. I thought I'd find you here.
というか、ここで仕事してたの？作業なら城の執務室を使えばいいのに。
Hang on. You were working here? Why not in the castle office? Spirit and Roddy are out today, and I'm house sitting duties, so I figured I might as well get stuff done.
留守番ついでね。
Really? It's because you have to keep an eye on the tavern, With a shrug, Jinnia sat down nonchalantly beside me.
まあいいわ。夜風で冷えたし、私にも甘いのいただけるかしら。
Whatever you say, I suppose. The night's breeze was freezing, so I can have something sweet and cozy too. Sure, does milk tea sound okay? It won't take long, so wait here. Stay cool, I told myself. I switched my mind to waitress mode and fled into the kitchen. 10 minutes flew by. In my carelessness, I made an iced milk tea instead of hot, so it took me a while to remake it. But somehow, I regained my composure after I returned to my seat. We enjoyed a leisurely tea session.
でね、最初に返事が来たのはクルトラの迷宮森だったわけよ。
So yeah, the first response we got was Kotora's sentinel. Right?
あなたも知ってるでしょ？クルトラは迷宮森が交代して、今はザフォラがその座についたって。
You must have heard the news. A new sentinel has taken over in Kotora. It's none other than Zafora himself. Yep.
今回の式典は新政権として王都や貴族たちとのつながりを強化する絶好の機会だしね。
Hello, Jay. The upcoming ceremony is an opportune event for a new administration to strengthen its ties with the capital and the aristocrats.
やっぱりザフォラはよくわかってるわ。これならクルトラもしばらく
All I see is Asia aggressively showing her love in chat. Listen, we're having a good time. We're chilling, we're relaxing, we're enjoying the scenery and the story. Zafora's never disappointed when it comes to doing things right. Look at Kotora will be in good hands.
ところで
By the way, yeah.
なんだかさっきからずーっとクッキーばっかり食べてない？
You've been eating an awful lot of cookies, haven't you? Oop. I just realized that cookie chewing sound, if I got the background out, that could be Chomper eating lettuce. Or eating I started to say cactus. Cabbages. My replies were curt, but only because I had food in my mouth. I'm not being a thirsty ass bitch. I'm calmly showing my love for Leanne and Jinnia. This is how you do it. You all caps fuck me right now. That's what you do. That's how they know you're supporting them. I get it. That was the impression I wanted to give off. With the metric ton of cookies I'd been shoving into my mouth, I stopped reluctantly. He glared at me with narrowed eyes, clearly unimpressed. I averted my gaze, mumbling out yet another excuse. I'm just hungry.
目線も全然合わない気がするんだけど。
I feel as if you've been avoiding my gaze. You must be imagining things. I want to touch. I hate it here. Why do you hate it here? So awkward when it's just the two of us. Wait, Jay, hang on. Let me show you a CG. You'll like it. Asia will like it too. Look at this CG. I took so many screenshots. Look at this. Look at this one. And then there was this font. And there's his chest. Look at his chest. And then look at his whole body. Chill. I'm letting Jay know. Jay wasn't here. Yeah, it keeps going. It keeps going. He has two facial expressions, a smile and a frown. It's a great time. Also, look at this. Look at this. Look at little Colivus. Isn't that cute? Anyways, that's where we're at right now. That's all you missed. So, if you started your game yet, Jay? It's so awkward when it's just the two of us. Spiria, Roddy, please hurry home. Either one of you is fine. Please, 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 please. Aaliyah's instigating violent feral behaviors in Asia. Asia said herself that she wants to be feral. I am not doing anything. I'm looked away for 2 seconds and Asia has chewed through the bars of her enclosure. Probably start this week. Nice, nice. This is all I'm going to play this week, and then I'll be starting it on my normal stream day next week because I'm trying to do as much Cube of Parasite this weekend as possible. I get a late start to work tomorrow, so I'm going to play a while tomorrow. And then hopefully we'll get to Alan's route. So I avoid further questions. I toss yet another cookie into my mouth. Jinnia heaved a sigh, then changed tact.
美味しそうね、それ。私も一つもらおうかしら。
I'm not sorry. You don't have to be sorry. Those cookies look tasty. May I have one too? Yeah, go ahead. Since my one hand was currently holding a cookie, I used the other to slide the plate towards him. But Jinnia only sent a fleeting glance in the plate's direction before abruptly grasping my cookie-holding hand.
いただきます。
Don't mind if I do. Wow. I'm sure there's viewers that are reacting the same. Dude. He keeps getting with a sudden deep voice. Yeah, he knows. This is exactly the example. Like, have you ever had a friend who has like had a crush and they're talking to like the person they like and they're like, yeah, oh my god, like their voice changes? He knows. He knows what he's doing. He's doing it intentionally. For a moment, I struggled to process what was happening. Against my will, my hand carried the cookie towards Jinnia's mouth. Inside my foggy mind, I watched the scene play out in a daze. I see. He'll sully his hands if he picks one up himself. That's why he chose to use my hand. Wow, very sensible and resourceful of him. Yes, yes. I need to check on my food, girl.
ね。あんしては?
This is my food. He's fully aware. He just keeps playing with our hearts. Oh goodness. When do I get to say ah? All right, say ah. Okay, ah. No, wait, I didn't mean that. Without thinking, I blurted out in protest. But it barely made a dent in Jinnia's demeanor as he munched away in contentment.
あら、美味しい。これあなたが作ったの?
Oh, it is delicious. Did you make these? Yeah, they were some ingredients left over, so I thought I'd better use them.
ならまた作ってちょうだい。これ私の好きな味だし。
I want to kiss him. I thought you were checking on your food, Asia. Where'd you make some for the next time? I really like the taste of these. I mean, sure, but they're not what I'm...
はい、もう一度。あんで。
Alright, one more time. Come on, say it. He pointed at his lips with his finger and the message was clear. Oh god, he's like, ah! He's like a cat. He's like, ah, food goes here. Food goes here, please. IGK if I mention it, but I want to kiss him. I literally checked on my food like a minute ago. Did you run? Wait a sec. Isn't the person doing the feeding supposed to be the initiator? Say I crumbled in the face of his persistence and carried a cookie into his mouth. In response, I received a brilliant smile.
あなたの推しに弱いとこ。私は結構好きよ。
Did I ever tell you before that I quite like how you cave when I pressure you? Who is the child here? Listen. He's fully aware that he is a character. Alarm bells were ringing in my mind. At this rate, my body and heart would combust all at once because of him. I didn't even have it in me to wait for my savior's radiant Spiria. Feeling the burning heat in my cheeks, I scuttered away from him. Oh, right, that reminds me. I just came up with something I have to do.
思い出したじゃなく
Not remembered something you have to do. Oh god, I love this. It doesn't matter. Point is, my gut tells me someone definitely needs me out there. So yeah, sorry, but watch out for the beer in my stead for a bit.
でも
But I doubt Radiant Spirit will be much longer bite. She's just running down the street. I didn't even pause to wait for his response. Throwing open the door, I kept on moving and practically tumbled out of the tavern. This was not good. A red hot emotion lit a fire beneath me as I ran down the street beneath the night sky. I really might have a thing for Jinnia! Oh no! I always did. Oh. Wait, did I just say Jinnia? Jinnia Chapter 3. Two chapters left only. Yeah, there's only 4 chapters in their stories. Isn't that heartbreaking? Doesn't that make you sad? It's why we decided to start with it. That is so quick. Yeah, I know. Like, this is... Let this man make up for Lucas? Why would this man wake up for Lucas? If this isn't Lucas's voice actor. Is this Lucas's voice actor? It's not Lucas's voice actor. This is the same voice actor as Fumi from Jack Gene, not Lucas. Is this Lucas? They're both gorgeous. That doesn't count. They're very different gorgeous. Now that I thought about it, the topic of love has never been my cup of tea. It wasn't that I disliked it, it was more that I didn't understand it. Even when I listened to stories of my friends' relationships and read the romance novels they lent me, I only had a vague sense of awe and wonder if it would ever happen for me. It felt like a foreign world to me. I'd never experienced a burning passion. But I know better now. I just noticed her posters on the wall are all like pictures from the last game. Oh, that's so cute. That's so random. Oh, wait, there's pictures on the table. Hang on. Wait. Burning passions are the best. Honestly, yeah, I like flirt though. I like when there's like a lot of flirting in the story. Who is that? Who is that next to her? What is that? Oh, is that her aunt in the first one? Okay. Interesting. We'll have to zoom enhance later when I can. Zoom and enhance. I know better now. I meant real life girl. Oh, Muma, no. No. I try to go on dates and they just you definitely have to trick me. You have to be my friend and then you have to wait forever. Hasn't worked out yet. I understand why heroines in stories find that everything changes after they fall in love because they suck. I know why girls look so happy when they talk about romance, even if they bring up parts that don't sound so sweet. Because I feel that way too right now. Whenever my mind wanders to Jinnia, my chest felt tight. Whenever I saw him, everything came to a screeching halt, even if I was in the middle of work. No matter how hard I tried to act normal, I couldn't. Things that once seemed easy suddenly became insurmountably challenging. I married my high school sweetheart. I don't think about it like that. That's fair. That's good on you though. How did I used to talk to him? How did I manage to meet his gaze in the past? The scalding heat in my heart that I struggled to describe was probably what others called a crush. But I need to calm down. Girl, I need to calm down. I sucked in a deep breath, trying to cool my nerves, and looked out the window. There was less than a month before the ceremony, and we were at the height of our hectic preparations. I had responsibilities as someone on the organization team. I don't have time for boys. I couldn't allow myself to feel my personal feelings to get in the way where so many people were depending on me. So what if my heart raced, making me restless? What if I struggled to concentrate? I had bigger priorities. I figured out my feelings after everything settles down. I need to focus on my work right now. That was what I told myself, at least. Alas, love stories would be very different if such ardent emotions were that easy to suppress. Who wrote this? Who wrote this? It's not working. I'm distracted. I'd been so determined to devote myself to my work for the time being, but today was another full day of stealing glances at Jinnia while fiddling with my pen. Did it sound like they turned his voice down? Like they were like, ooh, that's loud. Like they, instead of just having to re-record it, they're like, let's just a little lower. Young love, how I miss it. Prim, you're not even old enough to drink. I'm sick of this. I'm fed up.
朝からずっと背景皆様におかれましては以下省略
I'm done. I have done it. All I have done. Oh my god, I somehow just kept skipping that word. How? You are? Oh, happy birthday. All I've done is write, dear so-and-so, and with all due respect, so on and so forth, all morning.
まったく何が悲しくて各地のおっさんに招待状なんて書かなきゃいけないのかしら
What am I doing with my life? Why do I have to write a bunch of invitations to all the old geezers around the country? I'm old enough to drink. I just don't like drinking. That's fair. I mean, that is your job. I didn't even turn to face Jinnia as I continued to fill out the letters' addresses. We were trying to tackle the invitations for the esteemed guest who would be attending the ceremony. My birthday's in November. It was a joke, Prim. A ceremony involving the entire nation meant that our list was quite lengthy. I had been copying down names and addresses all morning, but there was still a giant stack of blank papers. It's almost lunchtime. Let's keep going until then at least.
そうね文句言っても仕事がなくなるわけじゃないし
I guess you're right. Even if I whine all day, it's not like my work will just go poof. Jinnia, who had been grumbling to himself, suddenly clapped his hands together as if an idea had came to him.
ああそうそうランチといえば雰囲気のいいお店を見つけたのよ今日一緒にそこへ
Don't take the clown in the corner of the screen seriously. She's never right. That is not true. In fact, you being wrong is, I don't know why you can't handle it. I don't understand. You're like, look, I told you. No, you didn't. You were wrong. You were wrong the whole time. Speaking of lunch, I found a gorgeous place the other day. Let's head over to get. Sorry, I packed a lunch today.
じゃあディナーでも
What about dinner? I kinda have to help out at Le Beer tonight. Jinnia pouted like a sulking child after I cut him off. I deliberately looked away from him, but I saw his eyes narrow in displeasure regardless.
ねえ最近
You
そう
were
いうの
not
や
even
たらと多
somewhat
くない
right.
かしら
You said, and I quote in a way, Vilio's dad or mom is probably human. That was not true. End of it. Let's simp over fictional hot men. Oh god. Old enough to drink where matters? Oh, that's true. Yeah, what's your legal drinking age where you're at? How do you think stuff like that has cropped up a little too frequently, lady? You think so? It's just a coincidence. I'm with you during the day after all.
仕事中はね。
Correction, during work.
でも仕事が終わったらそそくさと帰っちゃうし、うちにもほぼ来てくれないし。
Oh. Yeah, but what's the drinking age? We don't know that. We don't pay attention. We only know the drinking age where we're from, which is 21, which I am way past that. It's 18 here. See, she is a baby. When work's done, you slip away like someone's chasing you. Almost never come to my place anymore.
昨日だって買い物頼んだら屋敷の玄関に置いて帰ったでしょ。
I asked you to do some shopping for me yesterday, and you left my things at the door and went straight home. I thought you might be taking a shower.
少し前までは部屋に上がって待っててくれたのに。
Says the one who used to just come in and wait.
私、最近あなたとプライベートでお話しした記憶がほとんどないんだけど。
You know, I can't recall a private conversation with you lately, like at all. I looked away, but in the corner of my eye, I saw him rise from his chair. For some reason, his next words.
ねえ。
Hey, Leah. Were breathed right into my ear.
私のこと避けてない？
You've been avoiding me, haven't you? That sounded ominous. The pen I gripped in an attempt to look busy was wrested away from me. Chill. Jinnia leaned close and spoke in a low voice.
そういう態度取られちゃうと、いくら私だって傷つくわよ。
Even someone like me will feel hurt if you keep acting like this.
可愛い私の秘書ちゃんが目も合わせてくれないなんて寂しいじゃない。
My cute secretary won't even meet my eye. I'm miserable. Says the sweet floral scent of a feminine perfume surrounded me, soft and pleasant. But the firm arm that wound around my shoulders and blocked my escape was anything but soft. Feels weird since he's so moisturized. The feeling that I'd pushed down in my attempt to focus on my work suddenly threatened to spill out. I wasn't avoiding you.
嘘おっしゃい。最近明らかに様子がおかしかったじゃないの。
I'm not falling for that. You've clearly been acting strangely lately.
仕事中でも聞こえないようにため息とかついてたみたいだし。悩み事あるんでしょ？
I was prepared for this to be about the opening, but damn. Even during work, you sigh quietly, hoping I won't hear you. Something's bothering you, isn't it? The sound of all my woes nodded to himself. The source of all my woes nodded to himself, then smugly pointed at his own face.
悩みなら言ってごらんなさいな。お金の相談から恋の疑問までこのジーニア様が解決してあげるわ。
Just wait for Leanne. At that moment, just banned me. Oh gosh, we're gonna see when we're gonna do Leanne. I don't want to do Leanne too early on. One, I have a plan. I want to dress up for Leanne. I don't want to just start Leanne. Try telling me your wonderful Jinnia can help you solve anything, whether it be trouble with money or questions about love. Yeah, tell this man about your love troubles.
ほらほら、隠したってダメよ。
Come on, hiding won't do any good.
そんなに言いにくいこと？
Wow, I'm not used to having cat ears.
誰かに恋しちゃったとかかしら。
Time her out so she can just go feral inside. Is it that hard to confide in me? Oh my. Do you have a crush on someone, mayhaps? His voice was teasing, and it wasn't clear whether or not he had seen through me. Therefore, I said, no. No, I don't. This man is your love life. Are there games like this in BL format? There is. I was actually gonna play one this month. I never got around to it. But there's quite a few actually that are BL based. In fact, where's Asia? Asia, list all of them.
大丈夫、誰にも言わないから。私、口は固い方なのよ。
Can Asia time herself out? No, she doesn't. She can't do that. It's impossible. Please let me know when you play one. I post what I'm planning to play typically on the Discord. I know I do have a collab coming up. We're gonna do a Monster Prom. I think it's on the road. That one's not BL, but... Oh, you timed her out? When? I'm gonna scroll all the way up here. I don't see a redemption for being timed out. You liar? Oh, I thought you meant you timed her out. It was a joke. Whatever. You put whoever you want to time out in there. But, like, do you really want to time yourself out? Don't pay money for that. Just stop talking. Don't you worry. My lips are zipped. I can keep a secret. You know, it's getting on my nerves. My every waking moment was spent thinking about him, but he wasn't even slightly considerate of my feelings. He just led me around by the nose as he pleased, and I was mad at him. More than that, however, I was mad at myself. I'd hardened my resolve to focus on work. But look at me now. Just being close to him made my heart flutter. Oh, actually, Muma, you should look up A Date with Death, because you can choose your gender in that game. But if you play that game, it's definitely meant to be BL. Like, it's totally... He noticed I'd gone silent. My eyes wandered as if he'd realized he'd messed up. He searched for the right words. Composure cracking.
ごめんなさいね。さすがにちょっとからかいすぎ。
Sorry, I went too far even if I was just teasing. My answer is yes. It's exactly as you thought, Jinnia. Jinnia's mouth hung open and a noise I'd never heard before came from his throat. He couldn't comprehend what he had just heard. It was written all over his face. I fixed my gaze on him. In a steady voice, I declared, I have a crush on someone. The music stopped at the right time. I can't wait for that DLC. Me and my friend is going to play it together. Dude, I can't wait for that DLC either. I'm so going to play that game. Whenever I think of him, a gentle warmth fills my chest. Whenever I see him, whenever I talk with him, my heart beats erratically and my mind goes blank. I think it's why I've had trouble concentrating at work lately. I glanced at Jinnia, trying to read his expression. It was complex, with many different emotions flittering across his face. What do you think, Jinnia? Is this really...
間違いなく恋ね。素敵じゃないの。
It's love, how wonderful. Before I could finish, Jinnia smacked his fist against his palm in realization.
恋愛なんて興味ないみたいな顔してたあなたがそこまで言うなんて、私ちょっと感動しちゃったわ。
Jinnia, no. You looked as if romance was the last thing on your mind, yet here you are, admitting you're in love. I'm actually a bit moved. Yeah.
それで、相手は誰かしら。やっぱりリーベルのお客さんとか、それとも街で見かけて一目惚れ？
So spill, who's the lucky guy? Is it a guest at La Beer, or did you fall in love at first sight with someone you met on the street?
ああ、でも本命はサーカスのメンバーかしら。
Or
だとし
could
たら
it?
私も納得がいくわね。問題児だらけだけど、みんな顔は整ってるし。
How could I rule out our favorite circus members? That makes sense. They're trouble, but they're good-looking trouble. I guess he counts as a circus member,
それじゃ
yeah.
ますます大変な恋ね。今はみんなバラバラだからなかなか話せる機会もないでしょうし。
My, that makes your road of love even bumpier. Everyone's scattered to the four winds now, so you can't talk to them often.
というか、あなた自身すごく忙しいものね。今後は恋愛成就のためにもあーちゃんに仕事減らすよう交渉しましょうね。
Not to mention, you're swamped with work. Let's negotiate with Allie to lessen your workload so that you have time for your crush. Yeah, I guess. He spoke in such rapid-fire succession that was the only thing I managed to get edgewise. My gaze remained fixed on the floor as I nodded, then stood. Anyways, it'll be lunch, so let's take a break. I'm gonna go make a light snack for us. My chest ached with anguish as I walked down the corridor, my steps sluggish. I put some distance between me and the office, staggering over the walls, and leaned against it, suddenly weak. What is this feeling? Jinnia had rambled on and on as if he was afraid of what I would say next. I knew exactly what his actions implied. I let out a long sigh. When he touched where he had touched earlier felt warm, feverish. My mind was filled with thoughts of Jinnia. I felt restless. That much hadn't changed. Indeed, the ardent flame in my heart that had been sweetly tormented was still burned. Why then? Why did it feel so suffocating? It was as if someone had robbed me of an outlet for these searing emotions. Such heat could only fester. I pressed my forehead against the glass of the window in an attempt to cool off. My sight fogged the glass. The sound of quiet footsteps met my
随分
ears.
と大きなため息だな。
Well, well, that was a rather heavy sigh. Alice! Sorry about that. I hurriedly fixed my posture, but Alice smiled magnanimously.
構わない。私など常日頃からため息ばかりついているからな。
I don't mind. After all, I'm the one sighing every waking hour of the day.
無論、そのため息の大半はジーニアが原因だが。
Of course, most of those sighs are caused by a certain man named Jinnia. Ahaha. Hearing that name only twisted the knife in my heart. I smiled non-committedly. Alice stared at me, seemingly having noticed something was off.
何か悩み事でもあるのか。私でよければ相談に乗る。
If something's on your mind, if you'd like, I can lend an ear. No, I'm alright. It's a private matter. Alice worked around the clock. How could I waste his precious time with my love troubles?
とても大丈夫には見えないのだが、このまま放っておくのも。
You certainly don't seem alright. I can't leave you like this. I'm fine, I swear. I'm just heartbroken. Relax. I ended the conversation, albeit slightly forcefully, and waved as I stared backing away. I have to make something to eat. Excuse me. You wanted to talk to Jinnia, right? He's in his office. And then I ran. No one suspicious of a girl running. I didn't even wait for a reply, just turned and ran. I'm gonna go make a snack, and then I ran away.
危なかったわね。
That was close. When Leah walked out of the room with her shoulders drooped and despondently, the first emotion that flashed in my heart was a dull ache accompanied by regret.
まさかあの子がここまで好意を寄せてくれてるなんて思わ
Yeah,
なかった。
trash. I never expected her to feel this much affection towards
あの
me.
子が正面に踏み込んでくるほど勇気を出すとは思わなかった。
You're the one who literally asked her if she liked somebody. I never expected her to work up the courage necessary to take a step forward and voice her feelings. There was a lot of excuses I cooked up, but at the end of the day,
判断ミスね。
I miscalculated. Leah was starting to have special feelings for me. In truth, I'd figured that out rather early on. It'd been a pleasant realization at the time. My cute secretary, who supported me in both my work and private life, trusted me, and was even fond of me. Of course, I'd be happy. You flirted with her multiple times, like, bro. It's gone to my head. I might have gone overboard with my doting on her. In the moment she showed me her defenseless side, whenever a touch lingered, she was flustered, blushing. She'd bristled like a cat. She was so cute, so adorable that I greedily sought more. The devil in me said a bit more, just a bit more. As long as you keep it in check, it's fine. And I turned a blind eye to the fact that that small seed had sprouted and taken shape. Now I was reaping what I sowed. I was appalled at my own foolishness.
我ながら最低ね。
Sounds rich coming from me, but I'm such a
ほん
scumbag.
と、あの子も。こんな私のどこがいいんだか。
Seriously, why in the world is she even attracted to someone like me? I don't know. You're cute. You look good without a shirt on. You know how to put makeup on. I don't know. A soft knock on the door pulled me from my self-deprecating thoughts.
あ、早かったわね。
That was fast. I turned my gaze to the door, which slowly creaked open. The person standing there wasn't exactly who I'd expected.
邪魔するぞ、ジーニ
Hi. Coming in, Jinnia.
なんだ、あーちゃんじゃない。
It's just you, Ali.
ア。私で悪かったな。誰か別のものでも待っていたのか。
Sorry, it's only me. Were you expecting someone else?
別に。そうじゃないけど。
I wasn't. Totally wasn't. I didn't know whether it was fortunate or not that it hadn't been Leah. Pulling myself together, I straightened my back and faced my dearest bestie.
で、こんな時間から何の用かしら。嫌な予感しかしないんだけど。
So, what brings you here at this time of day? You're giving off ominous vibes.
察しが良くて助かるな。
Good guess.
想像通り、仕事を持ってきてやったぞ。
Good guess. I came bearing work just as you feared.
旅に出てもいいかしら。
Can I leave on a one-way trip?
ダメに決まっているだろう。手を抜こうなどと思うなよ。
Of course not, and don't even think about cutting any corners.
はいはい、わかってるってば。
Yes, yes, I know, I know. I nodded wearily and shooed him away, but Ali didn't leave. He just stared at me intently for some reason.
何？まだ何か言いたいことでもあるの？
Is there something else?
あまり彼女を悲しませるなよ。
Don't cause her too much grief. I narrowed my eyes. Ali ignored my reaction and pushed up his glasses coolly.
彼女はお前の雇った秘書だ。仕事で振り回すのはまだわかる。
She's the secretary you hired. I can understand causing her trouble due to work.
だが、彼女の思いを振り回すとなると、話は違うだろう。
But giving her heartache and toying with her feelings is a completely different matter.
わかってるわ。私も別にもてあそぶつもりはないの。
I know that. I never had any intention of doing such a thing.
ただ、あんなストレートに好意を向けられるのは珍しくて、ついつい可愛がっちゃって。ね。
He said cute. He said cute, but is that dote? I don't know. It's rare for anyone to show such genuine affection for me, and I couldn't help but dote on her. Excuse. Some flimsy, hollow excuses. I wasn't deceiving anyone, let alone myself. All I could do was hang my head and cast my gaze to the floor.
でも、そうね。さすがにちょっとやりすぎたわ。
You make a good point. I went a bit overboard.
彼女はとてもいい子ちゃんだもの。この先きっと素敵な恋ができるはず。悪い大人に引っかからなければ。
She's a very good girl. Her Prince Charming is waiting for her somewhere as long as she doesn't get eaten by a big bad wolf.
恋ができるはずか。まるで他人事のような物言いだな。
He's waiting for her somewhere, huh? You make it sound like this has nothing to do with you.
つまりお前は彼女のことを何とも思っていないと。
Let me spell this out for you. You're saying you don't have any feelings for her, none whatsoever.
それ聞いちゃう？そんなんだから空気読めないって言われるのよ。
Wow, are you honestly asking? This is why people say you're dense when it comes to emotions. Ali looked miffed, and I felt the storm in my heart calm slightly. The faintest of reluctant smile turned my lips upwards, then I looked at the door.
好意がないとは言わないわ。 けど、私が好意を抱いていても、それはいずれ消えるほど脆いもの。
I can't say that I don't feel anything towards her, but it'll all come crumbling down one day, even if I have caught feelings.
恋愛はギブアンドテイク。一方の思いだけ強くても長続きしない。
Love requires give and take. It has to be mutual, profound. One-sided feelings aren't enough to sustain a lasting relationship.
あの子の眩しい熱量に、私は同じ熱を返せない。
Her passion is radiant, burning hot, even, and I can't reciprocate with the same adore. Abdor.
だからもっとふさわしい相手がいると。
So you're claiming there's someone else out there more worthy of her? Is that how it is?
だからちゃんと熱は冷ましてあげなくちゃ。
That's why I need to properly douse this flame. Fire her and you'll never have to see her again. After listening to my monologue, Ali stood. He seemed a tad exasperated.
彼女とお前、不憫なのはどちらだろうな。
I wonder who's more stubborn, you or her? With those ambiguous words, he briskly strode from the room, not even pausing to bid me farewell. I watched my bestie disappear out the door before whispering to myself.
まったくあーちゃんは。
Seriously, Ali is such a mother hen. He came off as level-headed, but he was surprisingly sentimental. If he saw anyone who needed help, he'd go up to them on reflex. I'd known him since our school days, and his personality hadn't changed one
あー
bit.
ちゃんの言う通りね。
Ali's right. I'd been teasing Leah too much lately. It had gone from teasing her to leading her on, yet I couldn't stop. I knew why. It was so much fun. Work was way less tedious now that Leah was my secretary. Being with her was comfortable. I didn't want to lose it. But I had to draw a line, no, 2 lines. One to keep her at a slight distance and the other to keep her from shutting me out altogether. My best option was probably to let the fire in her heart cool naturally. She was a considerate, earnest, and kind girl. I was sure that there were plenty of men out there who'd fallen for her charms. A good number of them had to be much more respectable than someone like me.
あのね。言っとくけど私は外れよ。
Hey Leah, just putting this out there, but I'm a big walking red flag, okay? Apologies for the wait. Here's your order. 1 black coffee and 1 blend of the day. The beans from South Ferris have a unique, slightly bitter flavor, so feel free to add as much milk and sugar as you wish.
ああ、ありがたくいただこう。
I shall, thank you. Sir, I dated 5 or 6 red flags. Besides, one person's red flag is another person's green flag. People are weird. I love being colorblind to red flags. It's those rose-colored glasses everybody's wearing. It was late at night. Labir's closing time drew even closer. I was working as a waitress for the first time in a long while since my day job had ended early, and I was receiving special guests.
コーヒーもセットのケーキも
This
実にうま
cake
い。
and coffee combo are truly delightful.
いつ秘書をクビになっても再就職先があるのはめでたい話だな。
Is that Eon and Zafora? Why is this happening? That sounds like those two. Oh, there is green flag though. A lot of green flags. Does he have green flags though? Good for you. Even if you get fired from your day job, you always have another profession to fall back on. Don't say such ominous things. I pursed my lips and glared at the grouchy guest who shrugged nonchalantly. Placed another dish on the table and Roddy grinned from ear to ear.
何はともあれ、まずは再会を祝して乾杯と行こうぜ。
In any case, let's toast to our reunion. May I remind you that we're still technically open for business. It wasn't like there were any other guests around. With a wary smile, I raised my cup and officially welcomed the pair. It's nice to okay, I was right. It's nice seeing you two again, Eon and Zafora. Clap, 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 clap. Indeed, the person sitting at the table were my old circus teammates. Zafara and Eon, whom I had traveled with on my journey to Bloom Flora, sat across from me. I had no idea you were in the city. Did you arrive in Arthur today?
式典はまだ先だが、それに備えて何かと準備があるからな。
Yeah, there's still time until the ceremony, but I have some preparations to attend to.
イーオンもクルトラに行ってたんだよな。ザフラの護衛してたって話だが。
Eon, you're living in Kultura too, right? I hear that you're Zafara's bodyguard.
ああ、アレストさんに頼まれて、ここしばらくはザフォラと共にいた。
Yeah, Salus recently requested that I be assigned to Zafara.
護衛なんて必要ないと言いたいところだったんだが、正直イーオンには助けられてる。
I want to say that I don't need any bodyguards, but I'll be honest, Eon's a great help. How did I just forget how to say his name just now? Zafara took a sip of his coffee and a slightly sardonic expression came to his face.
お前らも知ってると思うが、俺は先日バルトを迷宮森の座から引きずり下ろした。
I'm sure you guys know this already, but I forced Balto out of his position as Sentinel not too long ago. You even made it into the newspaper. There were a ton of articles about the revolution in Kultura.
あれだろ、王都の治安維持隊まで動員して大きな取り物になったってやつ。
Security forces from the capital were even dispatched, weren't they? Balto turned out to be a sensational criminal.
自分もその作戦に参加していたのだが。
I was one of those dispatched during the operation.
地下での違法賭博に始まり、禁止薬物の栽培など、叩けば叩くほど埃が出てくるありさまだった。
Illegal underground gambling was only the tip of the iceberg. He even cultivated illegal drugs. The list goes on and
結
on.
果、住民の放棄でバルトは拘束。今は王都の地下牢にいるわけだ。
In the end, the citizens revolted and we seized Balto. Now he is detained in this castle's underground prison. And you were officially named as the next sentinel, right, Zafora? Congratulations! All your problems have been solved and everyone lives happily ever after.
世間がお前たちみたいな平和な脳みその持ち主ばかりなら、めでたしめでたしで終われたんだがな。
If the world was filled with kind, naive people like you, then yes, I suppose it would be a happily ever after ending. Zafora patronized me in his wayward way as he lightly drummed his fingers on the table.
実は、ザフォラはその件以降、幾度か命を狙われている。
To tell you the truth, there's been a few attempts on Zafora's life since the incident. What? People want to kill him?
要するに、バルトの下で甘い汁を吸っていた連中にとって、俺は目の上の単行部ってわけだ。
To make it brief, there were people who took advantage of Balto's corruption for profit, and I'm a thorn in their side.
そんなの逆恨みじゃねえか。救えねえ連中がいたもんだな。
It's a reminder that grumpy cutie ghosted us for a year, so I'm not that sympathetic to him. Those scumbags, some people truly are beyond salvation. Are you okay?
問題ない。そのためにイーオンを借り受けてるんだ。
It's not a problem. I'm borrowing Eon at the moment, and he solved everything so far.
俺としてはむしろ狙われた方が、敵のあぶり出しがはかどって助かるくらいだな。
I'm actually glad my enemies are making a move. It makes it much easier to figure out where the rats are hiding.
あまり過信してもらっても困るが、護衛として全力は尽くすつもりだ。
I suggest not placing blind faith in me, but I shall investigate all my efforts into protecting you as your guard.
はあ、お前らも苦労してんのな。
You guys are rough. But if Eon's with you, I get why you feel so reassured. This show? Adoration filled my heart as I doled out seconds and the topics of conversation turned to us.
俺たちの状況はそんな感じだが、そっちはどうなんだ？
That's the gist of our situation. How are things been for you guys?
こいつがいない分、 店の方は大忙しだな。
No, Labir's been really busy since Leah isn't
こいつも
around.
今は式典関連の仕事でジーニアと一緒に連日あちこち走り回ってるらしいぜ。
She's been running around the city with Jinnia every day lately since the festival's coming up. That's what she told me, at least. Yeah.
そうか。そういえばあなたは今ジーニアの秘書だったな。
I had almost forgotten that you are Jinnia's secretary.
どうだ、無茶ぶりも多いだろうが、いじめられたりはしていないか？
How is it? I assume he makes many unreasonable demands, but other than that, has he tormented you in any way? No, everything's fine. He's never been mean to me. Before. With every word, my head drooped a little lower until I was hanging my head. I was sure a sign. It was a sure sign there was something wrong, and everyone traded looks.
おい、本当に大丈夫なのか？
He tormented me. Eon, please help. Are you alright over there?
そういやここんとこ様子が変だったな。てっきり仕事でミスがあったとかだと思ってたが。
Yeah, you've been acting a bit weird lately. I was under the impression that you messed up at work or something.
ジーニアが原因か？なん
Is
なら
Jinnia the
ア
cause?
レストさんに進言するが。
If necessary, I can report him to Alice. No, I'm fine, really. He hasn't treated me badly at all, I promise, guys. It's just that I have a big crush on him. And I'm trying to get lotion out of my thingamabob. Hang on. My hands are dry. It's just that this is almost empty. That's why it's a problem. How should I explain it? I'm not special to him. Oh, he doesn't like me, guys. Like, oh my god, what do? I can't voice my feelings. I don't know which one sounds right. Either one sounds great. Showered with warm gaze of pity, I decided to say, they're all pitying you, girl. I don't know if you should say it. Neither one sounds right. I can't voice my feelings. You could totally voice your feelings. But if you don't think he likes you, which is definitely the vibe he gives if you're like, yeah, I like someone. And he's like, oh, great. I'll help you tell him. Jinnia wouldn't be mean to me. He probably doesn't even think of me as that important.
意識？
Not important.
どういう話だ？秘書として仕事してるんだろ？
What are you going on about? You're his secretary, aren't you? I won't say shit at all if I were her, especially to these guys. You don't even know these guys. Talk to Roddy, not these guys. I don't mean it the sense of work. We're a good team, I think. It's more in our private lives. Well, it's really all because of my feelings. I told them what had happened recently in bits and pieces. Everyone traded glances. Alright, we didn't get a flower. We didn't get a bloom. We're gonna load that up again and go with the other option. Don't talk to Roddy. Well, we can't. It's not a choice. I don't get to choose what we do. Alright, there we go. That worked. He liked that answer. Almost done building this flower up. Does it look like they know about love lives? Dude. It's a little hard to explain exactly what happened. Recently, Jinnia has been teasing me all the time. And, well, my heart's been going around in circles. I don't know what to do. I had an unrequited crush on him, and he had gently put a stop to it. That was it. I didn't think Jinnia was at fault or anything like that. I looked at Eon, who was originally asking me about this as I slowly wove my tell. And then he was shirtless in front of me, and I was like, oh my god, he's hot. And then he made me feed him cookies, and I was like, oh my god, he's still so hot. I explained that as Jinnia then teased me, my feelings for him had gradually changed and grown. Jinnia had immediately brushed me off when I tried to convey my feelings for him, though. After I finished my explanation,
なるほど。
I see. Yeah, you should be talking to these guys. Talk to your girlfriends. Show me those girlfriends you have that borrow books from sometimes. Eon stared at me with his left eye. I love this person. Who translated this? Who did this? Who took what I was like, eyes? Like someone knew. Someone out there felt the same way I did every single time they say eyes, and he's only got one. Looking somewhat bewildered. Like someone knew. That's gorgeous. I
客
love
観
it.
的に話を聞く限りだと、ジーニアを恋愛面で意識していると聞こえるのだが。
Based on what I've heard, my objective opinion is that you sound as if you have romantic feelings for Jinnia. You think so? I mean, I kind of realized it already, but...
つまり、あいつに惚れたって。
So in other words, you fell in love with the guy. Is that right? Yeah, I think that's the case.
だそうだぞ。聞こえてるか、そこのボロ雑巾。
You hear what she said down there, you tattered rag? Safwara, you're my boo at this point. Safwara prodded Roddy with the tip of his shoe from where he had tumbled beneath the table. When I started talking about Jinnia, Roddy had nodded at me encouragingly. But as my explanation progressed, his expression warped a bit by bit until he couldn't even maintain his human form. At some point, he collapsed to the floor and melted into the puddle. Then he had stopped moving entirely. We killed Ralita? Roddy? Roddy, are you okay, my guy? My son?
ショック死するなら、自分で墓穴に入ってからにしろ。埋葬の手間を省きたい。
If you're gonna die from shock, at least spare us the effort and dig your own grave first.
ひでえ言いようだな、おい。
Talk about a barbed tongue, she's.
可愛がってた娘の心が変な男に奪われそうになってるパパさんへもっと他に言うことねえのか？
Papa just heard that his adorable daughter's heart has been stolen by an incredibly shady guy. Can't you be a little nicer?
いや、気持ちは察するが。
Can understand where you're coming from, but...
なんでだよ。なんでジーニアなんだよ。一番ありえねえだろ。
Why does it have to be Jinnia of all people? He's like the most no-go option dude. Wow, he certainly doesn't have a high opinion of Jinnia. Though I couldn't really say he wasn't just a tiny bit shady. Roddy's tears pooled into puddles. Sephora scowled, his ire raised, and turned his sharp gaze at me.
まあ、この毛玉の反応は大げさだが、俺としてもお前に言いたいことはある。
The Herball's melodrama aside, I have words for you as well. What is it? No, I already know. You're gonna berate me for making the wrong decision.
バカだな。
You're an idiot. Idiot? I'm in flashbacks. I just had a flashback. His words were scathed and made no attempt to soften them. Zafwara narrowed his eyes and glared at me.
バカでもアホでも悪趣味でも、好きな呼び方で呼んでやる。
An idiot, a moron, a woman with terrible taste. Pick your favorite.
男なんて腐るほど周囲にいるのに、なんでわざわざ最悪の相手選ぶんだよ。絶対めんどくさいぞ、あいつ。
You're surrounded by men to the point of oversaturation. Why'd you go and pick the worst one? That guy's definitely trouble. I knew it. I can't even say he's wrong. We had all traveled together for a long time, so they knew exactly what Jinnia was like. It was common knowledge within Circus that Jinnia was an extremely complicated, troublesome guy.
そもそもあいつの言動から考えて、恋愛対象が女かどうかすら怪しくないか？
On that note, you've met the guy. Is he even attracted to women to begin with? What? The point was like a punch in the gut. My words froze in my throat due to the incident after his shower, I realized that Jinnia was surprisingly manly, but he also likes fashion. He knew more about makeup and beauty than I did. His mannerisms were more graceful than most women. What is that? Why he...
いや、男が好きって話も聞かねえし、単純に自分の色恋沙汰に興味がないってだけじゃねえのか？
Hold up, I haven't heard about him be liking men either. Maybe he just isn't interested in romance at all, and that's okay. He doesn't have to be interested in romance. You don't have to.
なんつうか、いろんな意味で男とか女とかの枠組みに縛られてない感じだろ
I don't know how to put this, but stuff like gender norms don't really apply to him at all. That's why it seems like to me at least.
もし女は眼中にないってなれば、そもそも諦めろって話になるな。
If women aren't an option in his eyes, you have no choice but to give up the end. Thank you! That is very considerate. That's a very considerate way to put it. Like, dude, if he's not interested, he's not interested. This is why you don't ask dudes for love advice. They're like, you're stupid. How dare you? One's under the table, like, having a panic attack. This one's like, you're an idiot. Eon's like, I don't even know what to tell you. If women aren't the option in his eyes, you have no choice but to give up. The end. You have a good point. The very foundation of my emotions nearly crumbled, and for a moment I felt faint. What grounded me, however, was some unexpected yet timely help.
いや、恋愛対象は女性のはずだ。アレストさんに聞いたことがある。
Do, re, fa, sol, la, ti, do. No, Alice has mentioned that Jinnia is interested in women. This is why we don't ask advice from Zafwada. And also, Zafwada, let's talk about you ghosting a certain someone, even though this is Jinnia's route. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I don't think he's the best person for advice. He doesn't seem to understand. Interested in women, not girls. Oh, damn. That's a good thing to think about. She is 17. Really?
ああ。ジーニアも学生時代はああいう感じではなかったらしい。
Apparently, Jinnia was a very different man during their high school days.
アレストさんともども好意を寄せてくる女性は少なくなかったと言っていた。
Like Alice, Jinnia had many female admirers.
つまりあの性格が完成したのはそれ以降ってことか。
So his current persona is of a newer side, huh?
よかったな。お前にとっては朗報じゃないか。
Good for you. That's happy news. I mean, he could have had his reasons. People did want to kill him, right? Jinnia? Jinnia had people who wanted to kill him? No. Zafwada, yes. Yes. This man, totally. I want to kill him.
恋愛対象が女ってことは、色気が死んでるお前にも一応、おそらく、可能性はなきにしもあらずなわけだ。
If he's interested in women, even someone like you with no sexual appeal whatsoever has a chance. Probably. Maybe. Hey, you watch your words, old man. I retorted Zaphor's choice of words, but I still couldn't hold my head high. It's a relief to hear that he's attracted to women, but I feel like the only makes it already uphill battle even tougher. This means he doesn't shrug me off because my gender. He did it because he doesn't see me personally in that light. Are you talking about Zaphwada? Zaphwada kissed us, sent us on our way, and never wrote us once. To be fair, we shouldn't still assume that he's attracted to female. Maybe that's it. Maybe he slept with a bunch of women in high school and then went, this really isn't my jam, and that's what changed his mind. Because I'm not saying I have never met a gay person who was straight at one point.
ならば諦めるか
Do you wish to give up? That is a valid option as well. Can we talk to Jinnia? No.
話を聞く限りジーニアが気になって仕事にまで支障が出ているのだろう。
Yeah, but at least we get Eon's cleavage. Like, that's always a good time. I miss it. From what I heard, Jinnia weighs so heavily on your mind that it is even negatively affecting your work, correct? Eon was right. I was free to fall in love with whoever I wanted, but if it affected my work, it would cause others trouble as well. I was sure that even if I tried to focus on work alone, my resolve would crumble again as soon as I saw him or he teased me.
肝心なのはあなたの気持ちだ。
Maybe ask him? Whoa, whoa, whoa. If we ask him, then this can't be miscommunication in the video game. There's a reason Otome has a formula, okay? It's called indirect observations and assumptions. That's Otome games. That's Otome games in a nutshell. Don't tell me that's how they last so long. You can scream all you like. Miscommunication, the video game, is the formula that works the best in Otome games. If people just said how they felt, then there would be no build-up. There'd be no climax. And we need a climax, okay? Okay, stop being tired. It's 1 sentence, 4 words. Do you like women? Oh god, I don't know. That just feels like when a guy comes in and he's all like, oh, I bet your boyfriend likes how you cook. And I'd be like, yeah, I'm just gonna agree with you. I'm not mad about it. The pain will be worth it, we hope. Who's we? Are you Venom now? What matters is what you want. I want.
ザフォラたちも言っている通り、ジーニアは恋愛の対象としてはあまりに癖が強
Like
す
the
ぎる。
others said, Jinnia is very extreme in everything he does, which can make him somewhat unsuitable as a love interest.
だからジーニアと一生添い遂げる。誰にも文句をつけさせない。
If you wish to be with such a man... Hang on, I clicked on something accidentally. If you wish to be with such a man, you need resolve to be by his side for a lifetime and not allow any objections from others. But what if, hear me out, what if I just wanted one night stand? Like, it doesn't have to be forever. Whoa, whoa, a lifetime? Calm down. Courtships take time. You can get in a relationship and that relationship can end. That's fine. But a lifetime? I kind of want to kick him and kiss him. But here's the
そん
thing.
な覚悟がないのならば避けるべきだと自分は思うが。
Eon, why does he think he's a big red flag? Why does he think that personally? Unless you have the proper resolve, I think you should consider other options. Eon's gaze wasn't imposing, but I could tell that he was testing my determination. I accepted the challenge head on, balling my hands into fists. I gave him my answer. I do still have my doubts. After all, I've never even had a crush before, much less been in a relationship, but the feelings I have for him aren't so weak that they're just disappear even if I try to persuade myself they will. I discovered my heart's true desire despite being hidden in a fog, and I can't pretend I never saw it. Rolita, what's that glare for? It might be a difficult path, but I don't want to do nothing and live to regret it. That's why I want to do everything within my power. I pressed my hands firmly against my chest and made that declaration. A heavy sigh was all I got in response.
なんでよりにもよってジーニアなんだよ。
Why did it have to be Jinnia of all people? He's gonna act the same way when it's Leanne.
ビリオ、パスハリア、イーオン、最悪ザフォラでもまだ涙を飲んで見守れるってのに。
If it was Vilio, Passelia, Eon, or even Zafora, at worst, I could hold back my tears and give you my blessing.
なんで一番ありえねえとこピンポイントで射抜くんだよ。
But why did you have to aim for the most absurd target possible, dude?
おい、最悪ってなんだ。なんで俺をオチに使った？
I like to see a game where the main girl has been in a few relationships instead of always being so new to love. There's a couple. where they're like that, where it's not like their first everything. Technically, oh gosh. I can't think of any of them right now, if I'm being honest. Which is a little sad. A lot of the Otome ones, specifically the Japanese ones, they're geared for a younger audience, so first love is like a common trope in there, but there's a few. Gilded Shadows has an MC who's got an ex. I remember, I'm trying to think, there is one I played where one of the love romance options is your ex. Like, I can't remember which one it is right now. Oh no! What do you mean at worst? Why am I the bottom of the barrel? I don't know! Do you know how to write a letter, Zephora?
仕方のないことだ。恋とは理屈ではないからな。
I'd say the most absurd guy to date would be you, Roddy. Roddy isn't putting himself as a dateable character in that scenario. It's not her fault. The call of one's heart cannot be reasoned with.
お前が真顔で恋とか言うと混乱するからやめてくれ。
I know 2 games that have an ex as love interest, and also to have a date for Virtue Evermore, which, by the way, next weekend is Anime Expo. Access says they're going to make announcements. Idea Factory International said they're going to have announcements. I'm going to the Idea Factory thing specifically. I don't want to pay $100,000 for a ticket to Anime Expo. Plus, there's crowds. Ooh, gross. A lot of people. So we might have dates and new games next weekend. We might have some yummy stuff. Seeing you talk about love with a straight face is making me short circuit. Please stop. Thank you. I could ship Eon and Zafora, just saying. That would be cute. I would love some BL in my stories. They don't give us that. They don't even give us GL. I want some girl love. Sorry, Roddy.
謝んな。謝ったら惨めになるだろう。親代わりとしちゃ複雑だが。
Don't apologize. I'll feel even worse if you do that. As your stand-in parent, I feel very conflicted, but well. Roddy marched into the kitchen, his footsteps heavy. He returned in his human form carrying a bottle of alcohol. With a loud slam, he placed the bottle in front of Eon and Zafora.
これは
A streamer that I know, she's a dev, but there is a game jam of short visual novels as a dev working on a game where your ex is the love interest. Ooh. See, I think finding love again is not a bad story. There's some let's not justify it, but like too young, fell in love too fast, moved apart, fell out of love, etc. Those are good. I don't mind the friendship angle. Lover Pretend's a good example of how I hate it though, because he felt like he owned her because they were friends, and I hate that. What might this be?
俺の秘蔵酒、セリウス・ロゼの20年ものだ。
Hydrate. It's one of the finest wines in my prize collection. This Celius Rosé, this is not Rosé, has been aged for 20 years. A rosé wine with a distinctive bright pink hue. It's not that renowned, but it's sacredly makes its scarcity makes it valuable. Don't be deceived by its cute appearance. It burns the throat and packs a punch. It's a rosé. It should not burn the
こうなら
throat.
焼け酒だ。お前らも付き合え。朝まで。
In a situation like this, I can only drink my woes away. Join me, guys. We'll drink till dawn.
いいだろう。幸い明日は休みだ。
Liquid courage, huh? She needs to drink it too, and then she can show up at his doorstep. Hang on, my nose is itchy. And then she'll show up at his doorstep, drunk off her ass, and be like, "Love me," and then he'll have to confess, and then she'll forget the next day. The woes are being in love with him. I clicked on the wrong thing. That was scary. Did I accidentally delete my camera? That'd be funny too. Okay. Did I? Okay. Alright, lucky tomorrow's my day off.
一杯だけだ。朝までは付き合わないからな。
I'll only have one glass and I won't hang around till dawn. You ain't her dad, Sush. He raised her for 10 years. That's why their romance is weird, okay? Calm down.
苦いぜ。これが涙の味ってやつか。
It's bitter. It's so bitter. This is what tears taste like.
でも、お前が本気なら、俺は応援するからな。
But it's really what you want. I'm rooting for you, okay?
おい、いいよ。俺の護衛だろ。この酔っ払いなんとかしろ。
Stop being an alcoholic. You're asking for a lot. Getting drunk with a bunch of silly hot men? No problem. Eon, you're supposed to be my bodyguard. Do something about this drunkard.
それは無理だ。
I'm afraid that is impossible. Eon lifted a glass and looked at me, his smile shifting from something faint and wary to something slightly warmer.
自分はその恋路応援する。
Eon, no. Yeah, I will support your romantic endeavors.
確かにジーニア相手では何かと苦労するだろうが。
Jinnia being the man of your affection will cause you much grief, but...
彼があれで善人なのは我々皆が知っているからな。
All of us are well aware that at his core he's a good man. Thanks, Eon.
まあ、俺もできることがあれば可能な範囲で手伝ってやる。
I suppose I'll give you a hand whenever possible if there's something I can help with. Being an alcoholic is his main personality. Yeah, so how could you take that away? Eon's the same. Zephora is the Senmei and Luke. I see. Stretching. What?
Eh?
What?
Eh?
What?
なんだよその顔は。
I actually felt my
サ
shoulder
ポー
pop
ト
when
は
I
いらないっ
stretched.
てことか。
What's with the looks? Are you implying that you don't need my aid? Like, look at Eon. Oh, Eon, I've missed you. Baby boy, look how pretty you are. Look at your gorgeous eye and that eyeliner that you must take such meticulous work to apply every morning. Not at all. Your help would be really heartening, but
どういう風の吹き回しだよ。絶対面倒とか言い出すと思ったのに。
Are you sure you're really Zephora? I totally expected you to grumble that it'd be too much trouble.
ジーニアみたいなフリーダムな人間放っておくと一体何しでかすかわからないからな。
A free spirit like Jinnia, who loves doing as he pleases, is even more trouble when left to his own devices.
だからお前はジーニアの首輪になれ。手綱を取ってコントロールしろ。
Put a leash on him and keep him under control.
そうすれば俺の仕事がやりやすい。誰もが楽できる。
It'll
お前
make
以
my
外。
work much easier. Everyone will find more peace, except you, of course. His self-interest in the matter was clear, and I almost admired him for it. At the same time, I was relieved. After all, Zephora would never cooperate unless there was actually a chance I could succeed. Anyway, I don't know whether my feelings will reach him, but I'll do everything in my power for my work and love. The road ahead was shrouded in ambiguity. Oh my god. The last thing I wanted was to regret not taking action when I had the chance. Just you wait, Jinnia. Hope you sneeze. You've been the one setting the tone of our relationship, teasing me and throwing my heart into chaos. But that was going to change. I'll show you the power of a girl in love. I messed up. I messed up somewhere. It's like, create an event. I'm like, no, I'm just typing. The flashiest noble in Arthier. The first time I heard that title was long before I joined circus. It was right around the time I finally began venturing outside the beer again after my parents' death. Are we gonna have a flashback on how she fell in love with him before? Did we miss a flower, by the way? Why is that one piece not lit up? Come on already! Huh? Roddy, there's someone kind of shiny over there.
あキラキラ
That's shiny.
いい？他ならぬこの私があなたの店のケーキは美味しいって言ってるの。
Listen up, I'm going out of my way to say that the cakes at your place are delicious. Me, of all people.
だから外野の批判なんて無視してとっとと新作でも考えなさい。
So ignore the peanut gallery yapping, hurry and come up with your next menu item or something.
もしもこの味が失われたらオートにとっての大損失よ。
Losing this delightful flavor is a total travesty for Arthier's culinary scene. I was taking a walk with Roddy when I had chanced upon a very gaudy individual. This had happened quite a long time ago, but I still remember it vividly. His confident, open demeanor must have left a permanent mark on me.
ああ、ありゃジーニアだ。
Love at first sight, that'd be cute. Doesn't seem like they're in love. That dude's Jinnia. Jinnia?
変人として有名なお貴族様でな。貴族だってのに流行り物大好きでよく街中に出てくるんだとよ。
Especially if Jinnia fell first. I don't know if Jinnia fell first. He's a well-known, eccentric noble who loves the latest trends even though he's upper class and hangs out at everyday places.
あれで結構人気もあるらしいぜ。ま、王都の名物貴族ってやつだ。
He may not look like it, but he's pretty popular. Well, he's basically a local celebrity in Arthier. Huh. My first impression of Jinnia had been of someone who lived in a completely different world. He was flashy, unique, the very definition of freedom. He looked as if the word ordinary wasn't in his vocabulary. And because of that, I thought that our lives would never overlap. But look at me now. I was chosen as that very same person's secretary. Furthermore, I even wanted his eyes on me. I wanted him to fall for me. I could never have predicted this future in a million years. Back in the present day, the day after I hardened my resolve to woo Jinnia, I crashed headlong into the first hurdle. What should I do? What do you think? Excuse me? As the sentinel, Zafora was allocated a private room in the castle during his stay in Arthier. I'd gone there to deliver documents to him, but even after official business, I stayed behind.
突然なんだ。まず主語を入れろ。人間に理解できる言葉で話せ。
That came out of nowhere. State your subject first. Speak in a way that makes sense to people who don't live inside your head. I just told you. I want to win Jinnia's heart, but I don't know what to do. This time, I gave Sephora a more coherent explanation. I wasn't proud of it, but when it came to love, the list of my experience was a blank page. I didn't even know where to start, much less how to make him swoon. I wanted to borrow Sephora's wisdom. Hearing that, Sephora looked at me downright incredulous.
つまり恋愛レベルが雑魚すぎて、いきなり行き詰まったわけか。
So you're saying that you're so incompetent when it comes to romance that you're stuck at the starting line. But you could say it a little nicer than that, you know?
だからってなんで俺に相談する？適材適所って言葉を知ってるか？
Why did you consult me? Have you never heard the phrase, the right tool for the right job? You said you'd help me, Zafora.
確かに言ったが、まさか昨日の今日で即刻頼ってくるとは思わなかった。
You didn't ghost us in this reality, but I agree. Why are we talking to Zafora? I did, but I didn't expect you to knock on my door the very next day. Well, I'm just that desperate, so let me off the hook, please.
お前、旅してた頃に比べて悪い意味でずぶとくなってないか？
You've gotten bolder compared to when we were in circus, and not in a good way.
上司の影響、もろに受けすぎだろ。
Talk to your auntie. I don't know. I mean, auntie was married. He did die, though. Your superiors influenced you way too much. He let out an exasperated sigh that was clearly deliberately before facing me again. Considering he hadn't just left me to fend for myself at this point, he was a good person at heart, as I thought.
そもそもだ。ジーニアはお前を一人の女として認識してない可能性が高い。
Imagine trying to put the word drink and putting duck instead. And then I start to put drunk. Oh my god, can I spell? Yay! Alright. Let's start with the biggest problem. There's a high chance that Jinnia doesn't see you as a romantic option.
あいつのお前への対応は妹に対するそれに近
He
い。
treats you more like a little sister. Let's get you a new wardrobe. I get where you're coming from. Jinnia had stood before me half naked after a shower and insisted I feed him cookies. It would make a lot of sense if he saw me as a sister, as family, right? I mean, I wouldn't exactly do that with my family. So you're saying that my first mission is to make him see me on equal ground?
ああ。化粧の一つも覚えて女らしさを磨いてみたらどうだ？
How about you know a thing or two about makeup and polish your feminine charms?
それでようやくスタート地点ってとこだろうけどな。
So that'll probably only get you to the starting line, I suppose. He shrugged apathetically before shooing me away impatient.
あとはあれだ。オンでも売っとけ。
One more thing, make him indebted to you or something. Not a bad idea, but you shouldn't need to change yourself. Indebted by doing my best at work, you mean?
それもいい。仕事のできる優秀な部下なら誰だって手放したくないだろう。
That works too. No one wants to let go of a capable subordinate who does their job well.
なくてはならない存在だってあいつに一度思われればあとはもうこっちのもんだ。
As long as you make Jinnia consider you someone he can't go without, even if it's just once, you secured your victory.
そのままその立場を盾に取れば労使交渉とか有利に進められるぞ。
You can use the status as leverage. It'll work. You can use that status as leverage. It'll work in your favor during negotiations about your employment. Workplace negotiations weren't exactly what I was aiming for, but I understood where he was going with this. The point is that I showed Jinnia how valuable I am and become someone important to him. If I become a reliable subordinate, I might attract more of his attention too. Okay, thank you, Zephora. I'll test it out. I'll test out all kinds of things.
そうしろ。できれば俺には二度と面倒をかけない路線で。
Yeah, do that, and if possible, go down a route where you'll never bother me with this again. Okay, even Zafara jabs didn't put a damper on my spirits. I dashed out of the room all at once. He has a good point. There's a 10-year age gap between Jinnia and me to begin with. Is there? He's 27? Did I not know that? Ooh, girl, no, get away from him. He's cute, but like not for you. He's cute for anyone but you. In that case, I need to aim at becoming a mature woman who's on equal footings with him. He was her parents' students. Yeah, but she was also her parents' child. So I don't know. He could have been young. I didn't really want Jinnia to feel indebted to me like Zephora suggested, but if I go all out at work, Jinnia will have a lighter load. For now, I'll focus on executing the task at hand perfectly. And so on a certain morning, I was walking alone in the city after a preliminary inspection of the hotels where the ceremony guests would be staying. Let's see, Jinnia and I are supposed to go to Kalita this afternoon. We're heading there to check the inventory of the mystic tools for the ceremony and to fetch application forms for using them, I think. This is why I can't do underage young MCs anymore. I know, I don't want, give me 20s. I want them in their 20s. I want MCs in their 20s. I don't need teenagers. She's not even an adult. In this world, she is. We're headed there to check the inventory of mystic tools. The task itself was simple and effortless. I could probably take care of it alone. The issue was the traveling time from Arthier to Kalita.
午後からカリダに行ったら帰る頃はもう夜中じゃない。
If we depart in the afternoon, it'll be the dead of night when we get back. I recalled Jinnia grumbling as I gently thumbed through my bag. Inside were homemade cookies, perfectly puffy and crunchy. They were the same flavor as the cookies that Jinnia had taken a liking to last time I'd baked. I'd made them in the middle of the night last night so he'd have a snack he could enjoy on the journey. I made them myself. I hope he'll like them. In fact, I'd made batch after batch until I was satisfied, so it was dawn by the time I'd finished. But it hadn't been a waste. I could proudly declare they were my masterpieces, the most delicious cookies I've ever made. And now I'm giving these as a present and draw him in. Let's go. In the middle of my planning. Wait, what's that?
ほら見ろよパサリア。やっぱりあいつだ。
Look, Passelia, I knew it. It's Leah.
本当だ。すごい。さすがビリオは目がいいね。
Is Vilio gonna give us a ride on the back of a dragon so it's a lot faster and we're not having to travel so long? It certainly is amazing. Your eyes are as sharp as always, Vilio. Oh! Hearing familiar voices and names, I frantically scanned my surroundings. There was the sound of springing footsteps and two nostalgic smiles rushing up to greet me.
よ、久しぶりだな。
Yo, it's been so long. Vilio, and you too, Passelia.
久しぶりだね。元気そうでよかった。
It's been a while, Leah. Looks like you're doing well. I'm glad. I'm doing well now that I get to see you guys. When did you two arrive in Arthier? I heard you went back to your hometowns to recuperate, Passelia.
しばらくゆっくりしたおかげで、だいぶ落ち着いてたからね。
I got some good rest, and thanks to that, my illness has mostly stabilized.
ちょうどビリオが村に様子を見に来てくれたから、そのまま連れてきてもらったんだ。
Vilio happened to drop by my village to check on me, and I asked him to give me a ride.
まあ、軽いリハビリってやつだな。
A little light exercise is good for you after you've been on bed rest. I see. I'm glad that you're recovering. I didn't know the details about Passelia's situation, but I'd heard that his illness was complex, with only a handful of known cases, and curing it was tricky. Seeing him in good health made me breathe a sigh of relief. Then I smiled at the pair. Make sure to stop by Labir later. Roddy and the others miss you guys, and there are so many things we have to catch up on. I have some work after this, so it'll be night by the time I get back. And a thought suddenly occurred to me, and I broke off. What if? Hey, do you two happen to be free right now?
ああ、大丈夫だぜ。しばらくオートにいるつもりだし。
Yeah, sure are. I'm planning on staying in the capital for a
こ
while.
の後はその辺をブラブラと散歩でもするかって思ってただけだから。
My only plan for the day was wandering around the city and going wherever I felt like, so I'm up to changing my plan.
僕も大丈夫。
Same here.
適当にオートとかカリダとか回って、両親にお土産を買うくらいしか予定はないよ。
The only thing on my itinerary was roaming around Arthier and Kalita and purchasing some souvenirs for my parents. Alright, that's perfect. I actually have a request for you guys. A few hours later... Sorry I'm late, Jinnia. I sprinted to our meeting place, panting heavily and trying to catch my breath. Jinnia, who had been fiddling with his hair to stave off boredom, spotted me and lifted his face.
珍しく遅かったじゃない。あなたが10分も遅刻するなんて。
What a rarity! That's you, Jinnia. Your rarity. You were late by a whole 10 minutes. What a rarity. Sorry about that. Something suddenly came up.
別にいいけど。遅刻なんて秘書になって初めてじゃない？体調でも悪いの？
So considerate. Oh my god. Hi. I honestly don't mind, but it's probably your first time arriving late since you became my secretary. Are you feeling ill, perhaps? No, I'm doing
ま
fine.
いいわ暇な道中のネタができたし
Oh, well, good. I'm glad we have a topic to entertain ourselves with during our tedious journey, at least. 27. He's gonna keep saying that. Jinnia is grinning brief before surveying our surroundings.
それより馬車の手配してくれた座席のスプリングが効いててお尻痛くないやつよ
More importantly, did you arrange our carriage? It has to be one with good seats or our poor butts won't get all sore. About that, could you take a quick look at these documents first?
ん何これ学術と魔法具使用申請書
What's this? Applications for borrowing mystic tools from Sage Tower. Hang on.
今から取りに行く書類じゃないなんでここにあるわけ
Isn't this the documents we were supposed to fetch during our trip? Why is it here? Jinnia's eyes were as white as saucers, and I smiled from ear to ear. At the same time, two silhouettes nimbly popped out from behind him.
サプライズ大成功だな
He reminds me of Zeus. No. Surprise!
久しぶりジーニア。最後の公演の時以来だよね。
It's nice seeing you again, Jinnia. We haven't met since our last show, have we?
ビリオにパサリアあなたたちまでどうして
Elio, Pacelio, why are you two here? I stumbled across them earlier. They're visiting, and I asked a tiny favor. Jinnia was still stunned. Seeing this, I explained how we'd gotten here. Maybe it's the feminine voice. I mean, I love Zeus, so... I'd asked Filio to give me a ride to Kalita. Then I'd done all the necessary inventory checks for the mystic tools and had gotten the requested forms? Acquiesced? I don't even know. That was one big task off the list for this afternoon. Though we still had some work, there was a lot less pressure.
馬車で何時間もかかる道でもドラゴンならひとっ飛びだしなこのぐらい朝飯前ってわけだ
The distance might take a few hours by carriage, but it's a real short flight for us dragons. It was a piece of cake.
でやべえ朝飯とか言うから腹が
Talking about cake, it's making me hungry.
それじゃあビリオ、リーベルへご飯食べに行こうか。
Shall we head off and grab a bite at Libier then, Vilio?
二人も仕事が終わったら合流してお話でもしようね。
Please come join us after you finish your work. I'd love to catch up. Okay, see ya, you two. I'll thank you guys properly later. You think these two are still dying? They both must be. I mean, Vilio's still eating fiends. And Pacelia is still got a timer literally on his body. The two nodded big smiles on their faces before walking past me. As they did so...
ジーニアが相手だと大変だと思うけど頑張れよ
I know it's gonna be tough since you picked Jinnia, but you can do this.
僕たちも応援してる。いつでも相談に乗るからね。
Aww. You have our support too. I'm always here to lend you an ear, okay? They whispered quickly to me. How'd they know? I waved at the pair before turning around and facing a baffled expression on Jinnia's face.
今何か二人に言われなかった
Did those two say something to you just now? You're probably just imagining things. My lips are zipped. I could never admit that I'd asked the two's advice about my crush on the way to Kalita. You picked wrong, but that's cool. Jinnia stared at me suspicious as I played dumb. But he likely didn't think it was a big deal because he soon resumed flipping through the papers.
あらびっくり書類もチェックも完璧じゃない
My, the forms and the inventory check were both done splendidly.
まさか現地に行く前から仕事を終わらせちゃうなんて
I can't believe our work's done even before we set off. Alright, I made a good impression.
じゃあ私はこの書類お城に提出してくるわ
Okay, I'll hand these into the castle. I intentionally jumped for joy before slipping my hands into my bag. All that's left is to give him my present. I grabbed my masterpiece cookies and was just about to offer them.
ああ、それはそうと。あなたちゃんと休んでる？
And that aside, have you been getting proper rest? Does she look trash? When Jinnia's sentence made me freeze. Wait, where did that come from?
だって目の下にクマできてるもの。ちゃんと夜眠れてるの？
My dear, you have bags under your eyes. Have you been getting enough sleep at night? I had been shaving hours off my sleep to work and to make these cookies. Naturally, I couldn't admit that, and I faltered. That was answer enough for Jinnia, and he let out an exasperated sigh.
あのね、頑張ってくれるのは嬉しいわ。おかげでだいぶ助かってるし。
Listen, I'm happy that you're trying so hard. You've helped me a lot.
でも、それで倒れたら本末転倒。私も悲しくなっちゃうから。それは分かって
Varieties
くれ
are
る？
all backwards. If you collapse because of it, it'll make me sad. Do you understand? Yeah.
よし。幸いあなたのおかげで、今日は時間に余裕もあるしね。
Alright, thanks to you. Our schedule's pretty much open today.
頑張った自分にご褒美ってことで、この後はオフ。少しでいいから休んできなさい。
You should reward yourself for your efforts, so take the rest of the day off. Relax as much as you can, okay? His words were kind, very, very kind, but it was fatally different from the type of kindness I was seeking. After hearing that, there was no way I could give him the cookies I'd stayed up making. I could only watch him numbly as he disappeared into the distance. Girl, get a new boy. It's time to move on. I wonder how much time had slipped away since I slumped onto a nearby bench. Had it been 5 minutes, 10, it might have been even longer. My mind was heavy, my thoughts were a murky mess, even my grasp on time became warped. I hugged the meaningless package of cookies as I stared at the passerbyers in a daze. What do I do with this now? They were wrapped up well, so they wouldn't go stale if they weren't eaten immediately. The rational part of me said I could give them to him later, but my heart said that it would lose all meaning if I didn't hand them to him right now. Why? I like how we were all so excited right up into the 10-year age gap. Oh god. Yeah, they're super cute. Oh wait, he's 27 and she's 17? Ugh. There's hard to get and then there's Jinnia. Oh goodness. Clouds of gloom gathered in my chest, then suddenly a shadow fell over me. Is that you, Leah? Alice stood before me. I got to my feet and nodded to him in greeting. Thank you for all your hard work, Alice.
そちらも頑張っているようだな。ジーニアから聞いている。
You seem to be working hard as well, Jinnia. Let me know. Jinnia?
ああいつと二人の時はよく君の名前が出てくるからな。
Yes, your name comes up nearly all the time in our conversation.
優秀な秘書のおかげで助かっていると言っていたぞ。
He says he's very grateful for his capable secretary. It's an honor to hear that. I was happy at the praise, of course, but I struggled to accept it in my current state of mind. I shook my head and shoved all my dark thoughts away. That aside, you looked exhausted, Alice. Are you alright?
なあ、やはり気づかれてしまうか。
I should have guessed that you'd noticed.
実を言うとだな。昨夜は夜明けまでコリブス王子の演説用原稿を作成していたんだ。
To tell you the truth, I stayed up until dawn to write Prince Colivus' speech. Speech? Is it for the ceremony?
そう。そして熱が入った結果、偉大なるコリブス王子にふさわしい超大作ができたのだが。
Indeed, my passion took over and I was able to create a magnificent piece of art that's worthy of our noble prince, alas.
その王子自身に言われたのだ。嬉しいけど。
The prince himself told me that though he is happy, he wants me to take proper rest. Oh.
私は王子のためならば一徹や二徹、辛くないどころか嬉しいぐらいだが。
If it's for His Highness, 1 or 2 all-nighters isn't suffering at all. In fact, I would be ecstatic to do so.
どうも。王子はそんな私が心配だし。ままならないものだな。
This man is like a kiwi. He's my least favorite fruit. Got it. Unfortunately, it's only caused him to worry. Some things just don't work out in life. It was a very familiar situation, and my heart protested with a pang. The next thing I knew, I had shoved my cookie bag into Alice's hands while he cast his gaze down. Please, have these.
これはクッキーか
Are these cookies? Yes, I actually stayed up last night too making these.
なんだつまりは君も夜更かし仲間というわけか
What a coincidence. Looks like we're two of a kind. I insisted he accepted them, giving a small white lie that these were leftovers, along with a small smile. Alice voiced his thanks and promptly began to eat them. It's his
こ
eyes.
れはうまいな
They're the color of kiwis.
驚いた高級店と遜色ない
I think kiwis are darker, but they're pretty. These are amazing. I have to admit, I'm surprised. They are the same level of cookie from luxury confectionaries.
よほど手間をかけたんじゃないか味にムラもないし食感もいい
You must have invested a lot of care into these. There is no inconsistency in taste, and the texture is perfect. I'm glad you like them. If you ever want more.
あら
Oh my.
ずいぶん美味しそうな匂いね。私の分はないのかしら
I smell something very tasty. Are there any for me? You can't just put your hands on her. Sir, you can't have it both ways. You can't ghost the girl, tell her she looks tired, and then come back and lean over her shoulder. Huh? Was I imagining things, or did the voice in my ears sound a hint angry?
あなた、まだここにいたの休むように言ったと思うんだけど。
You're still here, Leah. I thought I told you to get some rest. Sorry, I was about to head back. Jinnia, who had appeared out of nowhere, gazed at me with narrow eyes. That is her simping. That's her simping. All caps is simps. Just to be clear, that is a very simpy Asia right there. Who appeared out of nowhere, gazed at me with narrowed eyes. There was something intense about it, and I stiffened. That was when Alice shrugged.
そう叱ってやるなジーニアおかげで私はこんなにも美味しいクッキーと出会えたんだ
Don't scold her too much, Jinnia. Thanks to her, I learned that there are cookies as delicious as these in the world.
あーちゃんは黙ってて。
Shush, Ali.
この子昨日寝てないのよ。さっきだってフラフラしてたし、上司としては放っておけないわ。
I'm calm. She's so calm. She didn't get a wink of sleep last night. She was even staggering earlier, and I can't let that be as her superior. We were too close. The scent of Jinnia's perfume tickled my nose and made my heart's head spin. His presence overwhelmed my senses, and my heart beat more erratically than with every moment. I frantically shook my head to snap myself out of it before distancing myself from him. Sorry, I'll head back now to rest, I promise. Bye. Just run. Please share the cookies as long as you're okay with the plain ones like these. Okay, have a good evening. Scared of the response I might get, I rambled on to prevent him from speaking. And then I ran. I bolted. Like, this girl runs. She's... Asma say what? She's not me. My language today is horny, thirsty, in love, and dying inside. The dying inside is because of the Shark Week, I know. Then I sprinted away as if I were running for my life. After Leah left, the first to speak was Ali.
さてと
Now then.
私はもう十分いただいたことだし残りのクッキーはお前にやろう
I have already enjoyed plenty, so I suppose I shall give the rest to you.
何言ってるのそれはあーちゃんがもらったものでしょ
What
私が食べ
nonsense
るわ
are
けに
you
は
spouting? She gave those to you, Ellie. I can't just eat them.
嫉妬で殺されても困るからなつべこべ言わず食べてみろ
She's a runner. She's a track star. God. I would be rather troubled if I were murdered by a jealous man. Stop wasting your breath. Eat. He held out the package in a no-nonsense manner. I scowled. But in the end, I gave in to temptation and grabbed one.
おいしい。
It's good. The taste was gentle, kind, and delicate. Just eating it made her face flash before my eyes. Ali was the one who had been given these. And yet for a moment, I had the strangest feeling that she had made them for me. I didn't know why. I placed another cookie into my mouth in a daze and thought it was sweet. I tasted something bitter. Oh, though it was sweet, I tasted something bitter.
ああ、
Feminine charms. All right. A few days had passed since I received this advice. Today I finished work quickly but efficiently before leaving the castle earlier than usual. I was on a mission to put his words into practice and I took a shortcut to my destination. Safora's words are as scathing as always, but at the same time, it's exceedingly rare for him to be wrong. I was aware of my own flaws. I was somewhat childish, and I didn't put much effort into my appearance. Among the girls my age, some were experts whose makeup skills could transform them into different people entirely, but I'd avoided delving into the subject using my waitress job as an excuse. Perfumes or too much makeup didn't complement food. What? I'd continued. We are not putting your makeup in the food, honey. I'd continued procrastinating even after becoming a secretary. My priorities had been hygiene and minimum effort. I'd only focused on my skin and shaping my eyebrows, nothing else. The more I think about it, the more I realized how little effort I've invested. And so.
はーい、いらっしゃい。チアーズへようこそ。って、
Hello there! Welcome to Cheers! Wait.
あれあれ？こんな時間に来るなんて珍しいね。
If it isn't Leah, it's rare to see you visit at this time of day. Leanne, it's been a while. I just have some business here today. I marched into Cheers and was greeted by the owner, Leanne. Leanne, my love! Ah! He blinked at me in surprise, and I voiced my question. Just asking, but Cheers sells cosmetics too, right? Why would a bar sell cosmetics?
ん？それはもちろん。
But of course.
お酒から薬まで何でも揃うがうちのキャッチコピーだからね。売ってない品は一つだけ。
Our slogan is wine, food, medicine. You'll find everything here. There's only one thing we don't sell, and that's my heart. Oh.
俺のこだ。これは君に売約済みだから。
My passionate heart, of course, it's reserved exclusively for you. I quickly regretted saying anything.
そんな目で見ないでってば。罪のないほんの冗談じゃない。
Well, if his heart's not for sale, that means his body is. Bored, happy, melancholic, warm, and maybe a tinny simping in my language today. Ah. I don't like me with such frosty eyes. It's just a joke, an innocent joke. I think you're guilty as charged, but whatever. More importantly, I want your help. Could you give me a detailed rundown on trending cosmetics?
まさか俺のためにおしゃれしちゃおう的な？
It can't be. Are you getting dressed up to look pretty for me?
はい、すみませんでした。真面目に対応させていただきます。
I can't wait to kiss you. Yeah. So sorry, ma'am. I shall attend to your request. Responsibly, ma'am. I glared at the apologizing Leanne before heading over to the general goods section. I found the shelf of cosmetics. This is just a bar. Don't tell me there's a general goods in here. I swallowed, trying to hype myself up. I'll become a mature woman who Jinnia can't tear his eyes of. I take this as serious as any of my other duties, and so the hours pass as I consulted Leanne and the current trends while pursuing the available selection. Perusing, even. After shopping, I returned to Le Bier. The tavern was closed, so I monopolized a table and lined up the items in my haul. Jinnia. Jinnia is 10 years older than the main character.
で、悩んだ成果がこれってわけかい？
So this is the result of your meticulous screening. Yeah, I do think I might have bought a little too much. Disappointment that it wasn't food, Roddy retreated to his room. Meanwhile, I focused on my collection: primer, foundation, face powder, lip gloss, eyeliner, mascara, the list went on. Under Spiria's watchful eye, I looked through each and every one of my wares. Spiria was appalled at how much I'd purchased, but she smiled and gave me an encouraging pat on the shoulder.
ま、選んだものの良し悪しはともかく、化粧を学ぼうって心がけは立派だよ。
The sweet spot. I think they keep making the MCs like 17, 19. Yeah, she's 17, which means he's 27. And I don't like it. She needs to be in her 20s. Like, just make them in their 20s. 20, 21. Like, come on. They don't have to be 17, 19. The quantity of items aside, your determination to learn about makeup is admirable. You think so?
あんた今まで遠慮しておしゃれなんてしてこなかったろ？
You've never been one to experiment with your style because you don't like to stand out. Aww.
花盛りの女の子なんだから、やっぱり少しは自分を飾る方法も学んでほしいとは思ってたんだよ。
But you're a young woman now, and I always thought it'd be good for you to feel comfortable showcasing your natural beauty. I understand I'm working at the castle, so I should at least know how to make myself presentable when I need to.
その意気だよ。失敗も経験だし、まずは自分で試行錯誤するといいさ。
That's the spirit. Failure is the mother of success, so I suggest you start off by testing things out yourself.
アドバイスが必要なら言っておくれ。私は裏にいるからね。
If you ever need advice, please ask. You'll find me in the back. Asia preparing to feast. Wait, what? Wait, what? What do you mean? Got it. After seeing Spiria off, I wasted no time and turned back to face the mirror on the table. I knew how to do the bare minimum to look professional while I was in the office, but outside of that, my skills were pitifully basically non-existent. Honestly, I had no clue what I was doing, so I did my best to recall random snippets I'd overheard from Spiria and the Lebere's regulars. Okay, we start with a primer, I think. It's been hot lately, and Leanne mentioned that water-resistant ones are selling well. Having decided on my first step, I lifted the bottle. Disaster was likely waiting for me, but we were already closed, so no one was around to witness it at least. Okay, don't hesitate. Go all in. Just as I brought the makeup brush to my face. Good evening! A very, very untimely voice rang out from the entrance of the door. Was flung open.
ああ、やだやだ。会議が長引いて結局こんな時間になっちゃうとか。
If they're closed, why is their door unlocked? I'm so peeved. That meeting dragged on and on and on. I ended up finishing work at this ungodly hour.
クローズになってたけどまだやってるかしら。家に戻っても食べるものがなくて。
The sign says closed, but are you guys still around? There's nothing to munch on at home, and...
あらあら。
Oh my, oh my, oh my! By the time I thought, oh no, it was already too late. The moment Jinnia spotted the spread of cosmetics, his eyes immediately lit up and he eagerly approached me.
珍しいじゃないメイクなんて。どういう心境の変化かしら。
What a rare sight! You're experimenting with makeup. Why the sudden change of heart? Ah.
まったく水臭いわね。言ってくれれば私が全力でサポートしてあげたのに。
You're so cold. I'm sad. You should have told me. I would have supported you with everything I had. I can't help but love this man. It's a problem. Yeah, he's gorgeous and he's hilarious. He's perfect. He's perfect. Oh my god. I kind of didn't really want your help, Jinnia.
何よ。こう見えて私メイクについては詳しいのよ。
What's with that? I may be a man, but you can tell by just looking at me I'm a pro at makeup. I'm very aware, thank you. Completely oblivious to my internal screaming, Jinnia excitedly grabbed one product after another and assessed them.
あなたのことだからノープランでまず試してみようと思ったんでしょう。
Knowing you, you probably went in without a clue and thought you'd try try things at random, didn't you? Pretty much, but I thought I'd follow the principle of practice makes perfect.
ダメよそんなんじゃ。大事なのはまず仕上がりのイメージ。
No, that'll
成
get
功
you
サンプルを形
nowhere.
にしとかないと。
Having a mental image of the final results is key. You need to base it off successful examples.
無計画にやっても顔っていうのは全体がぼやけてきちゃうものだからね。
Impulse and faces don't work together. You try to do a little bit of everything and it'll become a disordinate mess.
ほら、ちょっとこっち来なさい。私がまずサンプルを作ってあげるわ。
Come over here, let me show you something to aim for first. Like a child who had found a set of paints, Jinnia looks like he was having the time of his life. At this point, nothing I could say could stop him.
はい、じゃあまずは化粧下地ね。下地なんて表に出てこないし、なんて侮ったらダメよ。
Alright, first start with primer. It won't show on the final result, but underestimating it is a no-no.
ヒープ力がないベースなんて使ったらすぐテッカテカのヨレヨレになって半日と持たなくなるんだから。
If you use a base that doesn't last, your makeup will get all wrinkly and glossy. It'll fall apart in less than half a day. In seconds, I ended up obediently sitting in a chair as Jinnia fussed over my skin. It doesn't make any sense. How did this come to this? I purchased makeup in bulk, wanting to become a pretty woman who could win Jinnia. I had full intentions of appearing before him in masterful makeup he had never seen before and leave him in awe. But now that very man was instructing me on how to craft my look.
いろいろと買い揃えたみたいだけど、前後のケアも怠っちゃダメよ。
It seems like you bought all kinds of product, but you mustn't slack on caring for your skin when using makeup, okay?
大事なのはメイク中よりもメイク後。本当の美はお肌を休めてる時間に作られるんだから。
I don't think makeup should be worn for half a day anyways. Yeah, I mean, you get up, you go to work, and then you come home and take it off. The secret to true beauty isn't when you put on makeup, but what you do without it. It's nurtured when you let your skin rest. That actually sounds kind of profound. He was shaping my eyebrows with a brow pencil, and I couldn't help but giggle. He looked perplexed, and I shook my head slightly. I was just thinking about how you're much more of a makeup expert than me, even though I'm a girl.
あら、好きなものをより綺麗にしたいって気持ちに男も女もないでしょ。
Oh, but everyone wants to make the things they like look more gorgeous. Gender doesn't matter here, does it? What do you like, huh?
はい、じゃあ次は目を閉じて。
Close your eyes for me, hon.
ここから目の周りやって、リップの色も後で合わせるから。
Gonna do the area around your eyes now. I'll choose a matching color for your lips too. I obeyed his directions obediently. Darkness immediately surrounded me. The only thing in this pitch black world was the feel of an eyeliner brush tracing my skin and Jinnia's soft breathing. My obscured vision heightened my other senses and his presence became even more pronounced. Perhaps due to that, I had the feeling that his hands were gentle and careful as if he were cherishing a treasure.
そろそろ完成よ。期待しててちょうだいね。
Okay, we're nearly done. Prepare to be pleasantly surprised, okay? I nodded, my eyes still closed, and I felt my pulse quickening in anticipation. This turn of event isn't what I planned, but when he finished putting makeup on me, he might praise me and say I'm cute. I couldn't calm the erratic beating of my heart as I clasped my hands in front of my chest.
はい、終了。完璧な仕上がりね。
Done. Hehe. Perfect. What if you made it look like a clown? As soon as his voice rang out.
目を開いてみて。
Okay, open your eyes. My eyes slowly fluttered open. Wow, the moment I looked into the mirror, my breath hitched. The reflection was supposed to be my face, but I couldn't help gasping in wonder. I look completely different.
あなたは素がいいから ベースはほとんどそのままよ。
You have naturally good looks, so I left most of the base untouched.
ただ肌の色を明るくして眉を細めに目をくっきりさせて全体的にシャープに仕上げただけ。
I only made your skin tone consistent, made your brows thinner, and emphasized your eyes. Basically, I sharpened your natural looks.
それでも印象は結構変わるでしょ。
They might seem like tiny changes, but you give off a very different impression, right? I don't know. Show me. Jinnia was right. As a whole, my face was still the same as always, but I suddenly seemed a bit more mature. Thanks, Jinnia. Do you think I am...
この可愛さならその辺の男もイチコロね。
With your killer cuteness, I'm sure all the men will fall for you with a single glance. The joy that swelled and threatened to burst withered within a moment later. It was as if he had poured a bucket of ice water over me. I looked at the man who stood behind me in the mirror. He wore a big smile, likely out of satisfaction at seeing his results. Haha, yeah, all the men. Words rushed out of my mouth. Would you fall for me too? Ben! How much do you like that? Ah, we got one to go. Oh no, we've one to go. Oh no. Was it really okay for me to ask this? I didn't know, but my mouth moved with a mind of its own. Would you fall for me with one look too? The moment those words left my lips, Jinnia froze. There was a pause before he finally spoke up in a somewhat flustered voice.
どうかしらね。私の見る目は厳しいわよ。
Oh, that's a burn. That's a burn! I'm not sure about that. I'm very particular about beauty, you see. Jinnia had huffed slightly before replying, but I saw it in the mirror. Contrary to his merry voice, Jinnia had averted his gaze, a pained expression on his face. Ah, you ain't pretty enough for me. I shut the mirror with a click before turning back to face him.
やっぱりあなたのメイクをするのは楽しいわね。
I knew it. Helping you with makeup is so much fun.
サーカスで衣装を着せた時から思ってたけど、可愛くしがいがあるし。
From the moment I asked you to change into your circus costume, I knew that dressing you up and making you cute was super rewarding. To be fair, she's 17. That's true. But in this world, she got with a guy that's 1,000-ish years old. Feel free to summon me anytime. I will, thanks. Dude, make a move. Girl, do it. I saw my faint reflection in the window and thought I wasn't the best judge. And even though I wasn't the best judge, I thought I was pretty. Jinnia also clearly commented that he thought I was cute, but it was just as clear that my looks hadn't made a mark on him at all. Feeling conflicted, I began putting away my new things. Jinnia, dear God, when in the world had Leah first fallen for me? And when had I first realized it, I wondered. I scouted her after a chance meeting, convinced she was the missing piece of circus. Is this when we were in his house and he's like necky? Before I knew it, she had become one of my precious teammates, with whom I give him a pass because usually they don't do that. I traveled the world. She did every task earnestly. She smiled candidly when she was happy. She was cute and adorable when I laid eyes on her, and every time my fear grew. Having long forgotten feelings like love, I had become a twisted, problematic man who could only poke fun at the love of others. I was scared that by approaching me, her beautiful, innocent, pure love would be tainted and sullied. And so when I noticed her budding affection, I had full intentions of gently guiding her back to the right path. By taking your shirt off? You did this to get her to get on the right path? Or is this when you realized it? I'd tease her a bit and let her indulge in her dream. I'd let her have a taste of what the mature love of an adult was like. Keep saying mature love of an adult, because that's right, she's 17. And I'd teach her a little bit about bitterness so that she wouldn't be led astray by wicked adults before she met her true love. That had been my plan at least, and yet she had persevered harder than ever at work and had stayed up to the point of forming dark circles beneath her eyes to bake me cookies. She tried to seem more mature, learning the unfamiliar world of makeup and doing her best to look cute in front of me. Whenever I saw her lovable, charming side, an emotion that should have withered long ago welled up within me and raised its head. I'd even felt the thorns of ugly envy when Ali had received those cookies. But
さすがにそろそろね。
I've dragged things on a little too long. What dark secret do you have? If I had delayed the inevitable even further, it definitely wouldn't be good for her. Cutting things off now was much, much better than leading her around with a dim hope before rejecting her at the very end. Luckily, Leah was surrounded by many men who were beautiful both inside and out. They'd taken care of her. I was sure that she could overcome this bitter pain and seize a radiant, genuine love story.
終わら
So
せてあげなくちゃ。
I need to end this here. Two weeks had passed since my vow to become a mature woman and make Jinnia swoon. I let out a long sigh as I sorted documents in the office. I've worked hard at my job and in my private life, but nothing seems to be working. Determined to complete tasks before he requested, I displayed my worth as an effective subordinate at work. My womanly charms had also grown as a result of facing the mirror every day and putting on makeup, probably. But no matter what I did, my feelings didn't seem to get through to him at all. At this point, even somebody inexperienced like me could tell. Jinnia isn't romantically interested in me. What should I do now? Move on. There is a dog out there that's in love with you. An ardent passion burned in my heart with no outlet. I pressed my palm to my chest. That was when the office's occupant returned.
ただいま。
I'm back! Welcome back, Jinnia.
あら、私が来る前から仕事をしてたの？感心
Why?
感心。
Hard at work before I even arrived. I'm very impressed. There's a lot to do today, so I thought I'd start a little earlier than usual. I looked down at the documents so my eyes wouldn't be drawn to Jinnia until only a few days ago I'd stubbornly averted my gaze out of shyness driven by the erratic beating of my heart. This was similar, but its nature was completely different. Just looking at his face was suffocating and I couldn't meet his eyes.
さて、じゃあ今日も頑張りましょう。式典まで1ヶ月切ってるし。
Now then, let's keep up our good work today. There's less than a month until the ceremony.
私の口から頑張るなんてなんだか不思議な気がしちゃうわね。あなたの影響かしら。
It feels strange to be the one making such a statement. Maybe it's your influence. You think so? I was sure that he'd long realized my feelings for him. Yet Jinnia acted as if nothing had changed, just like every other day. Even though he knew the nature of my affection, he didn't overtly turn me down. Instead, he allowed me to keep up the pretense that our easygoing relationship filled with smiles and banter was the same as always. His response was very, very kind and so very, very cruel.
来週からもっと忙しくなるわよ。いよいよ現地入りするお偉方が少しずつオートにやってくるし。
Things will be even busier next week. Our influential guests will finally start gathering from every corner of Esotia.
接待にはあなたにも出てもらうから準備しておいてちょうだいね。
You'll be one of the hosts too, so be prepared, okay? Got it, but am I really capable of entertaining important guests properly?
大丈夫よ。最近はメイクもバッチリだし、貴族の令嬢と遜色ない可愛さだもの。
We didn't have a makeup reveal, so I don't believe you. You're the woman for the job. Your makeup's been perfect lately, and you're as cute and glamorous as a young noblewoman. You didn't show me? It's not real. His praise was like a stab to the heart, and for a moment my mind went blank. So you think I'm cute now?
もちろん。オートのファッションリーダーことジーニア様が保証してあげるわ。
Oh, oui, but of course, your great Jinnia premier fashionista of Arthier can vouch for that.
お偉方に見せつけてきなさい。社交界デビュー的な。
Show off your charms to all those esteemed guests. It'll be your debut in high society. I hadn't intended to say the next sentence. It spilled out of my mouth on its own accord. I didn't work hard on my makeup to impress influential strangers. Jinnia fell silent. The realization hit me a second too late. Those words had touched a sore spot for both of us. Once my feelings had found an outlet, however, I couldn't stop. I worked hard these past weeks because I wanted you to look at me, Jinnia. Whether it be makeup, which was never been my cup of tea, or work I'm unfamiliar with, I tried because I wanted you to acknowledge me.
はい、そこまで。
Okay, that's enough, my dear. Jinnia's long index finger gently pressed against my lips, stopping me in my tracks. The movement was gentle but firm, as if he were determined to nip my next words in the bud.
その言葉を口にしたら、私たちの関係は変わるわ。
If you say it out loud, our relationship will change.
いい方向か、悪い方向か、どちらかなんてわからないけど。
It may be for the better, it may be for the worst. I don't know which, but I do know one thing.
こうして過ごしている時間は、きっと終わりを告げる。
This peaceful time together we relish will end. My lips quivered with unspoken words, but Jinnia shook his head, refusing to remove his index finger.
私ね、これでもあなたのことをとても気に入ってるのよ。
What if you bite his finger? Is that too far? Is that too much? You know, it might not seem like it, but I really am fond of you.
この心地いい時間ができるだけ長く続いてほしいって思うくらいには。
So fond, in fact, that I want our comfortable relationship to last as long as possible.
だから。
My love language is biting. Same.
ね。
Come on now.
答えはまだ言わないで。もう少しこのままを楽しみましょう。
Don't tell me yet. Let's enjoy the present for a little longer. His finger retreated slowly and a chilly breeze brushed against my lips. Then, not even giving me a chance to respond, Jinnia stood up to leave.
気分転換にお茶でも入れてくるわ。
I suppose I'll head off to make some tea for a change of pace. Girl, just quit. You don't need to work here. You chose this job. Go back to Labir. You'll be fine. He didn't voice the cruel unspoken words. I'd forgotten about what just happened, okay? The next moment he vanished. All the strength went out of me. I slumped down and hung my head. I guess there's no help after all. Jinnia was clearly giving me a warning. Don't force me to turn you down. I can still turn a blind eye as long as you don't push further. That was his message. That's so unfair. My eyes grew hot and tears welled up, turning my vision into a blurry mess. I had to stop crying before he came back. After all, Jinnia's wish was for both of us to smile and act as if nothing had happened. Despite knowing that fact, my tears rebelled and choked sobs echoed into the empty room. That continued for a while until... MC, don't make me cry. Is it gonna be... Who is it? Is it Alice? I'm gonna go with Alice. Oh, Colivus. Even weirder. Jinnia, are you there? We're coming in. After a knock at the door, two familiar faces appeared inside the office.
Jinnia は留守?
Is Jinnia... Did she, like, fall to the ground and, like, crawl? I'm having flashbacks of Usui, the bartender from Sympathies, because I was too actually earlier. Except at least he slept with her. Like, come on, Jinnia, give the girl a kiss. Like, give the girl a kiss. Is Jinnia away? Jinnia headed out for a moment. Wiping my tears, I reported this to Alice and the prince. But there was no way I could disguise my voice, which was shaking with sobs. Leah, are you crying? No, I'm alright. I used my sleeve to wipe my face, but Prince Colivus shook his head.
全然大丈夫には見えないよ。お腹痛い？何かあった？
I didn't want to mention Usui at all, but damn it. I had the vibes earlier when he's like, we can keep living this blissful life. And I'm like, ooh, I knew someone who did that and then left me. You don't seem all right. Does your tummy hurt? Did something happen? Oh yeah, my tum-tum hurts real bad. I'm all right, really. Please don't worry about me. But the words wilted in my throat and I felt tears spilling again. I wasn't sad. I shouldn't be sad. Even if I couldn't progress to a more special relationship with Jinnia, he was still kind enough to permit me to keep our current relationship. I could maintain the status quo, and yet, why can't I stop crying? Well, it's harder when someone's in the room, right? You're trying to stop. You're like, oh, my head hurts. Let me stop crying. Now you can't. There was a flutter of cloth. Something soft touched my cheek. I raised my head slightly and saw that Prince Colivus was gently offering me a handkerchief. For a moment, the young prince before me seemed much more mature than his petite frame suggested.
何があったかわからないけど、嘘なんてつかなくていいよ。
I don't know what happened, but you don't have to force yourself to lie. Lie?
どれだけ口で大丈夫って言っても、頭の中で大丈夫って騙そうとしても、
You might claim you're fine and you may be able to deceive yourself.
その涙は心が大丈夫じゃないって、嫌だって言ってるってことでしょ?
Your tears? Oh gosh, the tears you shed tell me that you're not alright. Something is hurting your heart, is it not?
王子のおっしゃる通りだ。
Exactly what His Highness said.
どんな事情があるにせよ、君自身が納得していないからこそ、そうやって涙しているのではないか?
No matter the circumstances, what the circumstances are, you cannot come to terms with what happened, which is why you are crying, is it not? Their words pierced my heart like knives. I bit my lip hard and my whole body trembled. The prince carefully wiped my tears once again.
僕は君たちがフローラを咲かせてくれたから、今こうしていられる。
I'm here today because you and your team bloomed Flora to save me. I'm getting really upset. I did not ask, but I do understand, but I didn't ask for this pain. But I don't understand. I don't understand at all. What did he do?
だから、一人で辛くなったらいつでも頼ってね。
Leah, if you are ever anguished or in trouble and want a helping hand, you can always lean on me, okay?
今度は僕が君の笑顔を取り戻すお手伝いをする番だから。
This time it's my turn to help you find your smile again. Thank you so much. I squeezed the words out in a choked voice. My painful, suffocating tears wouldn't stop, but I felt a faint fire rekindle somewhere in my heart. I shall head outside and get some fresh air. If you're looking for Jinnia, I'm sure he'll return shortly. Please excuse me. Plus, she started teasing her, and look what happened. He's teased her twice, and it's led into... He's like, ooh, like, do you like somebody? And then you're like, you know it's you, you idiot. Don't ask her that question. I bowed politely to the pair before running off so they didn't have the chance to detain me. Not knowing how to stem the uncontrollable tears streaming down my cheeks, I scrambled to get outside.
本当に救いのないバカね。私は。
Such a hopeless idiot. But why are you such a hopeless idiot? Tea set in hand, I let out a soft sigh outside my office. I'd vacated the room for roughly 15 minutes. I was back after making tea, but here I was, standing before the door in a daze, hesitating to open it. Since the first time I noticed Leah's affection for me, I should have known that this day would eventually arrive. Leah was a girl so cute and pure that she was dazzling. Such a girl really ought to meet her splendid destined partner and find a beautiful, happily ever after. For her to be drawn to a twisted, troublesome man like me wasn't funny, even as a joke, it wasn't right. Who did you kill, man? I had to end her erroneous crush on me right in that moment. No matter how painful or agonizing it would be the best for Leah in the end. That was what I told myself, but actually doing it was much harder.
はい、そこ。答えはまだ言わないで。いざその時が訪れたら、結局先延ばしを選ぶなんて。
Can't believe myself. I was supposed to end it, but I ended up putting it off instead. Letting out a heavy sigh, I pushed open the door before me.
ただいま。お茶入れてきたわよ。
I'm back, and with tea at that. Be as calm as possible. Act as normal as possible. That was the best thing I could do, or so I told myself. However...
戻ったか、ジーニア。
You're back, Jinnia. For some reason, the occupants of the rooms were not who I expected.
あーちゃんにコリブス様。どうしてここに？
Ali, Your Highness, why are you two here? Relief flooded my heart. After all, if those two were present, the awkward mood should clear somewhat.
あの子はどこ？
Where did Leah go?
先ほど部屋を出て行ったが、廊下ですれ違わなかったか？
She left the office just a moment ago. You didn't bump into her in the corridor.
いいえ。私が置きっぱなしにしてた書類でも提出に行ってくれたのかしらね。
No. Did she perhaps head out to submit some documents I left lying around? I put the tea set on the table, speaking in a jovial manner. That was when a belated realization struck me. The pair staring me down didn't have the slightest hint of a smile on their face.
どうしたの二人とも。そんなに怖い顔しちゃって。
What's wrong, you two? You look rather scary.
ははさては私が締め切り破ったのがついにバレて。
I get it. It seems like someone finally realized I didn't make the deadline.
泣いてたよ。
She was crying.
泣いてた。すごく辛そうな顔で。
Leah was crying. She looked really upset.
何か悲しいことでもあったのかしらね。
Oh my, did something bad happen to her? I wonder. I spoke in a clipped, casual voice, trying to put an end to the discussion, but the prince glared at me as if his usual faint-hearted attitude had never even
泣かせ
existed.
たのはジーニアだよね。
You're the one who made her cry, didn't you?
彼女があんな風に泣いてるところ初めて見たよ。一体何を言ったの？
I've never seen her cry so heartbreakingly before. What in the world did you say?
別に何も言ってませんわ。
Nothing really. I didn't say anything in particular. I found myself avoiding his eyes, but I sensed his sharp gaze piercing me. Feeling the force of his glare on me, I slowly shook my
何
head.
も言わせなかったことが原因かもしれないけど。
The reason might be that I didn't let her say anything, though.
どういうこと？
What does that mean?
彼女の思いを断ち切り損ねた。ただそれだけの話です。
I botched out a chance to snuff out her desire for someone. That's all, Your Highness. The prince furrowed his eyes in confusion as he tried to decipher my words with no luck. On the other hand, Ali, who had been standing by right beside him, nodded slightly in realization.
ジーニア、私は言ったはずだぞ。彼女をあまり振り回すな、と。
Jinnia, I distinctly remember warning you not to toy with her feelings.
彼女の思いに応えるのもいい。彼女の思いを拒絶するのもいい。それは、二人の間の問題だからな。
Did he do something? She was gonna say, I like you, and he said, don't say that. Don't finish that sentence, otherwise we can't live in this fever dream anymore. We can't ignore it anymore. And so she cried, and then he left her alone, and now he came back, and she's gone. You may choose to respond to her feelings. You may choose to reject her. That is your decision to make, and I respect that.
だが、ただ答えを引き伸ばすのは、 彼女にとってあまりに残酷だろう。
However, dragging out your answer is just too cruel to Leah.
ええ、そんなの分かって。
Yeah, I know that.
いいや、分かっていない。お前は彼女のためと言い訳しつつ、自分のことしか考えていない。
Almost gone. We're almost there. It's almost close. No, you don't. You're only making excuses saying you're doing this for her sake while it's actually for your own selfish reasons.
答えを避け、引き伸ばしたのは
You avoided giving her a clear answer and you're dragging things out.
相手を苦しめると分かっていても、自分の身を引きたくないお前のエゴだ。
You knew this would torment her, but you didn't want to relinquish your hold on her. It's your self-serving ego that's talking. Ali cut off my excuse and wedged a dagger into the clink in my armor.
要は、お前にとって都合がよく便利な彼女を手元にキープしておきたいわけだろう。
To put it simply, she suits your needs and it's convenient to you. So you want to leave her hanging nearby at your beck and call, right? I saw red when I heard him mocking tone. Anger took over and I glared at him, but Alice only gave me an unimpressed sidelong glance before he spoke calmly.
王子、一つ提案があります。
They've been running around in circles. Yeah, they really have. Your Highness, I have a proposal.
何?
Yes.
彼女を私の秘書として雇いたい。立ち会いをお願いできますか？
I would like to hire Leah as my secretary. Will you please give the official okay?
は?
Excuse me? The meaning of his seemingly casual words didn't process at all. I could only ask one question, a pathetic expression on my face.
あんた、
What are
何よ?
you?
私は彼女を高く評価しているし、これはお前のためでもある。
I hold her in high regard. This decision is beneficial for you as well.
関係を深める気もないし、距離を置きたいんだろう。ならば、渡りに
Don't
船だと思
fucking
う
drag
が。
shit. You heard her. You have no intention of growing more intimate and instead want to distance her, right? This should be a timely offer.
バカなこと言わないで。あの子は私の秘書として正式に契約してるのよ。
Be an idiot. She's officially contracted as my secretary, okay?
その契約が残っているうちに横取りみたいな真似。
You can't just snatch her away from the sidelines while our contract still stands.
本当に正式な契約なのか？
Do you really have an official contract?
サーカスに加入した時も今回も、お前は彼女の人の良さにつけ込み、勢いで契約書にサインさせた。
Both when she joined circus and this time, you took advantage of her kindness and persuaded her into signing the contract.
本当に本心から彼女がお前と共にいたいと願い、契約したと言い切れるか？
Can you declare from the bottom of your heart that she truly signed on because she wants to be with you? The superficial excuse I made was mercifully shattered. The prince even voiced his support.
そうだね。アレストの言う通りだと思う。
Yeah, Alice is right.
こんな状態じゃ、彼女もジーニアも幸せにはなれない。
At this rate, neither you nor Leah will be happy.
だったら僕は王族としてアレストの訴えを。
As royalty, I hear your appeal, Alice, and I shall.
ダメよ!
Don't! The voice that came out didn't sound like mine at all. I held no decoration, no motives. My heart had spoken before my mind could
そん
interrupt.
なの絶対に。
I'll never let that happen. Oh, really? What's been stopping you this whole time?
何がダメなんだ？少なくとも今のお前などより、私の方が彼女を笑顔
Why
にで
not?
きる。
At the very least, I can make her smile more than the likes of you.
己のエゴで中途半端に投げ出し、あのように泣かせたりはしない。
I won't make her cry out of my own sadistic desires.
分かったらそこをどけ。彼女を追わねばならないからな。
If you understand, then get out of my way. Somebody needs to chase after her. Alice placed a hand on my arm and made to push me aside as I was standing in front of the door. However, I mustered all the strength I had in defiance and planted my feet. Seeing my reaction, Alice let out a lengthy sigh before releasing my arm.
お前とは長い付き合いだが、 ここまでの怒りを見たのは初めてだ。
Please go off on Jinnia. I support this. I don't hate him, I love him, but he really pisses me off. He should let her down gently. Yeah, this is... I mean, they needed conflict, I guess. They just chose this instead. I've known you for a long time, but this is the first time I've seen you so enraged.
珍しいじゃないか。ひょうひょうと生きてきたお前がこうも感情をむき出しにするとは。
What a rare sight. Someone who flits from place to place without a care in the world is expressing such strong, raw emotions for once.
あんたが煽ったからでしょう。
It's all thanks to a certain someone's taunting.
無論それもあるだろうが、
That's part of the reason, of course.
お前が彼女に抱く思いは今までのものとはまるで違う。
But more than that, your feelings for her are nothing like what you've experienced before.
自分でももう分かってるんじゃないのか。
You must have already realized that as well.
知ったようなことを。
You know nothing about me.
知ってるとも。
I know you very well, actually.
非常に残念ながら私とお前は控えめに言って心の友だからな。
Oh, I felt like they're dragging this. Like the fact that she's like, I gotta make myself pretty. Do you think I'm cute? Like this part's a little draggy. It's this, they're recycling the same problem now. It's extremely regrettable to admit you and I are besties, to put it mildly, after all. My good friend, who deliberately played the role of villain, suddenly teased me and took the wind right out of my sails. I cast my glaring eyes down and lowered my raised arms.
ごまかしきれないわね。
Looks like I can't hide it anymore. Is he gonna pull off a mask? Is he not even Jinnia? I knew that accepting Alice and the prince's proposal was my best option, but the emotional words that blurted out of my mouth and the body that wouldn't obey were undeniable proof of my feelings for Leah. The glaring evidence would no longer allow me to turn a blind eye to my own
今
heart.
さら認めるなんて。遅すぎて呆れちゃうわ。
Now that I've admitted it, isn't it a little too late? I can't believe myself. I aimed a derisive smile at myself, and at the same time another emotion gushed forth. It was a restless anxiety at the fact that even now she might be crying somewhere out there all alone. But what in the world could the culprit behind her tears do? What right did he have? What right did he have? I feel like they did that on purpose. It's literally because of him. He dragged it. He should end it the moment she started to have feelings. Right? He should have been really quick about it. He should have been like, oh, you're real cute, but you're not my type. Like, constantly. Just remind her every time. Oh, man, that's a nice outfit. If only I liked that outfit on you. Even if he ran up to her, all he might achieve was hurt her more. I fell silent, and my thoughts rooted me in the spot, but the prince spurred me into action.
ジニア、彼女を追いかけて。
Jinnia, go after Leah.
それは上司命令かしら。
Are you ordering me as my superior?
うん。
No,
違うよ。
I'm not.
王子でも上司でも、誰かの恋心に命令なんてできないでしょ。
No matter what my status is, whether I be a prince or your superior, no one can order around someone else's heart.
だからこれは、ただのお願い。
So this is just a request.
僕に笑顔をくれた二人には、幸せに笑っててほしいから。
You two have made me smile. I want you to both smile happily too. A gentle smile bloomed on his face as he spoke, his words serene. It was hard to imagine him in his prior doll-like state.
まあ、個人的な感情に任せるなら。
Is it understandable because he's older than her? He said he's a walking red flag. Why is he a walking red flag? I have yet to see any proof of him being a red flag. He's eccentric. He dresses very feminine. That's not red flags. Red flag would be like, she's gonna be my 79th girl I've been in a relationship with in the last 6 months. That's a red flag. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he called himself a red flag. Being older does not make him a red flag in this world. But If I spoke my personal feelings, then I'd say that if you make Leah cry again, I'll be off. It'll be off with your head. Leah, what?
素晴らしい暴君ぶりです、コリブス様。お見それしました。不詳アレスト。その際は喜んで執行人を請け負いましょう。
What a splendid tyrant you'd be, my prince. I am deeply moved. I may be unworthy, but I shall gladly take that role of executioner.
そうだね。その時はアレストにお願いするよ。
You said it's understandable because he's older, but that's not what he said. He said he's a walking red flag. He didn't say I'm too old for her ever. He's never brought up their age difference. He's only said he's a red flag. You're done. What are you done with? All right. I'll ask you for your help if the time ever comes.
まあ怖い。じゃあ頑張って処刑されないようにしませんと。
Oh no, I'm so scared. I need to work hard so that I can keep my head on my shoulders. A small smile came to my lips before I glared daggers at my unfortunate bestie one last
では
time.
言わないわよ。
You won't get any thanks from me, you know.
それは嬉しいことだな。お
Now
前の例な
that
ど
is
聞いたら
wonderful news.
寿
If I
命が
ever
縮む。
hear a thanks from you, I think years would be taken off my life. Ali patted me on the shoulder before I
結
could
局お前
continue.
を縛っているのは他ならぬお前自身だ。
In the end, you're the only one getting in your way.
世界の命運を背負ったわけでも、病で死の運命を待つだけの身でも、呪いで意志を奪われた身でもない。
You're not burdened with the weight of the world. You're not facing neither death nor illness, nor does a curse bind you.
お前は自由なんだ。それがお前のモットーだろう。
It'd be weird if he went after her so quickly because she's 17 and he's 27. It's still weird. It is still weird. The age gap, somehow I guess I forgot there was an age gap in their route. I knew he was older because he's the leader. I guess 10 years was not what I was thinking. I was thinking like 5. I thought like he was like, 22. You know, a man of freedom isn't you're a man of freedom. Isn't that your policy? So go now, do as you truly wish to. Thanks for the encouragements of my mother hen bestie. I sprinted off at full speed. Everyone's just running in this. No one Asma say what? I think the fact she's underage is what threw me off. Yeah. I still had work to do. But my emotions had taken over and I'd rushed out of the office, then out of the castle, entirely headed wherever my feet took me. How much time had passed since I pressed forward blindly, looking for somewhere, anywhere I could be alone. In one corner of a cramped, suffocating back alley, several streets off the main avenue. I staggered out of breath from walking and fatigued from crying. I leaned against the wall of a house, using it as a crutch. Imagine if she ended up at Leanne's place. Like, wouldn't that be better? What if she was at Cheers and Leanne was comforting her? I would like that so much more than this. Like, just end up at Cheers. I look awful. My face in the reflection of a window was a complete mess. The makeup I worked so hard to apply was in a ghastly state. Even the faint image of a dirty glass pane told me that this girl had cried her eyes out. I can't return to the castle or Labir in this state. Slowly, I slumped onto the ground and buried my tear-stained face between my knees before letting out a sigh.
答えはまだ言わない。
I understood what Jinnia had meant. Just like him, I relished our comfortable, easygoing relationship. In busy times, we exchanged light-hearted banter. Jinnia would tease me and I'd puff out my cheeks in protest. I'd pray for those days to last forever many, many times. And maybe I should have been satisfied with them. I could have been content with that if I had what I had and strive to protect it from change, just like I had done before my journey with Circus. Back then, I'd led my life convinced that I was perfectly happy. If I'd stayed that way, maybe I would have been spared from such agonizing pain. But I was certain that I could never do that again, not anymore. I'd reached unto the unknown. I challenged myself and done things I'd never done before. I'd heard the applause and was rewarded with smiles when I accomplished something. It changed me permanently. Time passed by in a blur. I lost track of how long I bawled into the back alley. Before I knew it, the lively activity of the nearby main avenue had begun to die down. I need to go back. I still have work to do. Muttering the misunderstanding, muttering that mindlessly, I stood on unsteady feet when, not gonna lie, I'm over the overage MC. I mean, no matter what, we will always have underage MCs whenever we like it or not. Don't forget, in Japan, a man can get together with a 16-year-old. We can't do anything about it, unfortunately. Yeah.
やっと見つけた
Finally, there you are. The voice I wanted to hear both the most and the least right now came to my ears. Jinnia? How did you find me? I'd ran out of the castle on impulse and walked aimlessly, taking so many turns that I'd no clue how I'd even gotten here. No one could have known where I'd gone. Jinnia shrugged.
そりゃしらみつぶしよ
By looking, of course. I blinked blankly. At him, Jinnia ran a hand through his disheveled hair. He was panting heavily.
久々に使う風の魔法で走りを加速しまくって
Wind magic puts a spring in my step like no tomorrow. Haven't used it in ages.
メインストリートから伸びる速道32本とその分岐まで片っ端から駆けずり回ってきたのよ
And then I ran up and down all 32 streets extending from the main road as well as all of the other branches one by one. What?
そうよバカでしょバカみたいなことしてるでしょ
Why is he screaming at us? I know, I'm a moron, aren't I? I'm acting like a plain fool,
でも
right?
さっきはこれ以上にバカなことしちゃったんだもの今さらどうってことないわ
But I did something even more foolish earlier, so who cares at this point? Especially since wind magic, you can find, like, boo, 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 boo. Where is she crying? Boo, 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 boo. That's what the wind magic can do, my guy. Jinnia took a step forward. I jumped, startled, and edged away. You're mad, aren't you? You must be angry that I ran out in the middle of work. Yeah, you're a moron. I'm sorry, but since we're here, please let me leave early today. I'll be back tomorrow, normal tomorrow, I swear, so just not now, please. I hung my head so that he wouldn't see my face before dashing towards and rushing past him. But my plan was foiled. Wait. A sturdy arm caught me and I felt my throat grow tight. Let me go. I can't do this, not right now.
奇遇ねこっ
I'm
ちも
listening,
ね
just making dinner.
今じゃないとダメなような
What's for dinner? What a coincidence. You see, there's something that if I don't do now, I'll never have this chance to do again. Whoa. Jinnia seized my shoulders and spun me until I was directly facing him.
もう逃がさないわよ
I won't let you run away anyways. Oh, that's scary. Ah! Why did she scream? He gripped my chin, tilted my hat up, and peered into my face. My very gross face. His hair was messy and clung to his forehead, sweat dripping down his face.
いえ違うわねそもそも逃げてたのは私だもの
No, that's not quite right. I was the one running away in the first place.
あなたの気持ちに気づいてたのに先を言わせないようにしたんだから
I realized your feelings for me, but I always stopped you before you could put them into words. Is he gonna... An ominous premonition made my heart clench. I already braced myself for rejection. Yet now that it was actually happening, fear seized my heart and I shook my head. Please let me go. I swear, I'll act like usual the next time you see me. Please. Oh, that's so painful. She's like, I'll be normal. I'm a mess. I don't want you to see me right now.
いやよ今話したらあなたまた一人で泣くつもりなんでしょ
I refuse. If I let you go, you're gonna cry somewhere all alone again, aren't you? Jinnia's lips worked wearily, something like self-loathing falling over his face.
私はね自分で言うのもなんだけど無責任な人間よ
I know I probably don't need to tell you this, but I'm pretty irresponsible.
あなたも旅で身に染みてるでしょ。設営も企画も面倒なことは他人任せ。
You definitely learned it the hard way during our tour, management, planning. I chucked all the tedious stuff on other people.
あなたをスカウトした理由だって自分が楽したいからだったんだもの。
I even scouted you so I could slack off. You didn't. A finger gently pressed against my lips, halting my protest. I didn't fight it, lapsing into silence. Though I wanted to speak in his defense, he was telling the truth.
でも
I
そんな無
may
責任な私でも
be irresponsible, but
好きだって思ってくれる子を泣かせた責任くらい取りたいじゃない。
I want to at least take responsibility for making the girl who likes me shed tears. Jinnia's hand grasped mine. The warmth of our joined hands was almost scolding, as if proving his
い
sincerity.
くらひょうひょうとして見えたって好き勝手に生きてるように見えたって。
Even if I seem like a guy who lives without a care in the world, doing whatever I please.
男として好きな子を泣かせちゃったことに後悔しないわけないでしょ。
As a man, how can I ever not feel regret when I make the girl I like cry? Okay, I pressed that button too fast, but part of me's like, the girl you like? Don't say that. The moment those words came to my ears, tears welled up and spilled over. Was I happy because he said he liked me, or was I sad that his like wasn't the type of I truly desired? Don't tease me like that. I keep closing my eyes and then we jump. You're like time jumping. I didn't know the answer myself, though I didn't want to cry. My body wouldn't obey.
そう。これだけ言ってもからかってるみたいに聞こえるのね。
I see. Even when I go this far, it only sounds like I'm teasing you. You rejected her multiple times. You said that you're a walking red flag. You have yet to explain what that means. And you turned her down 5 hours ago. And, like, now you're like, I like you too. Like, what? Then, with a weary smile, he looked up at the sky. He muttered to himself, but I only have myself to blame.
私ね、ずっと昔から嫌いだったの。恋っていう言葉が。
You know, I've hated the word love for a really long time. You hate love? That was the last thing I expected to hear, and with the shock came confusion. Why? You like romance stories, don't you?
もちろん他人の恋の話は好きよ。でもそれは人事だから。
Of course, but I like stories about other people's loves. Ones where I'm not involved.
ドロドロの恋愛小説とか、人が次々死ぬ戦記小説とか。
Say you read a melodramatic romance novel or a horror novel depicting one character's death after another.
物語としては楽しめても、そんな苦しい渦中に飛び込みたいなんて誰も思わないでしょ。
You can enjoy them as stories, yes, but no one would want to jump into that world of suffering, would they? You're right, I guess. Wanting to avoid death is normal, but love? It took him a moment, and when he responded, it was in a subdued voice.
私ね、これでも昔は結構モテたのよ。
I was quite the popular guy once upon a time. As the son of one of the most influential noble houses, Jinnia, with his charming looks and outstanding academic record, attracted many admirers during his student days in Kalida.
でもね、集まってきた子は誰も彼もが下心を持っていた。
But there was a problem. The girls that flocked around me had ulterior motives. There wasn't a single exception.
私が持つお金、地、名声、学力、
My
外
money,
見、こういう
status,
関係。
reputation, grades, appearance, connection, friends.
そんなものに見せられた子たちばかりだった。
Every confession I got was motivated by one of those.
汚い思惑が全部透けて見えてた。
I saw right through their greedy calculations. Furthermore, he was his family's only heir, and his parents nagged him endlessly about selecting a wife.
冗談じゃないと思った
What a
わ。
joke.
側目当ての相手しかいない中、生涯の伴侶を探せだなんて。
They wanted me to find my life partner among superficial candidates who only sought to use me. Particularly due to that, Jinnia had been fed up with matters of romance and
そん
love.
な経緯でどんどん周囲に興味をなくしかけていた時に、あーちゃんが言ってくれたのよ。
I rapidly lost interest in everything around me, then that's when Ali told me something.
なら女に興味がないとでも吹聴しておいたらどうだ？
How about you spread rumors that you have no interest in women?
あーちゃんは適当に言っただけだったんでしょうけど、
Ali probably said that on a whim, but
正直これだと思ったわ。
honestly, I thought it was genius.
私はここぞとばかりに散財して派手な服やら高級な化粧品やらを買い集めて飾り立てて、
It was now or never. I spent a fortune on flashy clothes, luxurious makeup with my collection. I decorated myself to the nines. Are you telling me he started dressing like this just to make people think he was gay?
唖然とする両親とか周囲の連中にこう言ってやったのよ。
That's when I said to my parents, shocked schoolmates alike.
私、女に興味ないのって。
I'm not interested in women, thanks.
そしたら驚くくらい効果てきめん。
It was so effective that I almost got whiplash.
あれだけ多かった見合い話もなくなって、言い寄る女の子たちも離れて。
All the marriage interviews that swamped me went poof, and the girls who had tried to woo me distanced themselves instantly.
1ヶ月もしないうちに、私の周りには誰もいなくなったってわけ。
In less than a month, everyone had left me in the dust.
実際に友人として残ったのは、呆れた顔のあーちゃんだけ。
The only friend who stayed by my side was Ollie, who seemed downright
両
appalled.
親さえ表だって言わなかったけど、私に失望したのか、明らかに連絡が途絶えがちになったわ。
They never said it out loud, but even my parents seemed to give up on me. They clearly stopped contacting me often.
だからね、その時思ったの。あ
Back then,
あ、
I
こ
thought,
んなものか。
this is how it really is.
求められていたのは私自身じゃなく、その周りの飾りの方だったって。
What everyone wanted wasn't me, but what the things that they thought they could get from me. Seeing Jinnia's self-deprecating scoff, something finally clicked into place. He was someone who loved fun above all else and had always acted like a free spirit, yet at times he displayed an odd resignation about life. It was finally beginning to understand what lay at his
だから
core.
私は、あなたの気持ちを受け取らずにはぐらかした。
That's the reason why I didn't accept your feelings and dodged you instead.
恋なんて所詮はそんなもので、その時どれだけ相手に惹かれても、
Love isn't the idolization concept others uphold at all. Love isn't the idolized concept others uphold it as, no matter how much you're attracted to someone in the moment.
小さなきっかけ一つで消えてなくなる、脆いもの。
If something it's something fickle that'll vanish at the first opportunity.
こんな恋に恋できない男は、恋に瞳を輝かせられるあなたの未来と
Oh my
釣り合わない。
There's a character from Bewitched sinners who did something crazy so they didn't have to deal with marriage. Did they pretend to be not interested in women, period? A man like me who can't dream of love isn't worthy of a future with you, a girl whose eyes and heart light up at the very same thing.
そう思ってたけど。
That's what I thought at least. I wanted to tell him that it wasn't true. Be a fucking hoe. But before I could say anything, Jinnia took my hand into his. We're gonna see how disheveled. She doesn't like disheveled at all. Where's
やっ
that
ぱりダメ
makeup?
ね。どうしてもあなたを手
He
放
was
し
a
たくな
hoe.
い。
He addressed it very feminine and said that he wasn't interested in girls. So I guess they went different directions. I can't do it in the end. I don't want to let you go no matter what I tell myself. He gently pressed my trembling hand against his chest. I could feel his faint warmth and his fierce quickened heartbeat beneath the palm of my fingertips.
わかる？私の心臓が脈打ってるの。
He was pretending to be a hoe. He was pretending to not like women. Okay, they're the same. My heart's pounding, can you tell? Yeah. Oh wait, where's Prim? Wake up! There's a CG. I could feel the heavy thud of his heart in sync with his breathing.
一つ問題よ。
I have a question for you.
私の胸はどうしてこんなにドキドキしてるんだと思う？
Why do you think my heart's beating so fast? You searched frantically? I think the sarcastic answer is the right one. Wasn't it because... Is that right? Okay, do we do it? We get a... Boom, we bloomed. We bloomed a flora. He'd likely run at full speed, so maybe it was only natural for his heart to be beating this quickly. For some reason, though, even after all our talking, the pounding of his heart hadn't subsided at all. To confirm that fact, I gently pressed my palm against his chest, and the heavy thumping under my palms only grew stronger. That's when I realized the realization finally dawned. Jinnia, you... As I whispered, I raised my free hand and briefly placed it on my own chest. My heart was beating exactly like Jinnia's. Is your heart racing because I'm with you?
正解。よくできました。
Correct, well done. I don't... Careful, gently, like the stroke of a petal, Jinnia placed his hand over mine once more with a soft smile. That's right, we just said
こんな
that.
にドキドキするのは走り回って息が上がってるからじゃない。
My heart isn't pounding this hard because I'm out of breath after running all over town. I felt his heartbeat quicken beneath my palm. My breath caught in my throat as I stared into his golden eyes. Just kiss. I mean, honestly, time seems to slow as I waited for his next
好
words.
きなこと。一緒にいるから。
It's because I'm with the girl I like.
改めて謝らせて。泣かせちゃってごめんなさい。
Please let me apologize again. I'm sorry for making you cry.
一度は手を離そうとした情けない男だけど。
I'm a pathetic man who tried to let go of you once already, but lights filtered in from the street and cast a shimmering veil over his slightly moist eyes.
私はあなたが好きよ。
I like you, I truly do. The words that I'd been waiting for, hoping for, caused my heart to skip a beat. I prayed that I'd heard those words someday. I thought of countless things I'd say in reply, but for some reason, I faltered, stumbling over my words as they refused to leave my mouth properly. Oh, she's crying. Sleep is looking like a delicacy right now. And there's that one tear after another stemmed down my face. Unlike the painful tear from earlier, this time they were really warm and precious.
ちょっとどうしてさらに泣いてるの？
Why are you crying even harder? Sorry, they won't stop. That's fine. These are tears of joy after all.
涙は涙でしょ？
Oh, they're still tears though.
これでも私好きな子には笑っててほしいタイプなのよ。
Despite my actions recently, I really am the type that wants to make the girl I like smile.
泣いてるあなたにつけ込んでキスなんてずるいことできないし。
I'm not the crafty sort who'll take advantage of crying to sneak a
だ
kiss.
から早く泣き止んで。
Come on, please stop crying, okay? The tears of sorrow had already dried up. Yet, tears of joy kept brimming over and streaming down my face without pause. In the end, I only managed to stop crying when our shadows stretched into the long silhouette. Okay.
どう？少しはすっきりした？
How are you feeling? A bit better now? Yeah, sorry for surprising you there, too.
謝ることなんてないわ。好きな子には笑っててほしいタイプだけど。
Don't apologize. Of course, I prefer the person I like to smile, but
あなたの涙は綺麗で好きよ。
your tears are beautiful. I like them too. Come on.
でもずっと泣いてたせいで目がすごいことになっちゃったわね。
Cried for so long, your eyes don't look too good. Is that bad?
ええ、このまま家に帰ったりしたら間違いなく大問題になるくらい。
Yes, if you go home like this, it'll cause a big stir for sure. Siberia might be surprised, but I felt an explanation would be enough to calm her down. The problem was Roddy.
No.
I'd love a time skip though, like when she's actually 21. Imagine her living in his mansion. Roddy might chase you with a knife.
あら怖い怖い。
Oh my, how terrifying. Jinnia shuddered, though he wasn't scared in the least.
もう今さらメイクじゃどうしようもないし。
Well, at this point, makeup won't work either,
今日は
so
そのまま家に来なさい。まずは冷やさないとね。
come to my place tonight. We need to cool your eyes first.
腫れが引いてきたらメイクで隠してあげるから。
Once the swelling subsides, I'll help you with your makeup. Okay, I'll take you up on that. Deciding I'd send a letter to Roddy and Spiria via Express Wooloo post later, I went to start walking towards Jinnia's manor, his arms around my shoulder. Before we even took our first step, Jinnia paused again.
ああ、でも一つ気をつけて。
Be careful, will you? Jinnia smiled broadly at me as he
家
spoke.
に来たらうっかり手を出さないとは限らないから。
If you come into my house, there's a chance I might accidentally make a move on you. Interesting. Oh, is this forced? Oh, gross. Don't force me. Just gonna turn that down for a second. What happened? Don't worry about it. Maybe we get an after credit. Why can't I skip? We did it. This is it. This is it, guys. They didn't even kiss. I'm not saying they have to smash, but like at least kiss. She's 17. They can kiss. They can kiss. They can go. They can kiss. They can kiss. Kissing's fine. Kissing's fine. Time passed by in a blink of an eye. The ceremony to commemorate Prince Colivus' recovery was finally on the horizon. The participants were currently assembled in the throne room, partially as a rehearsal for the big day. Prince Colivus presented himself to the members of the court during his preliminary ceremony.
おお、コリブス様。すっかりお元気になられて。
When me and my friends were 17, yeah. Okay, did you kiss? Is that what you're saying? See, 17-year-olds can kiss. My word, Prince Colivus, you look like the very picture of health now, Your
こうして
Highness.
再び拝謁できたこと、一度感激の極みでございます。
We cannot even describe our joy at witnessing your noble visage once again.
みんなには長い間心配かけて、僕もとても心苦しく思ってる。
Thank you. I want to express my remorse for all the worry I have caused everyone the past 10 years.
失った信頼を取り戻すためにも、これからは期待に応えられるよう、立派な王を目指すつもりだから。
My goal is to become a respectable kid so that I can regain the faith I have lost in meeting your expectations from this day forth. Listen, this is like the
みんなもどう
Tengoku
か
struggle fight,
その
right?
道を支
She
えてほし
doesn't
い
take her top off, but because she's 17, and I respect that. But she kisses. I ask for your support on my path to become an admirable ruler. Even without the public's presence, it's been a long, long time since the prince had appeared before a crowd of this magnitude. I don't even know what happened in the later part of this route. Well, we'll find out later. The assembled aristocrats' relieved applause echoed, and the prince's reintroduced ended without any incidents. I'm exhausted.
お疲れ様。
Thanks for your hard work, Leah. Oh, I turned this down earlier when the music started. After returning to Jinnia's manor, I sunk into the sofa's embrace. I was tense all day long today.
あら、そんなんじゃ本番で持たないわよ。というか、そう硬くならなくていいのに。
Ah, you won't last till the big day if you keep that up. Actually, you don't have to be so stressed at all.
いくら貴族が勢ぞろいしてても、あなたはその上の王や王子と交流があるわけだし、今
I
さら
know
緊
it
張の
was a
必要ない
large
じゃない。
gathering of nobles, but you're acquainted with the king and the prince. Why are you so nervous? I mean, yeah, but that's not the problem. Standing up with a start, I hurled the complaints I'd been holding in at him. May I remind you that you didn't tell me your parents were coming until the last minute. That's right. In truth, the ceremony full of influential nobles hadn't been the main cause of my anxiety. It all started when Jinnia's casual statement about the ceremony was over and everyone was socializing.
あ、そうそう。言ってなかったけど、今日うちの両親来てるから。
Oh, right. I didn't tell you my parents are here today, too. Excuse me.
秘書兼将来を誓った恋人ってあなたのことを説明しておいたから挨拶しといてね。
I'll introduce you as my secretary and my sweetheart with whom I'll share a lifetime, so be sure to say hi to them, okay? What? Wait, hold on a second. This is the first time I've heard about any of this.
そりゃそうよ。言ってないもの。
Well, sure, I didn't tell you. Why? Jinnia! I didn't have time to protest, much less brace myself for meeting his parents for the first time. The voice announced the approach of a married couple who seemed extremely sophisticated. Though they weren't so showy as Jinnia, their features looked familiar. I could tell at a glance that they were Jinnia's parents.
あら、お父様にお母様、ご機嫌うるわしゅう。
If it isn't father and mother, good day.
何がご機嫌うるわしゅうだ。年に一度も家に顔を出さぬくせに。
Good day. Am I hearing this from someone who refuses to return home even once a year?
私もなかなか忙しくてね。でも手紙はちゃんと送ってるでしょ。半年に1回くらいは。
My schedule's rather full, I'm afraid, but I've been sending letters, haven't I? Once every half a year-ish.
養殖にいて忙しいのはわかる。王の手足となり、国に奉仕することは貴族にとって最高の誉れだからな。
Isn't this your teacher's daughter? A bit young, don't you think? I'd be funnier. An important station does demand much of your time, yes. Serving this nation and our king is a noble's greatest honor.
だが、同じ町に住んでるのに、会う暇もなく手紙などおかしいだろう。
However, we are living in the same city. It's absurd to send us letters without actually seeing us. Surely visits can be arranged. Just like Jinnia said, he feels like a strict aristocrat. I tensed instinctively upon seeing the stern glare aimed at Jinnia. All nobles in the capital took at least some pride in their lineage, as their ancestors had founded this nation alongside King Garthier. It was to the extent that up until a few centuries ago, they worshipped pure blood and almost always married other nobles. There were supposedly more marriages between nobles and commoners now compared to then. A prime example was King Vigonia, a royal who'd taken a fae as his wife. Did he? Did we talk about that? But even now, social standings was important to every noble household. Did we talk about that? His parents were simple researchers and very ordinary commoners. Getting an esteemed noble household to acknowledge me is probably going to be an uphill
二人と
battle.
も王子の御前ですよ。祝いの席でいがみ合うおつもり？
We are before the prince, you two. Are you really gonna bicker at a celebration like this?
それより今日はもっと大事な用があるでしょ。
Besides, we have more important business, do we not? On cue, 3 pairs of eyes turned to me. The blood drained from my face under their scrutiny and my throat grew dry. But I squeezed out what little willpower and voice I had to give them a deep bow and greeting. It's nice to meet you. I am Lord Jinnia's secretary Leah.
何よ様って。普段は呼び捨てのくせに。
What's with this Lord nonsense? You usually just call me by my name. Lord Jinnia has been taking care of me as his secretary, and I am eternally grateful.
そこは秘書じゃなくて恋人でしょ？
You shouldn't say secretary. The right phrase is his darling sweetheart. Stop it already. He's completely oblivious to how panicked I am. He was actually fully aware while making such statements, so it was even more evil. Feeling an urge to slap the man who'd rendered all of my efforts useless, I nervously watched his parents, when to my surprise,
ありがとう。
thank you, both firmly clasped my hand, saying something I never expected to
ま
hear.
さかあのジーニアがこんなにも愛らしく素敵な嫁を連れてくる日が来ようとは。
To think the day would come, Jinnia of all people has brought back such a lovely, charming bride. Bride?
こんな息子で申し訳ないけれど、末永くよろしくお願いします。
My son is not worthy of you, but I hope you will take care of him for many years to come.
あなた、式はどこがいいかしら。やっぱりアーテイル大聖堂を貸し切る？
Dear, are we on the last chapter? Yeah, we're at the after credits. Where should we hold the wedding? Does reserving Arthur Cathedral sound like a good idea?
うん。あの場所は先祖が眠る地だ。きっと祝福してくださるだろう。
Indeed, that is where our ancestors rest in peace. I'm certain they will give us their blessing. Buddy?
ああ、
She said the same
こん
thing.
な日が来るだなんて。孫の顔は一生拝めないと諦めていたのに。
He never said anything about marriage. It's his parents. I still feel like I am dreaming. I was resigned to never seeing grandchildren, but all of that has changed. Grandchildren!
ちょっと気が早いわよ。
Hey, come on, don't be so hasty.
まだまだ仕事で忙しいんだから、そういうのは少し待ってちょうだい。
We're still swamped with work, so we'll have to wait a while for stuff like that. Sure, I guess people jump straight to marriage. What is this? Cupid parasite? Just picture Bridgerton, man. You gave me a real fright, okay? I think you scared off a few years of my life. If you told me a bit sooner, I could have polished my look and braced myself.
そんなこと言われてもね。私の家が古い貴族の一角ってあなただって知ってたでしょ？
Parents in animes and games always do that. It's so true. That's not completely my fault, though. You know that my family is one of the most ancient, prestigious ones around, right?
むしろ来ない方が不自然じゃない。
They obviously would have been there. I guess you have a point.
でも結果オーライだったでしょ？あの人たちもすごく歓
If
迎
they
して
even
たし。
have parents. Ooh, burn. It all turned out well in the end, didn't it? Those two welcomed you
なんだ
eagerly.
ったら後半なんてほぼ私無視して囲まれてたじゃない。
In fact, by the latter half of our chat, they ignored me completely and fussed only over you. I guess I'm glad everything went smoothly, but I'm just a mere commoner, remember? Despite that, they were overjoyed to meet me. Jinnia, how in the world have you been interacting with your parents until now?
前も話した通りよ。うちの両親、私が女に興味がないって話、ずーっと信じてたからね。
I did exactly what I told you last time. My parents were completely convinced I wasn't interested in women for the longest time.
家計が私で断絶するって本気で覚悟してたみたいだから、嬉しさもひとしおなんでしょ。
It seems like they truly braced themselves from our bloodline to end with me, so their elation must be astronomical. I see. In a way, he had helped lower the bar, which I was thankful for, but a question suddenly popped into my head and I stared quizzically. That being said, your parents must have learned that your lack of interest in women was just a charade, right?
まあ、そうなるわね。
You could say that. Then does that mean you won't dress up like this anymore? Jinnia mulled over my question for a little while.
まあそうね。でも続けてるうちに今はこれが素になっちゃってるし。
Well, as time went on, this became the new me.
元に戻すよっぽどの理由がない限り、このままでいるつもりよ。
Unless I have some kind of pressing reason to return to my former self, I'm gonna stay the way I am. I see. I mean, he probably feels like a complete stranger if he abruptly changed. I couldn't even imagine Jinnia with a new look. Yeah, I'd prefer that too, personally. This is the Jinnia I've known since the day we met. And this Jinnia is the one I fell in love with
ありがとう。あなたならそう言うと思ってたわ。
Technically, you fell in love with him when you took his shirt off, so... Thanksies! I knew you'd say that.
でもまあ、たまには男らしい格好でデートするのも新鮮でいいかもね。
But I suppose going on a date in manly attire once in a while would be novel and exciting. Jinnia grinned widely as he approached. I wanna be a train? You already are? What? He gripped my waist, pulling me towards him and hugged me to his chest.
私が立派な男だということをたまには思い出してもらわなくては。そうだろう。
From time to time, I should remind you that I'm a respectable man, right, Leah? Like, dude. Dude. From
どうだ？これも悪くないだろう。
What do you think? Not bad at all, is it? Huh? No, that's not. That's a. I said no, good sir.
なんてね。
Just kidding. I shouted and shoved him away, but Jinnia evaded me easily and gave me his usual smile.
欲しくなったら言ってちょうだい。たまにならやってあげる。
If you ever crave it again, tell me. I'm willing if it's only occasional. I'm fine, thanks. I don't need that. I thought my heart was gonna stop there. That means you really liked it, so... I tried to calm my erratic breathing, then I glanced at the clock. Ah, it's already this late. I should head back soon.
ああ、帰らなくてもいいわ。
No, you don't have to leave. Huh? I'd begun gathering my belongings, but the statement made me pause. I looked at him.
当座の荷物はラディが運んでくるから、パジャマとか洗面用具とか。
Roddy's gonna deliver your luggage for the time being, such as your pajamas and toiletries? Huh?
家具とかは後から考えるってことで、式典が終われば時間もできるでしょうし、一緒に買いに行きましょう。
We can think about furnishing later, or once the ceremony's over. We should have some more space, so let's go shopping together. You've lost me completely. I tensed, an ominous premonition crawling up my spine. I felt this sensation before. It had came back when I first met Jinnia, and he convinced me to join circus. I don't know, I just want to be encouraging, man.
あなたの家、今日からここだから。
Starting today, this is your house. What?
戸籍もちゃんと届け出済みだし、正式にここが自宅になるわよ。おめでとう！
I filed an application for a change of address for you, so this is your official home now. Congrats! Huh? What? Excuse you? When and how did that happen? My mind had been in disarray since the start of our conversation, but the most shocking truth had just been dumped on me. I blinked at him.
どうせいずれそうなるんだから、早いか遅いかの違いでしょ？
It was only a matter of time before you moved in. Who cares whether it's now or later? There's a huge difference. I need to talk to Spiria.
スピレアとラディのサインはもらったから。手紙も受け取ってるけど、読む？
I already got Spiria and Roddy's seal of approval. I've also got a letter from them. Do you want to take a look? Letters?
親愛なる私の娘へ。
To my dearest daughter, Leah.
あんたがうちに来てからもう10年。思えば長いようで短い日々だったね。
It's been 10 years since I welcomed you into our home. Now that I look back, it seems so long, but it also feels like yesterday. The letter continued
子
sweetly
供は
until...
いつか巣立つものさ。でもあんたの実家はここだからね。いつでも帰ってくるんだよ。
All children leave the nest one day, but your family home will always be here. Come back whenever you want to, okay?
達者で暮らせよ。
Please stay in good health and live happily. These are goodbye letters. Seriously, are you kidding me?
だからそう言ったじゃない。
That's what I've been telling you. He's gone ahead and told everyone but me. I was dumbfounded. Jinnia grinned meaningful before thrusting something at me. This is a marriage contract?
ほら、ここに契約書もあるわよ。
Look, I even have a contract. I'm getting deja vu over here.
何も悩む必要なんてないでしょ。あなたはここにサインするだけでいい。
Why hesitate? All you have to do is sign your name. Uh-huh. Just as I was about to cave under his insistence.
なんてね。
Just kidding. Jinnia flipped the contract over and left it on the desk face down.
スピレアとラディを解き伏せて、あなたをちょうだいって言ったのは本当。
You have a contract, but where's the kiss? There is no kiss. Contract. I'm assuming the contract is for the lease. I don't think it's... I did tell Spear and Roddy that I want you and asked for their
戸
permission.
籍変更の書類を揃えたのも、手続きを進めていたのも本当。
And I wasn't lying when I said I prepared all the necessary documents for a change of address and I filled them out.
だけど、提出まではしてないわ。あなたのサインはもらってないからね。
He wants consent. Guys, he's changed. You haven't gone as far as submitting them. You haven't given me your consent after
あ
all.
なたの意思を無視して無理やりは、ちょっと違うでしょ。
Consent is sexy. Consent is so sexy. Ignoring your will and forcing everything for it isn't really right, is it? Like earlier, Jinnia held the contract out to me once again, but his tone was different. His voice was tender.
次の一歩を踏み出すかどうか、それを選ぶのは、
You know, he's
あなた
giving
自身。
choose vibes because he's changing his tone too. You're the one who has to choose whether you want to take the next step forward.
私を特別にするのか、選ぶのはあなたよ。
You're the one who will choose whether you will make me your special someone. And she's like, no. Jinnia flashed a dangerous smile as if he were teasing me, luring me into a trap. But the evidence stated otherwise. The moment he had made his proposal, Jinnia had sucked in a sharp breath. His hand, which was holding the contract even now, trembled so slightly that it was barely perceptible. And also, I knew my answer a long time ago. I started raising to my feet to give my reply. But before I could, Jinnia gently put his hand on my shoulder and shook his head. Jinnia.
あいにく、ペンはインクが切れてるの。だから別のでもらえるかしら。
Sigh, youngest sheet love. How I missed it. Unfortunately, the pen's out of ink. Can I have your answer in a different way? This was an evident lie. I had a bad feeling about this, and I anxiously awaited his
印鑑
expectations.
とか捺印とかでいいわよ。契約書じゃなく、ここにね。
Your personal seal or a combination of that with your signature works too. Not on the contract, but here. Jinnia's slender fingers indicated his own lips. My hunch had been right on the money. I spoke in a shaky voice. Is there any other method?
なし。
Nope. How about we do this another day?
なかったことになるかもだけど、 それでもいい？
The offer might be gone altogether. Are you alright with that? No, I'm not. In the end, my answer had been clear from the very beginning after all. Wow, I already liked Jinnia for a long, long time. He's sitting? When did he sit down? Yay! This is cute. I don't know if I've ever thought about his head from this side, oddly enough. Like, as if asking, will this do, I gingerly pressed my lips against his. Jinnia returned my gentle kiss, happy to receive as he allowed me to lead. It was awkward and inexperienced, restless kiss of a novice. Jinnia, who seemed to relish in it, stroked my hair as our lips pressed together. Oh.
可愛らしいキスね。とってもあなたらしい。
What an adorable kiss, it's just like you. Is that meant to be a good thing?
もちろん。でもそれじゃ足りないわ。私、欲張りさんだから。
Of course, but a single kiss ain't enough. I'm quite greedy, see. Is there really such a thing as enough or not enough when you're signing a contract? I was in a daze, delirious from the heat of our kiss. Just as he requested, I leaned forward once again. I realized this a long time ago, but I was always raising the white flag of surrender when Jinnia was involved. I was sure this would continue to be true in our long, long future together. But all the same time, I didn't dislike it at all.
もっと欲張ってもいい？
Can I be even greedier? In lieu of a reply, I deepened our kiss. I was completely at his mercy. The gentle pressure of his lips on mine, I slowly closed my eyes. So bright. Cute. I like that. That was really cute. Interloop has been unlocked. Oh ho ho. I might not play those just to give everybody a reason to play it themselves. But let's see. We have a main screen now. Whoa, this looks crazy familiar. Call me Peter Pan because he's taken us to Neverland. I've never heard that as a phrase. Oh, we're missing one. Missing one? We're missing one. This has another one. Okay, hang on. Oh no, I have to go back. Where is Jinnia? Apologies for changing the subject, but might you know where Jinnia went, sir?
Hi?
Pardon? I heard him reply just now, but he still has not come out even after all this time.
目の前にいるじゃない。
Isn't he right in front of you? No, he isn't. I continue to look away from the bewildered stranger as I went on mumbling. Jinnia is more, you know, more androgynous. Someone with a masculine aura is, how do I put this? He clashes with Jinnia's distinct character, I suppose.
なるほど。
I see.
つまりあれね。
I get it now.
脱いだら案外男らしくって混乱しちゃってると。
You're flustered because I'm surprisingly manly when I'm undressed. Why are you approaching me with a smirk like that?
だってあなた、あまりにも可愛い反応するんだもの。
How could I resist? Your reaction is simply adorable. That's not an answer.
現実から目を背ける悪い子には、ちゃんと見て理解してもらわないと。でしょ?
This naughty girl is trying to avert her gaze from reality. So it's my duty to make her take a good long look at the truth, right? Ah! As I stood there speechless, Jinnia shrugged, then he smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners.
すっぴんを見せるの初めてだものね。
Oh my god, naughty.
面食らう気持ちも
We're
わ
naughty
かるけど、
girls.
現実を直視しなさい。
That was wonderful. That was better than I ever expected. Okay, okay. There we go. We got all of the Jinnia photos now. We don't have to do anything else for Jinnia's photos. I need to breathe. Help! Well, there we go. Oh gosh. How dare you? You're the one that walked out with his tits on display. I'm crying, y'all. Quit that. Oh my goodness. Okay. That was a good route. Yeah, that was a good route. I was pleasantly surprised with how much more I enjoyed that than I thought I was going to. The route was good, the CGs were good. I had a little at the last part of it, but it just felt like it lagged a little bit. See if there's anybody to raid before I head out. I have an event tonight. I will be streaming tomorrow. We'll be going back to Cupid Parasite because we're trying to get through Cupid Parasite. Oh, wonderful! We're gonna. Should I raid Access? Access is playing this. Or should I raid Sile? He's doing a charity donation. Let's raid Sile. I'm gonna finish Silver's route. I'm proud of you. If you guys are watching this on YouTube, welcome. I stream about 3 times a week on Twitch, and if you're on Twitch and you want to watch the older stuff, you can check me out on YouTube to see all the VODs. This one will be going up pretty soon because I want you guys to be able to enjoy it right away. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for being in chat today. Thank you Jay, Prim, Asia, Muma, Mama. Who else was here today? Ninja was here earlier in the morning. Bye guys. Have a lovely rest of your day.